Looking at Isha slashing forward, Han Sen did not bother evading like before. He moved his body forward and teleported in front of her. When the teeth knife slashed down from above, Han Sen pulled out his right hand's middle finger and index finger to catch the teeth knife's body. That scary knife power was captured by Han Sen's fingers. The attack was unable to proceed anymore. Isha's vision was like a blade. Her body's power was gathering on the knife. She kept trying to press the blade down. As Han Sen's fingers continued to clamp it, the teeth knife looked as if it was growing roots. It was unable to move. It looks like the God Spirit Gene's Geno armament is rather lame. With the buff of the scabbard, Isha's power is still able to override my xenogeneic body. Han Sen had given Isha the scabbard because he wanted to see how powerful the scabbard was. If Isha was able to use the scabbard to beat him, he would let Isha keep the scabbard as a reward for being his teacher. When Isha received the scabbard's boon, she was still unable to influence the universal cogwheels that were currently under the Dongxian Sutra's control. It could not be spun. It was because Han Sen's xenogeneic body was too strong and Isha had just received the scabbard. She was unable to activate the scabbard's entire power. Most importantly, the scabbard was not made from just a god's personality. Compared to a god's personality armament, it was considerably weaker. How does that work? Dollar's power can restrict a scary knife queen who attacks like that. Is he butterfly class? Judging from his level of power, he should only be larva class. A larva class being with this sort of power must mean he is the best of the same level though. It is no wonder Dollar is so cocky. He has what it takes to be. Han Sen released his hands and retreated a few steps. He looked at Isha and said, "Knife Queen, I do not think you have enough power to beat me." Isha looked at Han Sen strangely. She flipped her hands and threw the scabbard back to Han Senator. When Han Sen caught the scabbard, Isha was already flying out of the space battleground. "When I beat you, I will take back the scabbard." A cold voice echoed throughout the space battleground. Han Sen did not say anything. He left the space battleground. Han Sen had won the match quickly and cleanly, but there were too many deified creatures. Many of them, including Jing Xiandao, Dragon 1, Demon Alpha, Destroyed Leader, and the Very High Leader, were taking part. That was a whole bunch of scary people. Golden Growler continued to prove itself invincible. No creature dared enter the space battleground to fight it. Thus, Han Sen's performance made people's eyes brighten. He had reached a level that shocked people. Back in the garden, Han Sen saw God sitting on a stone chair. There was a chessboard atop the stone table. God looked at Han Sen and said, "Your power is not comparable to anyone else in the same class. Even against a butterfly class creature, you are pretty good. You have such powerful genes. It should be carried on by ancient blood. Yet, you do not look like anyone with ancient blood. It is very strange. Can you tell me what race you belong to?" "I am human," Han Sen casually answered. He saw the chess pieces were in a stalemate. He was confused and asked, "Who were you playing chess with?" "Just an interesting guy," God said with a smile. "An interesting guy, huh? Where is he?" Han Sen did not see anyone else there. "He is here," God said and pointed at the chessboard. "Here?" Han Sen looked at the chessboard with confusion. Aside from the chessboard itself, he could neither see nor feel anything else. "He is inside the chessboard," God said with a laugh. "Is he?" Han Sen's face changed. He closely inspected the chessboard's chess pieces. He saw a black chess piece that looked very weird. The black and white chess pieces were very simple. There were not many differences between them, but this black chess piece was carved with a symbol. It was an old man symbol. Why does this symbol look so familiar? Oh, crap. Han Sen opened his mouth in shock. With a look of disbelief, he asked, "Is that Holy Pirate? Why was he turned into a chess piece?" "He made 3 wishes to me. One of them was that he wished to play chess." I fulfilled his wish. God pointed to the chessboard and asked, "Are you interested in finishing the round?" Hansen shook his head. He did not want to end up like Holy Pirate and become a chess piece on a chessboard. "Don't worry, he is only like that because he made a wish to me," God said with a laugh. "I am only going to play chess with you. Nothing else." Hansen shook his head. "My chess skills are only average. You should find a chess master to play against you. Your Geno art is very familiar to the very high sense," God said. "Chess is very good for you to understand things. Learning how to play well might serve you." Hansen knew God was right. The Dongxian Sutra and the game of chess had a lot in common. In the past, he had researched chess skills, so his chess abilities were pretty good. But playing chess against God was more than practice. There was bound to be a lot more pressure in a game of chess that was more like a death match. If he fell for God's tricks, there was every chance he could end up like Holy Pirate. Hansen shook his head and said, "I am going to prepare the next round. I do not have time to play." Hansen was telling the truth. He needed to reach butterfly class before the next round began. "If you lose, you do not have to give me anything. If you win, I can give you this chess piece." God pointed at the chess piece that Holy Pirate had become. "What would I need that chess piece for?" Hansen shook his head. "People can become chess pieces, and chess pieces can become people. If you have this chess piece, you can do anything you want with it. He can only do what you want him to do. If there is a knife mountain fire sea ahead, he cannot regret it." After speaking, God picked up a white piece, placed it on the chessboard, smiled, and said, "Your turn." Hansen did not know what Holy Pirate's level was, but he had to be at least butterfly class since he could freely enter and leave Space Garden. Having a deified creature that could be controlled like that would be very good for him. Holy Pirate also had the power to freely enter and exit Space Garden, which worried Han Senator. He was concerned that Holy Pirate would become a tool for people of other races to attack Space Garden. If he was able to keep Holy Pirate in his pocket, that would be beneficial. It was a big temptation, but Han Sen did not dare believe God. "I said that for the next half a year, I would not do anything to harm you," God coldly said. "I will not break my promise. You should know that God cannot lie." "Okay. You make a bet with me to do this. I suppose I will participate." Hansen picked up a chess piece and sat opposite of God. Hansen thought his chess skills weren't too shabby. In the Alliance, he was one of the top-class chess players. When he played chess with God, he lost badly. Stalemates didn't count. Hansen and God played 8 rounds. Hansen lost each and every time. He was unable to fight back. He lost completely. Hansen playing chess with God was like playing against a supercomputer. The moves he made took forever to calculate, but his opponent would respond with a move that seemed almost random. It did not look as if God even thought about what to do. Even so, Hansen sorely lost each time. God smiled and looked at Hansen and said, "You leveled up fast. If you wish to win this game of chess, you will have to work harder. Let's play again some other time. For now, I need to practice and get ready for the next fight." Hansen wanted to keep playing chess, but his temper was something special. The more he lost, the more he wanted to go on. He wanted to keep trying until he beat his opponent. Upon thinking of becoming butterfly class, he stated his desire to keep playing chess. "Can I look at the scabbard?" God asked. "It is just a broken scabbard. There is nothing to see." Hansen stood up. He wanted to go straight to Nine Defense Palace. "If I have guessed it correctly, you were the one that killed Skyvine Radish," God casually said. "You should possess his God personality. If you allow me to inspect the scabbard, I can tell you how to use Skyvine Radish's God personality." "I don't have a God personality. If you want to see it that much, then take it. It is just a broken scabbard. What good is there to see?" Hansen pulled out the scabbard to show God. He had 2 God personalities already, but he did not know how to make use of them. It was pointless for him to keep holding on to them. If he knew how to use them, it would be very good for him. God took the scabbard and analyzed it while speaking to Hans Sr. It is an armament made from a broken God personality. This should be Sky Armor God's God personality. Hansen guessed that the scabbard was made from a God personality. He did not expect it to be a broken God personality or that it belonged to Sky Armor God. After seeing it, God returned the scabbard to Hansen, smiled, and said, "Here is some advice. If you meet Sky Armor God, do not reveal this scabbard to him." "I thought gods could not do anything to the creatures of the universe," Hansen said. "That is how things are supposed to work, but it depends on how you apply the rules." God didn't really explain anything. "Are you saying that Sky Armor God will come and try to steal the scabbard?" Hansen asked. "Maybe. You should just be careful, anyway." God was not willing to talk anymore and said that something needed to be prepared. God was going to tell Hansen how to make use of a God personality another time. Hansen went to Nine Defense Palace a few times as part of his preparation to become a butterfly. Seeing Hansen walk away, God looked up into space where the Geno God list was. Upon seeing the next opponent Hansen was up against, God said with a strange expression, "There is only Abyss Knight in the bottomless abyss." With Sky Armor God's personality, he will try to possess the Abyss Knight. He will cast a God body landing. He will take back the God personality when he joins the Geno God list. That means the next fight will be interesting. Let me see what your level is. In Nine Defense Palace, Hansen opened up an empty palace and went inside. He quickly closed it. He did not know if he could avoid God watching him, but it was all he could do. Battle body evolving. After Hansen chose to level up, he felt as if the cells of his entire body were changing. It was like countless currents of electricity coursed through his cells. It made his body feel itchy and numb. It was like his bones were going to become crispy. Ka-cha-cha. Hansen seemed to hear his own bones being torn up, which shocked him. He quickly looked inside his body. He noticed it was not his bones that were cracking. The bones were actually growing really fast. It was like a child growing at an accelerated rate. When his flesh grew, Hansen's body became bigger. He went from looking like a child to having the appearance of an adult. But things hadn't ended just yet. The Extreme King's overbearing eye, which had combined with Hansen's eye because it had absorbed the gene changes of his genes, started to change too. Hansen's changes did not quite feel the same. The Extreme King's overbearing eye was true God class. The changes triggered a tide of power to drown Hansen's body. After combining with the Extreme King's overbearing eye, he hadn't been able to notice any differences with his own eyes. He also could not use the power the Extreme King's overbearing eye contained. Now, the Extreme King's overbearing eye was changing with Han Senator. It made him feel like he was being drowned in the Extreme King's overbearing eye's power. Everything he saw became black and white. It did not matter if it was a yellow metal wall or a red pillar, all the colors in Hansen's eyes became white. It was scarily white. It was like he was in a 2D comic book world. Everything was white. Only when Hansen's eyes drew closer to the palace's xenogeneic did he see black. It was different from before. Hansen's eyes were only showing things in black and white. Now, when he looked at the xenogeneic, he could see the xenogeneic had greed, hopelessness, toxins, hatred, jealousy, and pride. He was able to see all those negative emotions. Hansen was able to understand that there was something wrong. In all the palace around him, there were no more xenogeneics. The one closest to him was 7 palaces away. He was able to see the black xenogeneic 7 palaces away. It was very weird. Hansen looked in another direction. He saw xenogeneics inside other palaces. In Hansen's eyes, they were black. Some of them were darker while others were lighter. Hansen suddenly realized that the black meant crime. The darker it was, the more crimes the creature had accumulated. Hansen looked at himself. He realized his body was transparent. One could not see if he was black or white. It looks like in every era, every enforcer has a special type of authority, Hansen said to mock himself. Battle body has successfully leveled up to butterfly. Battle body evolving. Why is it still evolving? Hansen was surprised. He had just become a butterfly, but he didn't absorb xenogeneic genes. So, how could he keep on evolving? It looks like it is the effect of the Extreme King's overbearing eye. Hansen felt his body continue to change. It was different from the previous changes. Now, every time he changed, Hansen felt his body connect to the universe more and more. It wasn't the whole universe purse. More accurately, it was the power of law in the universe. Because of the Extreme King's overbearing eye, Hansen was evolving toward the rule, and he was becoming a true god because of it. The black and white eye in Hansen's hand was becoming stronger. The black and white rule god light was going to break space and go to the sky. Hansen's whole body was full of rule power. Now, Hansen had the wrong feeling. He seemed to control some sort of amazing power. If he was willing, he could judge a creature's sin how he wanted to. But this power was very weird. Strength was no longer the scale of Hansen's power now. He scaled with the sins of his opponent. The more sins an opponent had, the more power Hansen could judge it by. BZZT. Hansen's eye exhibited changes that flipped the sky and ground. Clearly, his other eye was different. He felt it receive a big power jump. Is this true god power? Hansen felt the changed eye keep spreading. It was like it was leading his body to be deified. Hansen was suddenly shaking. The power that spread from his eye returned to his eye like the tide. All the changes stopped. An announcement played in Hansen's head. Battle body leveling up failed. Hansen, Super God Spirit Body. Geno Battle Body, Xenogeneic, Butterfly Class. Level, Deified. Progress, 0/100. Lifespan, 2658. Hansen looked at his information and noticed he had leveled up to Butterfly. He was relieved. He was also confused. Even though his ascension to true god level had failed, the weird changes deployed into his left eye had not disappeared. He had still managed to combine with the Extreme King's overbearing eye. He saw things in black and white. The effects were the same as they had been while he was undergoing the evolution process. Hansen took out a mirror to inspect his eyes. He noticed there was not much difference between his left and right eye. His left eye's pupil was darker, and the white of the eye was more brilliant. One was unable to tell the difference unless one looked closely. It is good that nothing happened. Hansen was not greedy. He knew he would become true god sooner or later, so there was no need to rush it. Hansen's heart jumped. The spell suddenly came out of his body. His xenogeneic mode had ended. Hansen was his true self again. Finally, I am back to normal. Hansen was happy. He went to have a look at his resources. He noticed his 4 battle bodies had also leveled up to butterfly class. It was the same as when he was in his xenogeneic mode. Although everything was back to normal, there was something troublesome he needed to fix. Hansen was still with the Extreme King, so he had to maintain his identity as Holy Baby. Unfortunately, he could not become Holy Baby again, which created a serious problem. I was so focused on leveling up that I totally forgot about that. Hansen felt a headache come on. He could not figure out a solution. If Hansen resumed being a xenogeneic, he would be recognized as $. If he departed 9 Defense Palace and people saw him, it would create chaos and turmoil for the Extreme King. While Hansen was being troubled by this, he suddenly saw God appear in the 9 Defense Palace and slowly approach him. Hansen was unsure when God had even arrived. He was only able to see God because of his left eye. God was actually quite far away from the palace that Hansen was in. Weird. God is white? Hansen was confused. God had harmed many creatures, which should have meant the accumulation of many crimes. Yet, Hansen saw that God had a pure white color. There was no crime visible at all. Hansen was speechless and thought, I have no idea how the extreme king's overbearing eye judges crimes. He walked out of the palace and went straight to God. God looked at Hansen, smiled, and said, Congratulations, you became butterfly class. There is nothing to congratulate me about, Hansen said. I became butterfly class, but I cannot look like a child again. The extreme kings will not recognize me. I do not know if I should expect trouble. That is easy to fix, God said with a smile. I can teach you a shape-shifting geno art. After using that skill, you can change your body into any shape you want. As long as you don't expose yourself, not even true gods will be able to tell the difference. What must I do for it? Hansen asked. He was now on high alert when it came to God. There is nothing you need to do, God said with a shake of his head. No. You should just tell me the price. I like a good price tag. I don't buy things that don't come with price tags. Hansen shook his head. He did not think God's gifts were so easily plucked. Okay. If you want it that badly, I'll apply a condition. After pausing, God said, From now on, you cannot kill any creature that says, I love you to you. You must let it live. Is that okay? Who would say those 3 words to me? Hansen was confused. He did not believe God could see the future. If God was able to see through it all, Han Jinji and that sacred person would not have been able to defeat him. If God was unable to see the future, why would he suggest something so ridiculous? I do not know, God said with a smile. Do you agree to this term? Deal. Hansen nodded. Even if God had a trick up his sleeve, as long as he did not kill Hansen, all would be fine. This is a shapeshifter skill geno art from Namu. I edited it a little. It is quite an interesting shapeshifter skill. It will really change the shape of your body. It does not employ magic, so no one can see through it unless you expose yourself. God showed the shapeshifter skill to Hansen. Shapeshifter skills required effective power management, which was something Hansen was accomplished with. He was good at it in no time at all. The skill was easy for him to learn. God glanced at Hansen, who looked like holy baby again, and complimented him profusely. It's a very powerful talent. This shapeshifter skill has very high requirements for talents and genes. Only the Namu and a few races with a similar talent can practice it. I did not expect you to be able to learn it so easily. It seems as if your genes really are abnormal. Hansen understood that God had taught him this geno art as a test. Hansen looked at God and asked, What are you doing here? Did I not tell you that I was going to teach you how to use a God personality? God asked. I am ready now. How do you use a God personality? Hansen asked. Do you need special tools? There is no need for such trouble, God said. Putting the God personality into the scabbard is the worst idea. In fact, a God personality has a materialized power. For creatures that are not a god, opening that kind of power requires an extra step. Follow me. God suddenly jumped into space. An old set of stairs suddenly appeared beneath Hansen's feet. They went all the way into the nothingness. Hansen was not able to see what was at the end of the emptiness. Hansen knew that if God was forcing him to go, there was no use resisting. He quickly stepped onto the stone steps and descended toward the emptiness. After he walked down the stone stairs, Hansen felt as if he was stepping into a different world. He turned around to look, but he could no longer see the 9 Defense Palace. Hansen raised his head and looked at the top of the stone steps. He now saw a palace floating there. From far away, Hansen saw that the old and mysterious palace had a plaque. It said it was the Sky Radish God Temple. Sky Radish Temple. Is this related to Skyvine Radish? Hansen was shocked. He checked out the temple floating in the air. After having a look, Hansen discovered that the temple was made of old vines. The vines looked petrified. They were green and grayish. Hansen would have thought they were just stones. God was stepping onto the stairs. He went in front of Sky Radish Temple and pushed open the temple's doors. Hansen saw that the temple's hall had a god spirit inside. It was Skyvine Radish. Hansen was shocked. This Skyvine Radish looked the same as the one he had previously killed. It was as if he had come alive again. Even the shockwaves from this Skyvine Radish were the same as those from the one he had seen before. The exception was that they were more powerful. God looked at the giant Skyvine Radish as he said, "This is just Skyvine Radish's god body. Without a god personality, the god body is just a shell." Such impressive power. Hansen didn't believe him, so he asked, "Is it really just a shell?" If it was not a shell, why would he still have not moved, especially since you have entered his temple? God gazed at the statue that looked like Skyvine Radish and said, "Break this god body and bring out Skyvine Radish's god personality. Then, you will learn how to use it." Hansen looked at God as he asked, "I am not going to replace a statue in this temple, right? If it was that easy to become a god, then being a god wouldn't be something so mighty," God said with a smile. Hansen didn't say anything. He gathered up power and threw his palm at the god body's shell. His hand was unable to harm the motionless god body. His power felt empty when it hit the god body. It was like the god body did not even exist. God laughed. "That is a god. How is going to be hurt by ordinary power? Unless you level up to true god class, your power cannot hurt it or its shell. Try your scabbard. That should work." "Why?" "After I killed Skyvine Radish, there was a god body of his here." Hansen pulled out the return empty scabbard. Like a knife in his hand, he put the scabbard to work. But he did not hit Skyvine Radish's god body. God is immortal. No creature is supposed to be able to kill a god, but gods do have their downsides. For example, gods cannot deal damage directly onto a creature of the universe. That sample applies to ordinary folk that aren't even capable of leveling up. Gods cannot kill these things themselves, but there are exceptions. God stopped talking. What exceptions? Hansen's heart was wildly jumping. This was a secret he had wished to unravel for a long time. If a god separates its own god personality from its god body and combines its god personality with a creature from the universe, it will generate a big universe god body. That big universe god body has a power that can ignore the limitations imposed on gods. It can kill creatures in the big universe, and the big universe loses its power of immortality too. If they are killed, or the god personality is lost, they can die. God pointed at Skyvine Radish and said, "Just like this numpty." He forced his way into the universe and used his big universe god body to fight creatures in the big universe. In the end, he was heavily wounded. He did not even have enough power to return to the temple. It enabled you to snare him so easily. Hansen finally understood why some gods could be killed and why some gods could not be killed. That was the difference. So, are you saying that if a god does not force itself into the universe, it will not die no matter what happens? Hansen asked. According to the theory, that is correct, God said with a nod. Hansen stared at God as he asked, "So, are you saying that they can actually die?" God laughed and said, "Do you think I would tell you what my weakness is? You should hurry up and kill his god body. I do not want to remain in this boring place any longer." Hansen stopped hesitating. He used the return empty scabbard like a knife and slashed at the shell god body. Dong. Hansen's hit landed atop Skyvine Radish's god body shell. It only left a very light mark, but god blood still came out from it. Seeing that the shell god body did not react, Hansen held the scabbard harder. He kept slashing and slashing. He did not know how many times he attacked it, but he eventually lopped the empty god body's head off. Hansen looked at God, who shook his head and said, "You cannot kill god spirits like that. You must destroy his god base." "What is a god base?" Hansen asked. "The base stone of a god is the god base of one's body. You need to destroy the god base. Do that, and the whole body will collapse." Before Hansen could ask a question, God said, "Every god's god base is different. Skyvine Radish's god base should be in his left arm." Hansen looked at Skyvine Radish's left arm. He saw that the left arm had a vine on it. Aside from that, there were no notable aspects that differentiated it from the right arm. Hansen had to give it a shot. He waved his scabbard at the left arm of the god body shell. He did not know how many times he slashed. When Hansen eventually cut off the left arm with the vine, the entire god body collapsed. God blood, god bones, and god flesh burst into flames. It did so in a green, glowing light. "Take out Skyvine Radish's god personality," God said. Hansen took out Skyvine Radish's 6-foot-long green vine bone. He watched the green light in the sky heading straight for the bone. When the green bone absorbed the green light, the light on the body burned brighter. Something was changing. The old vine-looking bone suddenly turned into a green lance. The tip was curled like a snake. It displayed a god light that could not be described. Gained god personality armament, Sky Radish Bone Lance. This announcement trumpeted in his head. Hansen looked at the Sky Radish Bone Lance. The Sky Radish Bone Lance played a message inside Hansen's brain. Sky Radish Bone Lance, destroyed God class personality armament. The Sky Radish Bone Lance was just like a beast soul. Hansen thought he could drop it in his sea of soul, but he did not do that in front of God. Boom! 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 Suddenly, a green beam of light lit up the base of the temple. In that green beam of light, Hansen saw an old vine that looked like green jade. It was forming something. Is that Skyvine Radish's god personality? Hansen recognized it. That old green vine was Skyvine Radish's bone. It was just like the green bone before it had become the Sky Radish Bone Lance. God smiled and said, "I already told you. Gods are immortal here. You brought Skyvine Radish's god personality and destroyed his god body here. That means you killed him here. Of course, he can be reborn again." God paused and added, "Don't worry. Although Skyvine Radish can be reborn again, you have still reaped the rewards. Otherwise, how could you turn a god personality into a god personality armament?" Hansen was prepared. He knew that everything God did had two sides to it. This was the other half. Hansen was not surprised. He just wanted to remind himself that when he was with God in the future, he always had to be careful. While the two of them spoke, the green bone had already formed. The green bone started to generate its flesh and organs. It was rebuilding Skyvine Radish's god body. Should I leave now? Hansen did not want to see Skyvine Radish alive. This is so rare, God coldly said. Not many people can see a god spirit rebuild its god body. Let's just watch it. With me here, Skyvine Radish will not dare to harm one hair on your head. Hansen did not say anything. He watched Skyvine Radish's god body rebuild. The whole process was incredibly weird and amazing. Hansen watched Skyvine Radish's flesh and bones being rebuilt, bit by bit. After a while, the new Skyvine Radish was done. Compared to the shell before, the Skyvine Radish with a god personality had a massively frightening life force. That powerful feeling was like when Hansen had first encountered King June. Although King June had given him this feeling, it was rather different. Huh? God looked at the reborn Skyvine Radish with surprise. It seemed as if he had discovered something quite interesting about it. Hansen turned and asked, "What is it?" "Skyvine Radish seems to have some sort of problem," God said with a frown. He had been looking at Skyvine Radish's body. What is it? Han Sen's heart jumped. He seemed to have thought of something. Inside his body. His spirit is gone. God stared at the reborn skyvine radish. He sounded weird as he spoke. Spirit? Han Sen asked. Are you referring to the same sort of spirits that the 9 defense hallucinogenics are also missing? God nodded. Yes, it's the same. Previously, I told you that the spirit is an uncertain part of a creature's gene. That description is not so accurate. In fact, I do not know how to describe what this is because the existence of a spirit is very abstract. Let me give you an example, God said. A father and mother determine genetic genes. Even if the father and mother end up having twins, the genes of the two babies are not the same. As they grow up, their personalities and bodies develop and mature differently. That is the result of one spirit. Han Sen hesitated and said, the genes of a twin are different. That is normal, right? He did not understand what a spirit was. God thought for a moment and said, perhaps that example was not appropriate. You should know gene-duplicated creatures, right? In theory, gene-duplicated creatures should be the same as the original gene creature. They would have the same personality. In fact, if you let those gene-duplicated creatures grow freely and quickly, their shapes and bodies have different features. Even their personalities would. That depends on the spirit. Upon hearing that, Han Sen looked like he understood it, but he did not understand it. This was not a question that could be answered through words. There were no standard words to describe it. God knew full well that Han Sen was still failing to understand. He pointed at the newly reborn skyvine radish and said, just like skyvine radish, the reborn skyvine radish should have the same spirit as before. That means this reborn skyvine radish is a continuous life hailing from the previous skyvine radish. But now, the reborn skyvine radish has no spirit. That means he is just a replica of skyvine radish's genes. The body is the same, but in some way, he is not the same skyvine radish as before. Is there a difference? Han Sen seemed to understand a little. His heart understood something. To you, the biggest difference should be the fact that he will not remember you were the one that murdered him before his rebirth here, God said. Even if he found out, he would not care. Without the last spirit, he will not know what happened to skyvine radish in the past and associate events of the previous skyvine radish with himself. He will not care. When Han Sen heard that, he was happy. That means not having a spirit is good. Does that mean he will not have a spirit ever again? What kind of God is one without a spirit? A creature should always have a spirit, but the spirit should not be the same as before. So, the spirit is different from the last one. God looked at skyvine radish as he spoke. By now, the green light on the altar was gone. Skyvine radish had finished being reborn. He was like a god standing upon the altar. He was slowly opening his eyes. Han Sen thought, even if skyvine radish does not remember the past, he would not forgive some creature for entering his temple so boldly. Unexpectedly, skyvine radish's vision went right past Han Sen and landed on God. Han Sen opened his mouth. He could not believe that had happened. Skyvine radish had a giant-like body, yet he suddenly jumped better than a rabbit could. His giant body landed on the floor with outstretched hands. He was kneeling in profuse worship. He placed his head on the floor as he shivered and shook. Han Sen was shocked. Although he thought God was stronger than skyvine radish, he did not expect that only a glimpse of God was enough to make him behave so fearfully. He was more frightened than a mouse encountering a cat. At least, if a mouse saw a cat, it could run. Now, skyvine radish appeared as such. He could not even run. He had to kneel on the ground shaking. Let's go. It is almost time. There are a few more matches I would like to watch. God ignored skyvine radish. He stretched and walked out of the temple. Han Sen looked at the kneeling skyvine radish, who did not dare raise his head. He left the skyvine radish temple with God. After exiting the temple, Hansen looked back a few times. While he was still able to see the temple, he saw that Skyvine Radish was still scared and unable to move. He did not get up. When he walked the last stone step, Hansen's environment changed. He was back inside Nine Defense Palace. I did what you wanted me to do. In the next round, you must win the fight. I have faith in you. God smiled at Hansen as he spoke. Yes, I have faith in myself too. Hansen rubbed his nose. God went back to the garden. Hansen stayed where he was, using the excuse that he was going to kill more Xenogeneics. After watching God leave, Hansen looked into his sea of soul. He examined Skyvine Radish's God spirit. Hansen thought, does this mean God spirits are the spirits God mentioned? Because the God spirit was taken, Skyvine Radish spawned with no God spirit. So, will there be a new spirit getting born? In that case, are beast souls their spirits? Is it just the spirits of a low-level creature? But hang on. God said the Xenogeneics in Nine Defense Palace had no spirits. Where did their spirits go? How did the kings of the Extreme King take their souls away? If beast souls really are their spirits, how are humans able to kill Xenogeneics and take their spirits away? Even the God spirits were pulled away. Hansen thought of a lot. He had the willies just thinking about it. Hansen felt as if he had a hold on something, but he had too little information to figure it all out. It was like he had seen a shadow through paper, but he could not see the figure. It looks like everything must wait until I become true God class. I need to get into the Geno Hall to figure out everything. Hansen sighed. He shelved his thoughts on the matter. He knew overthinking was not good for him. Increasing his power was the top priority. I wonder what power the Skyvine Radish God Lance has. Hansen tried putting the Sky Radish Vine God Lance inside his Sea of Soul, and it worked. The lance was like a beast soul. Hansen put it in his Sea of Soul. As Hansen soon as thought of it, the Skyvine Radish God Lance appeared in his hands. So, can God personality armaments be placed inside the Sea of Soul? Hansen's expression looked complicated. Holding the Skyvine Radish God Lance, Hansen opened the door of the next palace. He saw a Xenogeneic inside that looked like a lion. He lifted the Skyvine Radish God Lance and struck it. It was a butterfly-class Xenogeneic. Because it was not Hansen's opponent anymore, he skipped it and did not bother killing it. Hansen was now butterfly class. Killing it would have been a trivial task. The most important thing was that Hansen wanted to use it to test out the Skyvine Radish Godlance's power. Hansen was pretty suspicious about the Skyvine Radish Godlance. He thought it might work like the Phoenix Feather, which did not do anything to ordinary creatures and only dealt damage to gods. The Skyvine Radish Godlance shone with a green light. It pierced through the Xenogeneiac's chest. Even Hansen was shocked. The god personality armaments were able to be used on ordinary creatures. Hansen pulled back his Skyvine Radish Godlance. He did not see god blood come out. He saw saplings growing out of the wound. They grew like mad. In the blink of an eye, they had weaved together like an old vine to wrap up the Xenogeneiac's entire body. It was like a giant vine egg. The vine egg died quickly. When the old vine had wilted and detached itself from the creature, the Xenogeneic no longer had a life force. It had become a dried-up husk. Xenogeneic butterfly hunted. God power lion, deified Xenogeneic gene found. Upon seeing this, Hansen was a bit unnerved. A butterfly-class creature had been killed with one hit by the Skyvine Radish Godlance. The old vines that grew from the wound had sucked the creature's life dry. That was more chilling than using a knife to kill it. Hansen thought about the prospect of old vines growing out of his own body. It gave him goosebump. He shuddered at the thought. The power of this lance is as good as the shield of the Medusa's gaze. With my power now, I should be able to use the shield and charming god Jian. I also have Purgatory Heaven and 9-spin Destiny Mirror and Siren Bottle. Even if I don't use Super God Spirit mode, I should be able to battle a true God class elite. Hansen had never fought a true God class elite before. He was not sure. The 9-spin Destiny Mirror and Siren Bottle do not seem to have attacking powers. They are unique treasures, and Little Angel has Purgatory Heaven. I can only use the Shield of the Medusa's Gaze and Charming God Jian. Maybe I can use the Charming God Jian. Right now, I won't be consumed by that weapon's power. Hansen noticed he had amassed quite the trove of treasures. Although quite a few of them had unique powers, only a few of the treasures could not be used in combat. Of course, most of those items had been collected when Hansen was Han Senator, so he did not plan on using them in the god fight. If luck is on my side, one Skyvine Radish God Lance should be enough to get me into the top 100. Hansen kept stroking the Sky Radish God Lance. He really liked it. Hansen returned to the garden. God was sitting on a chair, watching the god fights. You came back just in time. This should be the best match so far. Come and watch it. God smiled at Hansen as he spoke. Hansen looked at the Geno God List space battleground. He saw there was an unfamiliar dragon in space. Although he did not know anything about the beast, he could tell it was grossly frightening. Hansen looked at the match list. He saw the fighters were Dragon 1 and Demon Alpha. That is not the Dragon 1 I know. That must be the Dragon 1 from the previous generation. I suppose it is the Dragon 1 that is around the same age as Sky Palace Leader. I wonder what sort of deophyte it is. Hansen looked at the space battleground, but he could not see Demon Alpha. Hansen was far more interested in Demon Alpha. That was perhaps because the demons seemed to have a connection with the Shura. Hansen thought Demon Alpha was the first of the Shuras to enter the Geno universe. It has only been 100 years, yet this dragon has gone from being primitive to true god, God said. He must have used a dragon blood skill. Otherwise, that feat would have been impossible. Hansen did not understand, so he asked, what blood skill? God replied, the dragons have one of the most talented Geno arts. When a dragon grows old, they can put their gene blood power into another dragon's body. Thus, the other dragon's genes grow very fast. Many races have a similar Geno art, but to do it very well, only the dragons can do that. The Buddha learned this from the dragons. Through their own modifications, they composed a Geno art that was very similar. It is much more annoying to use than a dragon blood skill, and the effects are not as good as this blood skill. True God class dragon? Is Demon Alpha going to lose? Hansen was confused. He looked at God as he spoke. Because God said the fight would be an amazing one if Demon Alpha were surely going to lose, what would be so amazing about that? Hansen did not believe Demon Alpha could fight a true God class Dragon 1. After all, the demons were a younger race. Their ranks were not too high among the higher races. It was hard to believe the demons would have a true God class elite in their ranks. In fact, many creatures were thinking the same thing. No one believed Demon Alpha could defeat Dragon 1. After all, dragons had the recognition of being the world's bravest. When they reached true God class, their power was unimaginably strong. They were able to resist 99.9% of an elemental attack. It was like they had unbreakable bodies. Mr. Palace Leader, if Dragon 1 wins 2 more times, you can continue the Geno being scroll fights. I do not know who will be the dead deer. A woman smiled at Sky Palace Leader. Back during the Geno being scroll fight, Sky Palace Leader suppressed Dragon 1 and earned the top King class rank. Dragon 1 was second. Sky Palace Leader laughed. He lost to me once. He will never be able to beat me again. No matter how many times he fights me, the results will always be the same. Besides, he needs to beat Demon Alpha. The demons are not powerful yet, the woman casually said. How could Demon Alpha beat Dragon 1, who is a true God class? It is difficult to say, Sky Palace Leader said. There are problems with the history of the demons. Their sky demon power has casual powers. You cannot underestimate this race. Plus, the demons have been a high race for a while now. Unfortunately, no one knows what Demon Alpha's power is like. Not even Sky Palace has that sort of information. You can tell this Demon Alpha is unique. The woman did not agree with what Sky Palace leader was saying. They are merely pretending to be mysterious. Even if Demon Alpha has talents and endurance, there is nothing they can do without resources. With the small number of resources the demons have, I would be surprised if they had a butterfly in their midst. Either way, they will not have a true god class unless they are like Dragon 1 and have a scary senior pass in their blood genes. Otherwise, how else could he become a true god? How could he hope to fight Dragon 1? While they were talking, a shadow entered the space battleground. That shadow was completely dark. It was like a humanoid shadow walking through space, but with a body that did not look real. Hansen gathered up power. He wanted to see through the shadow and see what the Demon Alpha looked like, but all he could see was darkness. He could not see what Demon Alpha looked like. Dragon 1 looked at Demon Alpha like a king looking down on peasants. Behind his back were a pair of gold wings, but it did not look as if he was going to do anything. Demon Alpha, I have heard that the demons are masters of causal powers, Dragon 1 coldly said while standing still. Show me what you can do. Demon Alpha was completely cloaked in shadows. One could not see his face. He also did not respond to Dragon 1. He raised his right hand and presented a knife. He slashed toward Dragon 1, who was in space. Hansen had been looking at Demon Alpha. He saw him swing his knife, but no power was going with it. It was like he had randomly swung his hand. It really is the Azura power. Although Hansen had not practiced the Azura Sutra, he had studied it for a long time. He was no stranger to its abilities. Demon Alpha's palm did not have any power shockwaves. Clearly, that was the max level of the Azura Sutra. One slash cut the cause. Catcha. Dragon 1's neck made a weird sound. Everyone looked at his neck. There was a small mark on his gold scales. It was as thin as a hair, but it was unable to break through the dragon scales. Causal powers really are powerful. It made me unable to react. That is not bad. Dragon 1 stared at Demon Alpha and nodded. While he was talking, his scales healed themselves. The knife mark slowly faded. Before long, no mark remained. In Sky Palace, the woman was shocked. She asked, "Can Demon Alpha's power leave a mark on Dragon 1's scales? Did he really become true god class? I bet you there's a 90% chance he did." Sky Palace leader looked at Demon Alpha with interest. I did not expect Demon Alpha had a trick like that up his sleeve, but it is futile even if he is a true god, the woman said. They are both true gods, and Dragon 1's dragon god body is impervious to most powers. Demon Alpha cannot damage Dragon 1. He is going to lose this time. His dragon god body is powerful, but causal powers are very mysterious too. It is really hard to determine who is going to win and who is going to lose. Sky Palace leader clearly did not approve of the woman's thoughts. At the same time, the whole universe was watching the fight. They were shocked by Demon Alpha's performance. The elites knew Dragon 1 was already true god class. Since Demon Alpha had been able to leave a mark on the dragon scales, there was a 90% chance that he was true god class. I cannot believe that inside a small race like the demons there is a true god class elite. My king looked at Demon Alpha with interest. My king, after this fight, should we go to the demons, take him, and have him work for us? An extreme king elder suggested. Let's wait and see what happens in this fight first, my king coldly said. This Demon Alpha is not a simple character. On the space battleground, Dragon 1 saw Demon Alpha had not struck again. He asked, "Why don't you continue? If I attack again, you will be dead." The demons do not want to be an enemy of the dragons. I advise you to quit now. Demon Alpha's voice was empty. There was no emotion to discern. He sounded like electricity. Yet, what he said made every creature in the universe think he was crazy. This Demon Alpha is crazy. He did not even break Dragon One's scales. Does he have what it takes to say that? I bet he has never beaten an opponent outside of his family. That is why he is so insane and ignorant. How dare he talk like that in front of the world's bravest dragon? That Demon Alpha has a death wish. Every race was talking about it. Compared to the demon, they all thought Dragon 1 was stronger. Ha! 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 The dragons do not have cowards that are afraid to die. I will be standing here. If you can kill me, I can assure you that the demons will not become an enemy of my people. From now on, the dragons will obey the demons. Dragon 1 was standing in space laughing. Demon Alpha did not say anything. He raised his hand and presented it like a knife. Then, he slashed toward Dragon 1 again. Dragon 1 looked dim. He stared at Demon Alpha's arm. His body uncontrollably activated substance chains. The scary, golden, air became many golden god dragons around him. He was like an old dragon god that was landing. Everyone's heart almost jumped out of their chests. Although no one thought Demon Alpha could actually cut through Dragon 1's body, if Dragon 1 was treating this seriously, it made the audience feel heavy with pressure. Demon Alpha's hand was still waving slowly. It did not look as if there was any power in it. It was like he was just playing. It made it hard for people to believe that his powerless palm could kill a true god-class dragon. Catcha! Suddenly, gold dragon blood was spilled. The sky full of gold dragon power broke. Dragon 1's head was flying. It left his body to soar through the sky, leaving gold blood in its wake. Every race and creature that watched this fight was petrified. The whole universe went silent. One slash cut a dragon's head off. And it was the true god-class Dragon 1. That power was hard to believe. Am I seeing this correctly? Is Dragon one of the dragons? Did his head just get cut off? Very scary sky demon power. Very scary Demon Alpha. From now on, I am afraid the demons will become the highest race of all. Really? Just as Palm cut off the dragon's head. After a long time of silence, everyone in every race was shocked. In these Geno God list fights, there have been so many unexpected events, Sky Palace leader said with a sigh. Gold, Demon Alpha, Dollar, Lulai. The big universe has too many scary elites. This world is a big world. The woman looked at Demon Alpha. A big world means a chaotic world. The good days have passed. After these Geno God list fights, I am afraid this universe will be flipping the sky and ground. Sky Palace leader did not get excited. He presented a wry smile and shook his head. I do not understand how Demon Alpha did that, the woman said while looking at Sky Palace leader. Sky Palace leader was silent a moment before saying, considering causal powers in the past and the results today, no matter how strong Dragon 1 is, he could not block the cause he had before. The woman's face changed as she asked, are you saying that Demon Alpha's power can slash into the past? Does that mean he has the same power as that person from Sacred? No, that is not the same. That person in Sacred could twist time and space. Demon Alpha's power focuses on cause. His hand must have the cause of yesterday, so he can slash yesterday. If there is no cause from yesterday, he cannot use his power. Sky Palace leader paused and said, even though the cause power is so strong, killing Dragon 1 is not so easy. While he was speaking, on the space battleground, the gold dragon blood that was everywhere went backward. The headless Dragon 1 lifted his hand in space. The head that had been chopped off flew back into his hands. Dragon 1 placed the head atop the exposed neck and pressed it down. The head was back in place, and the wound on the neck was instantly healed. The dragon's bodies make people really jealous. I told you so. How could Dragon 1 be killed so easily? He really is the world's bravest. How can he still live? Causal powers are mysterious. Even if I watched it, I could not block it. But if you wish to kill me, Dragon 1, that alone will not be enough. Dragon 1 opened his eyes. He looked at Demon Alpha and said, I do confess that you have what it takes to fight me. It has been a long time since I last had a good fight. After that, Dragon 1 pulled out something. It was a 2-foot-long golden rod. It was flat with a rectangular shape. It looked like a ruler. On top of it were numerous dragon tattoos. They were beautiful and mysterious. The woman recognized the gold dragon ruler. The dragon race weapon, Blood Dragon Ruler, is in his hands. It looks like Dragon 1 is the leader of the dragons. Sky Palace leader seemed to have expected this. The dragons spent a lot on Dragon 1 in this generation. He became true god in 100 years and will soon be the leader of the dragons. With the help of the Blood Dragon Ruler race weapon, the chances of his victory increase, the woman said. Although Demon Alpha is strong, the demons became a high race not too long ago. I do not think the demons have a race weapon to challenge it. Maybe not. Sky Palace leader's response meant nothing. Roar. Dragon 1 was holding his Blood Dragon Ruler as he roared toward the sky. The Blood Dragon Ruler shone with gold. It became many blood dragon shadows. There were 8 different shapes of scary dragon shadows surrounding Dragon 1. Every dragon shadow was like a cruel beast that could destroy the world. They released a scary presence. It was like a random bite could swallow the whole universe and every galaxy. In the next moment, the 8 dragon shadows roared in tandem with Dragon 1. They all raced into Dragon 1's body. Pang! The wings on Dragon 1's back flapped. His body rapidly started to expand. The gold light on his body was pretty, but his back kept flaring up with horrendously large bone spikes. His parted lips displayed menacing fangs. The horns on his head were scary. His draconic wings kept expanding. Another dragon head appeared on the side of his shoulder. Soon, there was another one and another one. Many weird dragon heads kept popping up. Within the space of a moment, Dragon 1 had become a 9-headed, big, gold dragon. It was like a scary beast that could claim the world. The 9 heads stared down at Demon Alpha. Very scary suppression. I can feel how powerful it is by just seeing it. Demon Alpha is facing Dragon 1. How much pressure must he be facing? Although Han Sen was just watching the fight, the 9-headed, gold, giant Dragon 1 was releasing a pressure that made it difficult for him to breathe. He felt as if he was going to suffocate. God looked at the 9-headed gold giant dragon and said, "The dragons are very interesting. They can put their own gene, blood, and spirit into a race weapon. This kind of sacrifice is something that cannot be accomplished by many races in this universe. Aren't these dragon shadows the power of the race weapon?" Hansen asked with shock. One of the dragon shadows is the soul of the dragon's race weapon. If it was an ordinary treasure, even the dragons could not do it regardless of how much they wanted to. Let's not say the treasure itself can take that much power. Matching the elements is an issue too. After all, even if they are dragons, their elements can be completely different. There are 7 different elemental gene dragon true gods. It is hard for them to put their own blood power into the same treasure, but race weapons can completely sort out such a problem. As long as they are dragons, their power will be absorbed by the dragon race weapon. That was how Blood Dragon Ruler, which was formed from the genes of 7 true gods, was made. God paused a moment and said, "With this race weapon, it is like fighting 9 true god dragons together. Even the top elites of the 3 highest races would probably have to end up dodging it if they had to use their power to fight it." God's face looked excited as he spoke. If the dragon race weapon can continue to be passed on to each generation, then Dragon 1 will be putting his own gene, blood, and spirit into it. In the future, if another dragon wants to do it when it reaches 100 or 1000 dragons, can you imagine how powerful it would become? Claiming the entire universe would not be difficult. It is not easy to have 100 or 1000 dragons. That would take a long time. Thus far, the dragons have only managed to put the power of 7 true gods into it. If you want 100 dragons or 1000 dragons, God only knows how many billions of years we would have to wait. Han Sen was not interested in these calculations. After all, human lives were short. He would never live to see that day. God laughed and said, God is immortal. A billion years, to God, is just a second. It is worth the wait. Han Sen stopped talking. Since he was not immortal, these kinds of discussions with God hurt his feelings. Boom! One of the 9-headed, gold, heads spat out a flame that scorched the sky. It covered most of space. Demon Alpha's black shadow flickered. He exited the area where the flame hit. It looked like the fire was burning the sky. He quickly slashed downward with his hands. Suddenly, one of the 9-headed, gold, giant dragon head's eyes weirdly flashed. It was as if Demon Alpha's body was imprisoned. His arms were raised. He could no longer move. Fire element and space element power? Han Sen was in shock. After Dragon 1 combined with the Blood Dragon Ruler, it meant he combined with the Dragon Soul and 7 true God-class dragon power, God said. With his gold dragon body, there are 9 true God powers. Not many creatures in this universe can fight against him now. I cannot wait to see 100 dragons gathering up. What a shame. 2 more dragon heads instantly appeared to accompany the 9-headed gold dragon's form. One of them had laser eyes, and the other spat out black dragon breath. They all attacked the frozen Demon Alpha. Every creature that watched the fight was shocked by Dragon 1's power. They thought Demon Alpha was going to die. Thunder and dragon breath tangled together. Everything was being destroyed by those 2 scary powers. Demon Alpha's shadow was going to melt. The darkness became lighter and lighter. Inside the darkness, Demon Alpha's body was becoming clearer to see. When the shadow was whittled down to only a thin layer, people could see more of Demon Alpha. Han Sen kept his eyes focused on Demon Alpha. Now, his eyes were open wide. Inside the shadow, he saw a purple-haired, purple-eyed, demon woman. Although he could not see her entire face, this demon woman gave Han Sen the feeling he used to know her. She was very familiar. Pang! The thunder and dragon breath tangled together. The final layer was being faded away. Demon Alpha's face was finally revealed. Han Sen could finally see Demon Alpha's face. When he saw her, his body shook. He was in complete disbelief. Demon Alpha's face looked exactly the same as Zero's when she was in Shura mode. Even her body was the same. But Zero looked like a young lady, and Demon Alpha looked mature and cold. Are Demon Alpha and Zero twins? Han Sen was frozen. Azura and Han Sen's mother had some kind of entwined fate that they could not be freed from. The Luo family had the Shura's falsified Sky Sutra, which made the Luo family and Shura's Jade Shura fall into a generation of loving and killing. During Luo Land's generation, Han Sen's mother wanted to prevent their heirs from falling into the same cycle. Thus, they hid their names in the hopes that Han Sen could lead a normal life. Unfortunately, it did not work. Han Sen received the Azura Sutra by accident. He had also found Zero, who had a strong connection with the Shura. The little sister, Han Yen, practiced the Luo family's falsified Sky Sutra. Ever since then, Han Sen's family and the Shura, or the Azura king who created the Shura, had a fate that always caused them to be coiled around each other in some capacity. After Han Sen entered the Geno universe, he believed the demons might have been connected to the Shura, but he lacked proof for the allegation. Now, Demon Alpha looked exactly like Zero. Han Sen's head was filled with a bevy of thoughts. He was not so sure what he was thinking. That was only for a moment. After Demon Alpha's shadow was expunged, scary thunder and dragon breath came together to annihilate her body. Demon Alpha had been tied up in the same spot all that time, but she was finally able to move a little. One of her hands was forcing through to break the power that bound her. She summoned a little knife. It was less than a foot long. As she held it in her jade hand, the gray knife looked like a dried bone. The moment Demon Alpha clutched the little dry bone knife, it was like her arm had some sort of weird power. It was able to make her power move inside that trapped space. The little dry bone knife flashed in front of Demon Alpha. In the next moment, the 9-headed, gold, giant dragon head was spilling dragon blood. It flew into space. The big dragon head had been cut off, forcing the bindings on her to be dropped. Demon Alpha's body flashed like a ghost. The thunder and dragon breath landed next to her. It kept exploding in space, blowing up all the planets around. Demon Alpha's shadow recovered. She was once again cloaked in darkness, but one could still see the little dry bone knife. It was not affected by the darkness. Before the creatures that were watching the fight reacted, Demon Alpha's body was already on the move. She swung the little dry bone knife in her hands. The small knife, which was less than a foot long, drew a curve in space that did not look particularly eye-catching. It seemed like a random swing. It was not much stronger than as if she had been drawing. In space, underneath this drawing, the gold 9-headed dragon's fire element dragon head was cut off. Dragon blood came spewing out of the severed neck like lava. The rest of the 7 heads painfully roared. Boom! The big dragon's thunder head and soul head spit out scary power at the same time toward Demon Alpha. The thunder head had just opened its eyes. Before it spat out thunder, an invisible slash cut off its head. Under the flickering starlight, Demon Alpha's shadow-like body flashed. The dry bone knife was thrust out again. Many dragon heads were flying through space. Dragon blood was coming down like heavy rain everywhere. Thunderhead, Cold Head, Crazy Dragon Head. All these scary dragon heads were like chickens or dogs being cut up. The dragon blood dyed the whole of space with a gold color. All the creatures looked at the demon-looking, ghost-looking shadow. They were frozen. The lightly swaying little dry bone knife, painful dragon bones, flying dragon heads, spilling blood. All the creatures gazed upon the crazy scene. They were scared. Their fear could not be described. The crazy knife and cold starlight mingled with the gold dragon blood being sprayed out. It looked quite strange. The big, invincible 9-headed gold dragon suddenly had 8 of its head cut off. It had not even been given a moment to fight back. The invincible dragon god body was like paper. It did not even see the knife lights or weapons that were landing on it. It led to all the dragon heads flying through space with blood. Even Hansen, who knew a lot about Ajura Sutra and was not from a normal race, had a scalp that felt numb. His entire body flared with goosebumps. Ajura power was practiced to this level by Demon Alpha. It was almost invincible. As long as the opponent had some cause, it could not avoid her attacks. Catcha! The Reaper's scythe-looking dry bone knife went across space. The 9-headed, gold, dragon's final head was split in half, along with its giant gold dragon body. The whole universe was silent. The gold blood spread through space. It was like a golden ocean. The dragon's head, body, and blood were shaking in space. The dragon tried to regenerate and become the 9-headed, gold, big dragon again. Demon Alpha did not move. She stood in space. She raised the little dry bone knife and started to swing it. She looked like a reaper as she slashed everything. All the dragon heads were cut in half before they could combine with the body, and the dragon's body was cut into pieces. The heads were angry. They roared. In the next second, they were being cut open. How dare you kill the dragon heads? My race will persist to avenge this. In the dragon realm, many dragons were roaring, which shook the sky. Dragon 1 was the leader of that generation of dragons. He was a scary being that was able to become a true god. He was the only true god of the dragons. He would soon become the leader of the dragons. If he was killed on the space battlegrounds, the dragons would suffer a major loss. It would take them hundreds of thousands of years to recover. As much as they let out their roars, Demon Alpha did not hear a single one. Even if she did hear them, it was unlikely that she cared. The little dry bone knife kept swinging. Moaning, roaring, fear, scared, hopeless. Whatever emotion was displayed did not stop the hand wielding the little dry bone knife. Before, when the gold, 9-headed dragon's power had almost destroyed her body, Demon Alpha already wanted to kill him. Why would she put her knife away now? A knife slashed Dragon One's head. Its blood-curdling cries were heard throughout space. This was a day that would be remembered. The gold, 9-headed dragon had been chopped to pieces. Space was dyed gold. A hopeless dragon moan echoed through the universe. Dragon One's shadow was in space, but the shadow instantly turned to dust. It scattered away with the sky full of gold dragon blood. Every dragon's body shook. They all cried bloody tears. They could not believe Dragon One had been killed in space like that. He was the first true god-class creature that had been killed in the Geno-God-list fight. I am Demon Alpha. Whoever offends the demon will be slashed. Demon Alpha's cold voice echoed through space. From this day on, every creature in the universe was going to remember that name and sentence. I can't believe this. Dragon One was killed like that. The dragon. It is game over. The woman's voice sounded extremely weird. Although no one could see Demon Alpha's body in space, her vision was still scouring that portion of the empty. It was like a body that looked like a demon and a ghost was in front of the woman. Sky Palace leader sighed and said, "Success is brave, but there is also bravery in failure. I hope the dragons will be able to overcome this loss. I hope they do not sink in the river of time." The dragons used all their power to produce this latest dragon leader, but he was easily cut up like that in space. The dragons are in danger. The woman shook her head with a wry smile. Who is this Demon Alpha anyway? She has such a scary power. With the resources the demons have, there is no way they could have made someone like that. This era is messed up. Sky Palace leader did not answer her. He looked into space, which was far away. Interesting. Very interesting. Although I could not see 100 dragons coming out together, it was still amazing. God held his hands and laughed. He looked satisfied. Do you know this Demon Alpha? How could she possess such scary powers? Hansen asked. God shook his head. Did I not tell you that God does not know everything? I am just like you. I only know what I see. I have never seen Demon Alpha before, so I do not know anything about her. There is one thing I know for sure. What is that? Hansen asked. In her hands, that little dry bone knife was a god personality armament, God said with certainty. When Hansen heard that, his expression changed. He thought, if Demon Alpha really is Azura, then Ancient Devil and the Azura really did summon a dying god. Was that a god spirit? With their power back then, how were they able to kill the god spirit? Even though the god spirit was heavily injured, it would have still been impossible. Their powers were on vastly different scales. There could have been no chance. Even God hides, so why would it let them kill him? They still did not have the power to kill a god spirit. Does it mean that after Azura went to the universe, he killed the god spirit and got the god personality armament? Hansen could not guess the truth either, but he was really bothered by Demon Alpha looking just like Zero. It looks like I need to find a chance to talk to Ancient Devil and Yasha again about what Azura really was. What god spirit's god personality armament is that? Hansen asked. There are too many gods, and I do not remember all of them, God said after touching his nose. Are there really that many gods? Hansen asked with confusion. There are not many real gods, God said. After saying that, he did not say any more. Demon Alpha's fight shocked the whole universe. The demons were famous among the higher races. Now, they had become the most famous in the whole universe. Everyone knew the demons would rank up soon. It only depended on if Demon Alpha was daring enough to trigger the lantern fight. With Demon Alpha's power, the demons could enter the top 10 races without any trouble. The factions with a similar power to Demon Alpha were feeling as if they were facing a crisis. They thought Demon Alpha might destroy their race at any moment, or she might take their territory and xenogenic space and pillage and plunder them for the demons. Some races saw the potential of an alliance. Many had already sent messengers to try and befriend the demons. All this did not really have a connection to Han Senator after he became butterfly class. There were not enough resources to support his ascension to true God. He watched other fights alongside God. Aside from the battle between Demon Alpha and Dragon 1, there weren't any more interesting battles. All the elites just fought to a point where a winner could be determined. Few dared to lose their lives in combat there. What happened to Dragon 1 made every elite a whole lot more cautious. They would not underestimate any opponent they encountered. Golden Growler was still winning like an invincible foe. The scary power he wielded had been agreed by most as the greatest. Most believed it was highly likely that Golden Growler would win the tournament. They thought he was even greater than Demon Alpha. Sky Palace leader and the very high leader did not need to be described. They just talked their enemies out of the way. One could not really tell how strong they were. Han Sen cared about a guy called Lu Lai, who used his body to become a butterfly-class xenogenic. Most importantly, Han Sen found there was something familiar about him. Is he a member of Blood Legion? Han Sen wondered. This Lu Lai is interesting, God said with a smile. Why is he interesting? Han Sen asked. He is better than you think, God casually replied. He is a real human. Is he human? In that case, what are you going to do? Han Sen forced his question to sound nonchalant, but he really wanted to know what God would do if he found out about another human. I do not plan on doing anything yet. I will keep watching the matches and wait for interesting spirits to fight each other. God's answer surprised him. Han Sen thought humans were taboo for the universe. God found out Lu Lai was a human, so he wagered he would do something. Do not look at me like that. I am a god and not a crazy dog. Do you think I will bite whatever I see? God laughed. Han Sen looked at God and said, I thought you treated humans differently. I would treat them differently, but the Geno God list plays by my rules. It would be lame of me to break my own rules. After that, God looked like he was smiling, but he wasn't smiling at Han Sr. What about you? You treat humans differently too. Why do you disguise yourself as one? I told you already that I am human. There is no pretending, Han Sen said with a simple shrug of his shoulders. The two of them were in sync, so they stopped talking about it. They continued to watch the Geno God list fights. There were many scary elites in the universe. Han Sen thought the Geno God list would be dominated by the 3 high races, but things really did not turn out that way. Many deified elites were from the 3 high races, but most of the deified elites were not from the 3 high races. There were many races Han Sen had never heard of before. It looks like the universe has many scary creatures hiding in it. I must be careful. Han Sen had a look at his next opponent. It was a butterfly-class Deep Abyss Knight. It was quite powerful. It crushed other xenogenics of the same level to reach this round. Han Sen thought, although he is powerful, I do not think he can challenge me. The next few fights will be really boring. Would you like to play some chess? God stretched as he spoke to Han Sen. Sure. Han Sen did not decline. He wanted to play chess with God. Although he always lost, his chess skills were improving because of these losses. The game of chess was like a game of fighting. The more he improved in chess, the newer the areas and ideas Han Sen could learn for proper combat. That made him keep on wanting to play. With Han Sen's personality, if he did not win a round, he would not give up. After dozens of heartbreaking rounds of chess, Han Sen's next fight finally rolled around. Han Sen stood up and said, "Keep the game going. We will continue when I return." Their match was only halfway through. It looked as if he was going to win, so he wanted to quickly finish Deep Abyss Night before continuing with God. "Okay. Good luck to you," God said with a smile. Han Sen accepted the Geno God List invitation and went to the space battleground. Deep Abyss Knight was a xenogeniac. He had an armored knight upper body and the lower body of an octopus. Many black, metal tentacles wriggled around his lower body. It was like he had a weird shadow. Even the space around him was twisted. Han Sen had watched the Deep Abyss Knight fight before. He knew that the Deep Abyss Knight was a dark element xenogeniac. He could release very strong and corrosive dark powers. His defensive attributes were very high. If a xenogeniac of the same level attacked his armor, one would be able to break it. Regarding his metallic tentacles, even if they were cut off, replacements grew almost instantly. So, attacking the tentacles was pointless. One had to break the armor or body to succeed. Han Sen was holding the return empty scabbard. It counted as half a god personality armament. Although it was man-made, it was not as powerful as a real god personality armament. Still, it was a treasure that was close to true god class. Although Han Sen wanted to hurry and play chess, Han Sen did not underestimate Deep Abyss Knight. He still stayed vigilant. Han Sen's xenogeniac mode was almost invincible, but there were many xenogeniacs in the universe. They all had unbelievable powers. If Han Sen encountered a strange power and fell into its tricks, he would pay the price with his life. This was not a joke. The intelligence of most xenogeniacs was not too high. Even if it was high, they would be low when it came to their emotional intelligence. Han Sen and the xenogeniac had nothing to talk about, so Han Sen gathered up power via his return empty scabbard and attacked. The knife was pure power, but his xenogeniac power amplified its strength to a force that exceeded true god class. A butterfly xenogeniac at the same level stood no chance of trying to withstand Han Sen's power. The return empty scabbard had its own power to deal too. If an ordinary butterfly xenogeniac was struck by Han Sen, it would end up dead or injured. The Deep Abyss Knight was very cold. His eyes were like black holes. They were so deep that it was like they could absorb light. He did not dodge. The Deep Abyss Knight crossed his arms across his chest. He was not planning on moving an inch. When the return empty scabbard got closer, the tentacles below his body moved. They were going for Han Sen's return empty scabbard. The tentacles struck the return empty scabbard, but not a single sound was made. The tentacles silently wrapped up the return empty scabbard. The suckers below the tentacles started to suck the return empty scabbard. Han Sen's expression changed. From what he had seen before, he knew the Deep Abyss Knight was strong, but he couldn't have such a strong power. He used one tentacle to block his return empty scabbard's slash. With a power like that, Han Sen believed Deep Abyss Knight was a true god class. Han Sen's eyes looked cold. He was holding the return empty scabbard. He tried to pull it back. He saw the return empty scabbard flash with a purple light. No matter how hard Han Sen tried, the return empty scabbard did not move. It was sucked onto the tentacles. The Deep Abyss Knight's arms were still crossed across his chest. He coldly looked at Han Sen with a face of utter disdain and said, "Stupid creature." Following his words, purple and black flames surged out of the Deep Abyss Knight's body. His entire body was like a demon crawling out of purgatory. The tentacles holding the scabbard swung. They pulled on Han Sen and the scabbard. At the same time, other tentacles were wrapping up his body. Han Sen was shocked. He had to let the scabbard go. He quickly stumbled back and evaded the attacks of the lashing tentacles. How is that possible? How did the Deep Abyss Knight's power become so much stronger? Han Sen asked with a frown. If he did not know the Geno God list fights could have people swapping position, he would have started wondering whether or not it was the same Deep Abyss Knight he had seen before. Its power was certainly different. It was not just Han Sen that was confused. Many elites who knew Deep Abyss Knight were also in shock. Since when did the Deep Abyss Knight become so strong? With his power now, it does not look like a dark element only. The woman in Sky Palace was shocked. It is weird. Sky Palace leader frowned. In the very high, exquisite and Likir watched the scene. They thought it was strange too. Likir said, I thought Deep Abyss Knight was a dark element being. Why is this Dark Knight suddenly different? Will Dollar lose? It looks like Deep Abyss Knight is stronger than Dollar, Exquisite coldly said. Just one skill has disarmed him. He took his treasure scabbard. I am afraid Dollar is going to lose this round. When Likir heard that, she felt terrible. Although she had been unsuccessful in making Dollar her silkworm, she still did not want Dollar to lose. On Empty Mountain, the green-haired beast looked confused. Weird. Why is that Deep Abyss Knight so strong? I fought Deep Abyss Knight once, and he was not that strong. The woman nearby coldly looked at Deep Abyss Knight and said, in this world, whatever monster shows up, it does not matter. Little Mountain Leader will defeat them. Empty Mountain will once again be back on top. You are right, the green-haired beast said with a cocky look. Little Mountain Leader's power is almost as good as the old Mountain Leader. Swallowing a true god is not difficult for it. Whether it's Deep Abyss Knight or Dollar, whoever stands in Little Mountain Leader's way will end up dead. When Isha saw that the return empty scabbard had been stolen by Deep Abyss Knight, she frowned. What is Dollar doing? In the Extreme King Garden, God stroked his jaw and said to himself, was my hint not clear enough? He used Sky Armor God's rib bone to attack Sky Armor God. That is just giving up the ghost. You just gave the God personality back. With Sky Armor God's personality, I do not think he will take the God personality and run. Deep Abyss Knight swung his tentacles and brought the scabbard next to him. Then, he let go of his arm. He used his right arm to grab the return empty scabbard. His eyes flashed with a weird light. Han Sen frowned and looked at Deep Abyss Knight. He felt there was something wrong. Deep Abyss Knight was releasing a presence that felt the same as the return empty scabbard. Deep Abyss Knight stroked the return empty scabbard. He felt extremely happy. His happiness could not be described. My God personality has finally been returned. After Deep Abyss Knight performed that action, the return empty scabbard's light became brighter and brighter. It looked like the flames on Deep Abyss Knight were connecting. They released a light that blew into the sky. At this time even the elites who were watching could tell what was happening. Deep Abyss Knight did not have strong enough power to cause a reaction with the scabbard that would result in it exploding so powerfully. This is true God-class power, the woman said with shock. Did Deep Abyss Knight become a true god? No, that is not a true god. He is not the real Deep Abyss Knight. Sky Palace leader's eyes were icy. He said, he is a god spirit that descended. Han Sen knew what the Deep Abyss Knight's problem was. He thought, it looks like Deep Abyss Knight already combined with the universe's god body by a god. His presence and scabbard are so similar, and the scabbard was made from a broken god personality. That means he is the scabbard's master. He must be that Sky Armor God. It is no wonder God told me not to bring out the scabbard when facing Sky Armor God. That is why. But that heads up was fairly useless. How was I supposed to know when and where Sky Armor God would fight me? I could not hold off on using the scabbard forever. With that being the case, what is the point in owning the scabbard in the first place? After guessing Sky Armor God's identity, Han Sen was not keen on standing down. He continued looking at Sky Armor God, who was doing the same. Sky Armor God was holding the scabbard. Although he resonated with the scabbard because it was man-made, recovering his body with it would still take some time and tricks. Furthermore, Sky Armor God did not want to open his chest in public and fit his bone back inside. For now, Sky Armor God only held the scabbard. The purple and black flames on his body kept burning as he looked at Hansen. It was not an option for him to take the scabbard, concede, and leave the space battleground. That was impossible. Gods had the dignity of gods. Even if Sky Armor God wanted to leave, he had to leave as the victor. Because you took my god personality, this is your unlucky day. Sky Armor God stared at Han Senator. He raised the scabbard and looked at him with disdain. As your reward for returning the scabbard, I will allow you to die by the scabbard. After that, Sky Armor God waved his arm. The scabbard carried a scary purple and black knife light. It came straight for Hansen. The knife light acted as if it was splitting space in half. It was so powerful that it made people's hearts tremble. When seeing this slash, the expressions on the faces of many deified xenogeniacs changed. Hansen's body quickly flashed away. He had dodged the knife light. When it appeared again, it was on the other side of space. Galaxy teleportation. Hansen had practiced his teleportation abilities for a long time. He had finally practiced galaxy teleportation, but Hansen had only studied a part of it. He modified space teleportation into a version that was more suitable for his body. Because of the Dongxian Aura's power buff, Hansen's break space flash was faster than God's Wander. He used space teleportation as a normal teleportation talent. It was even faster than short-distance teleportation. No one expected Hansen would be able to dodge that slashing power. Sky Armor God waved the scabbard again. He swung it at Han Senator. This time, it was stronger and faster. It suddenly ripped space to appear directly in front of Hansen. Hansen's body was able to flash away, so the knife light missed its target. How many attacks are you able to evade? Sky Armor God coldly asked. He started slashing with the scabbard at an even faster pace. Sky Armor God slashed a dozen times. Each slash was faster and harder than the one before. He was slashing out many purple and black space cracks, which were like deep trenches in the vastness of space. Even so, not a single one of them was able to damage Hansen. That is a very fast space teleportation skill. It seems faster than the very highest God's Wander. This dollar is not an easy fellow to beat. Sky Palace leader was shocked by the performance. God Spirit combined body, the woman said. That power can challenge a true God class and perhaps something even stronger. Space teleportation speed can dodge the striking attacks. That is very rare. It is a shame that evading attacks is ultimately pointless. He cannot go against the Sky Armor God and slay a god. He will lose. Going against the Sky Armor God and slaying a god is not easy. If this was Golden Growler, he might stand a chance of beating the enemy. Sky Palace leader looked at Hansen and said, Body fitness is strong, but he is still only butterfly class. If he could become a true god, perhaps he could stand a chance. All the elites of every race understood Hansen's situation. Relying on the unlimited space teleportation, he was able to dodge the Deep Abyss Knight's attacks. But who knew space teleportation itself cost energy? To keep using space teleportation like that meant he would eventually run out of power. Once that happened, he was going to lose. Space teleportation is very powerful. It looks like he can use it whenever and however he wants. He does not need to prepare time for it, and he can keep using it to move. That is stronger than the very highest God's Wander. The Extreme King's second uncle profusely complimented the talent. Bai King looked at the space battleground without speaking. His eyes looked strange. He felt a bit angry. A god spirit has descended to Earth. He took the Deep Abyss Knight's body. They are getting more ballsy. Bai King recognized Sky Armor God. After all, his power had been able to combine with the return empty scabbard. It was too easy to guess the identity of the villain. It did not matter who was king of the Extreme King at the time. Any of them would have despised Sky Armor God. The same applied to Bai King. If he was able to strike, he would want to be like Knife King and cut out Sky Armor God's bones again. Sky Armor God thought space teleportation required a lot of power. All he had to do was slash a few more times to make Hansen exhausted. When he could no longer use space teleportation, he could kill him. Hansen kept using space teleportation without reprieve, and he was showing no signs of slowing down. That surprised Sky Armor God. In fact, it was not just Sky Armor God who was surprised. Even God, who was in the garden, was surprised. He is continuously using space teleportation, yet his body does not look like it is getting tired. It is not just his body that is strong. His body keeps drawing in energy from the universe to keep his energy reserves full. The very high can barely do something like that even if they max out Sky and men combined together. He is just a butterfly and can already do this. Is it a simple talent, or has he practiced it a lot? Ordinary deified creatures were afraid of using too much power, but Hansen had 4 battle bodies that were combined. The Dongxian battle body was able to keep on absorbing energy directly from the universe. It kept providing him with energy. If Hansen's body did not collapse, he could fight endlessly. He did not have to worry about exhaustion. Sky Armor God saw the problem. He coldly grunted. In that case, I will make you stop hiding. The scabbard slashed out like a shadow. Many knife lights created a crack in space. He was going to trap Hansen inside a space crack. Space teleportation was actually a space movement. If Sky Armor God cracked the space around Hansen, he would be totally disconnected from it. Even if Hansen had his powerful space teleportation skill, he could not escape it. Hansen kept teleporting. More cracks were showing up in space, so there were fewer places for him to teleport to. The space battleground was not the real universe. It was just an area of space. Its power was limited. Hansen did not have enough space to move around freely. Hansen did not expect to keep running around forever. Teleporting was a way for him to observe. He wanted to learn about Sky Armor God's power. He did not know anything about Sky Armor God. People needed to know their enemy, so Hansen had to learn about Sky Armor God. Hansen had slain 2 gods. He did not mind doing it again, but he needed to make sure it was a success. He could not blindly attack and end up dying. Where are you running to? Sky Armor God kept slashing. Purple and black knife lights kept cutting space up, producing the scary space cracks. Hansen was now surrounded by space cracks from all directions. He was trapped in the sole area that had not been broken, but space there was cut off from the outside. No matter how strong Hansen's space teleportation was, he could no longer teleport away. In Blood Legion, Lu Lai looked at Sky Armor God with fire. He recognized who Sky Armor God was. It is over. Dollar is strong, but fighting a god is too much. It was a shame it was not me encountering this god. Otherwise, I might have been able to kill him. The elites of every race knew this fight was going to end soon. Hansen conceding was the only outcome. There was no way he could escape the attack of Sky Armor God. He could only be killed. Sky Armor God wanted to hurry things up and be able to refine the god personality. He did not have the mood to drag this out and play games with Hansen, therefore, he unleashed his attack. Hansen did not want to lose and quit the space battleground. He had been observing this for so long. Even though he had no idea what Sky Armor God's limit was, he knew for sure that after Deep Abyss Knight combined with Sky Armor God, the body still had some of Deep Abyss Knight's power. After combining the god personality, Deep Abyss Knight's body was also reinforced. It was able to reach true god class. Currently, Sky Armor God was just a true god class creature. Achieving victory was not out of the question. Seeing the ripping sky and knife light in front of him, Hansen put out his hand. A green bone lance appeared in it. He thrust it forward against the knife light. He is trying too hard. No matter how strong a butterfly-class fighter is, he cannot fight a god spirit. The woman in Sky Palace frowned as she spoke. Many others had the same worry. No matter how they viewed this, they all agreed that he was trying too hard. When the spear hit the knife light, people were shocked to find out the lance light was able to pierce through the knife light. It looked like the northern lights. The body and lance teleported in front of Sky Armor God. It was being thrust into Sky Armor God's arm that was holding the scabbard. Sky Armor God did not expect that would happen. It was too late for him to stop. He used the armor of his arm to block. Catcha! Sky Armor God paid the price because of his pride and ignorance. The green light pierced through the armor and drilled into him. The entire head of the lance was being thrust through. It penetrated Sky Armor God's gauntlet and arm. Sky Armor God was in pain. He could not hold the scabbard tightly. Hansen was able to grab it back. His body was in extreme shock, so he started to stumble back. Seeing Sky Armor God's arm with god blood bleeding out of it, even Sky Palace leader and Bai King were incredibly shocked. They could not help but look at Hansen's Sky Radish Bone Lance. It is a god personality armament. Sky Armor God looked ill. He stared at the Sky Radish Bone Lance in Hansen's hands. In the wound on his arm, green saplings were starting to grow. This was different from Hansen killing a Xenogeniac with one hit. The saplings on Sky Armor God's arm were growing slowly. They began as little green leaves. It looks like gods cannot completely withstand the power of a god personality armament. Hansen made his mind up. As long as he was able to hurt the god, he had nothing to be afraid of. God personality armament. Throughout the universe, many ancient and hidden elites heard Sky Armor God say those words. They were instantly in shock. People who knew what a god personality armament also knew how difficult it was to gain a god personality armament. It cannot be a real god personality armament, the Sky Palace woman said with surprise. With Dollar's level, he does not have the power to enter the Geno Hall. How could he have a god personality armament? If the god spirit said it was a god personality armament, that is what it is. This Dollar is becoming more and more interesting, Sky Palace leader said while squinting his eyes. He was checking out Hansen and the Sky Radish God Lance. Interesting. Lulai stared at Hansen with fire in his eyes. A god personality armament? Bai King looked weird. It was difficult to tell what he was thinking. How is that possible? Asked the green-haired beast. That cannot be a real god personality armament. In a dark corner of the world, Old Vulture and Auntie May had strange expressions on their faces. Could that truly be a real god personality armament? Did Dollar enter the Geno Hall and kill a god spirit? Auntie May looked at Old Vulture and asked, "Have you guys seen that god personality armament? Was it left by that guy?" "I do not think so," Old Vulture said while shaking his head. "There has never been a lance like this before. If it was not from before, did he really go to the Geno Hall, kill a god spirit, and run? That is impossible." Auntie May shook her head. Suddenly, all the elites in the universe were staring at the Sky Radish God Lance. Their faces kept changing. No matter how you get your hands on a god personality armament or who you are, you must die today. Sky Armor God stared at Han Senator. The mood to kill was almost tangible. The purple-black flames on him were getting stronger. The saplings had only just shown up, but the flames made them stop growing. Even the scabbard in Han Sen's hand was struggling. It wanted to fly back to Sky Armor God. Han Sen used significant strength to suppress the scabbard, which did not fly to Sky Armor God. Boom! Sky Armor God's fire was like the eruption of a volcano. With that wash of power, the metal armor melted into iron juice. It was dripping across his body like a meteor shower through space that was falling. The tentacles were dancing. Sky Armor God was coming for Han Senator. After the armor on his body slowly melted off, it revealed a powerful and naked chest. Many bones could be seen on his chest, giving him the appearance of a skeleton. The skeleton was like a purple crystal. It was startlingly clear, but it was getting deeper. It looked like the material to make a return empty scabbard. Quickly, a purple outside bone armor was floating on Sky Armor God's chest. It protected his chest. The bone armor looked exactly like two purple ribs together. There were 7 rib bones on each side. It looked very symmetric, but the left side was missing 1 bone. This guy really is Sky Armor God. When the people of the Extreme King saw the missing rib bone on the outside skeleton armor, they were able to confirm Sky Armor God's identity. It made them all gnash their teeth. It looks like the scabbard is made from this outside bone armor's rib bones. Can 1 rib bone have that effect? If we cut both sides of the rib bone. Hansen squinted his eyes and stared at Sky Armor God. He was not afraid of Sky Armor God exploding with power. Bzzzt. Hansen kept trying to suppress return empty scabbard, which had a power that could not be imagined. It escaped Hansen's hand and flew to Sky Armor God. Hansen opened the palms of his hand. His hands had a wound that revealed the bones within the flesh. They were there because of the return empty scabbard's escape. Very powerful power. Hansen thought. The return empty scabbard flew back to Sky Armor God. It landed on the broken bones. It was now like another rib bone. It lined up on the armor of the outside skeleton. The broken parts were connecting, slowly becoming a part of the skeleton armor. The scabbard bone looked a bit different than the other rib bones. After all, it had been made into a scabbard. Its original look was hard to maintain. Blasphemy to a god spirit. Die. Sky Armor God appeared like a god as he looked at Han Senator. His body surged with a scary presence. The bone armor was bright. It was like it was connecting to all of space. The god sounds were like thunder. Oh, my days. What is going on? Many creatures who did not know the truth were frozen. Sky Armor God released pressure. Even the people outside the battleground felt uncomfortable. Their foreheads developed a cold sweat. The weaker creatures with smaller hearts were paralyzed on the floor. That should not be Deep Abyss Night. Although ordinary creatures did not know Sky Armor God, they started to wonder after seeing that power. Deep Abyss Night was a dark element deified xenogenic. No matter how powerful they were, they should not have had the power of a god. Sky Armor God was damaged by the Extreme King. Now, he was damaged by Han Senator. He was furious. He activated his god personality to try and kill Hansen. When the god personality raged, Sky Armor God used his power to the max. Hansen clearly saw the universe had a universal cogwheel. The light Sky Armor God's outside skeleton armor was dyed purple. It had the same color as the skeleton armor. All of the universal cogwheels that connected to the substance chains were being affected. Hansen tried to use his Dongxian area to control the purple universal cogwheels, but he noticed he was unable to do anything about them. It was like the universal cogwheels formed an independent operation mode. It was like they were not getting affected by the Dongxian area. Bzzzt. Sky Armor God continued his approach. The flickering, purple lights of the universal cogwheels made them spin faster. It made the substance chains move faster. Destiny's knife armor bone is like jail. God Sky Armor. Sky Armor God's voice boomed like thunder. The purple light was spreading in front of his chest. It became a purple light knife. It suddenly trapped Hansen's body inside it. Hansen's Sky Radish God lance exploded with a scary green light. It swept across the purple light knife, but the Sky Radish God lance touched the purple light knife. The purple light knife did not break. It was not shaken away. It stuck to the Sky Radish God lance. Caca, caca. Hansen saw the purple light knife sticking to the sky radish god lance and realized it was a layer of purple bones. The purple bones were stuck to the sky radish god lance. It was like sky radish god lance had a bone-lock shell, and every bone was stuck to it. Hansen felt the sky radish god lance become heavier. In the blink of an eye, Hansen was almost unable to hold the sky radish god lance. At the same time, the purple light knife was shining at Hansen from all angles. Hansen dragged the sky radish god lance, wanting to use his space teleportation to leave. He noticed that the universal cogwheels around him were cut off by the purple universal cogwheels. Unless he could break the purple universal cogwheels, he could not use space teleportation to escape. Hansen had to swing his fist to fight. He wanted to shake away the purple light knife. When the purple light knife touched his fist, it became a bone slice. Within a moment, Hansen's body was covered in bone slices. The sky radish god lance had them too. Hansen's entire body was hanging in space. He was like a statue that wore bone armor. With the suppression of the bone slices, Hansen's power could not move an inch. All the power in his body exploded like crazy. He could barely stand. He did not get crushed by the bone slices. So, what if you have a god personality armament? A low-life creature is a low-life creature. It does not matter what you have. In front of a god, you are just a worthless piece of trash. Sky Armor God coldly looked at Han Senator. His eyes looked scary and murderous. With the things he said, the bone slices on Hansen started to go straight and turn into weapons. They were going to cut into Hansen's flesh, riddling his skin with thousands and thousands of cuts. The bone slices were incredibly sharp. They pierced into Hansen's flesh. Even though Hansen's body was like a true god body, he could not block the cuts dealt by those bone slices. The scariest thing about it was that the bone slice suppression prevented his power from leaking beyond them. Hansen was unable to move. This is what you get for committing blasphemous acts upon a god spirit. The Sky Armor Bone Jail will strip you of your flesh. It will have you pay for your crimes. Sky Armor God looked very excited. Game over. Now Dollar cannot even concede. Li Kier turned pale. She was worried about Dollar. It is a shame that the god personality armament looks like it was not Dollar himself that went to the Geno Hall to get the god personality armament. Bai King shook his head. He has a god personality armament but still cannot kill a god. In Sky Palace, the woman looked disappointed. Dollar is only butterfly class, Sky Palace leader said with a sigh and a look of great shame. His flesh is still better than a true god. He can fight a true god but not a god spirit. If he can level up to true god, I would say he stands a very good chance. What a shame. I am afraid he will not have another chance at this. Tang Jinliu looked into the space battleground. He was shouting, "Keep going. Don't just stand there." Wang Yuhang and the others all looked a bit pale. Ningyu looked scared while holding Bauer's arm. Little Angel and Zero were watching Hansen with eyes full of worry. It seemed as if the creatures of the universe forgot to breathe. They nervously looked at the bone slices cutting into Hansen's flesh. They were thinking of the cruel scene that was going to happen. Hansen, who had countless bone slices piercing into his flesh, finally spoke. "You are Sky Armor God, right?" "I did not expect you to know my god title," Sky Armor God coldly said. "Are you really a god?" Hansen asked. "Not bad, but it is too late to beg," Sky Armor God confidently said. Performing a blasphemous act against a god spirit is something that cannot be forgiven. Hansen looked at Sky Armor God and coldly said, "Unforgivable is used well. My blasphemy to a god spirit should have me cut up thousands of times without forgiveness. You forced your way into another creature's body and also killed people. What is a crime like that worth?" Sky Armor God laughed and said, "I am God. Gods control the universe. I have not sinned. Even if I have sinned, everyone should suffer. Who can judge me? I am God. Me, Hansen calmly said. What did you say? Sky Armor God thought that was funny. He looked at Hansen like he was a funny clown. If no one can judge you, then I will judge you. Hansen was still calmly looking at Sky Armor God. Do you think you can judge me, God? I am right here. How are you going to judge me? Sky Armor God looked at Hansen like he was smiling, but he wasn't smiling. His words were smothered in a joking tone of voice. Hansen's body was going to get cut, yet he could still talk like that. From Sky Armor God's perspective, he was a lunatic. It was not just Sky Armor God thinking that. Most creatures in the universe started to wonder if Hansen was crazy. In a time like that, he could still talk that way. So, Sky Armor God, allow me to judge you. Hansen looked at Sky Armor God as he slowly spoke each word. While Hansen spoke, his left eye, which had the black and white color, was flashing. Suddenly, the eye no longer looked human. It looked like a cold, mechanical eye. When Hansen became Butterfly class and his left eye combined with the True God class Extreme King's overbearing eye, he accidentally leveled up. It was a shame he failed to achieve True God class. Although his leveling up had failed, the Extreme King's overbearing eye absorbed Hansen's xenogeneic power. It resulted in a change. It combined with Hansen's xenogeneic body, turning his left eye into a True God class existence. Now, Hansen's whole body was mostly Butterfly class. Only his left eye was True God class. It was strange. His eye possessed law power. With it combining with Hansen's xenogeneic power, it created some sort of mutation. It was a bit different from the Extreme King's overbearing eye law power. Hansen did not know if his True God left eye could threaten Sky Armor God, but this was a different God to the one in his house. He sensed a very dark black color inside Sky Armor God's body. It was the color of crime. It was so dark that it was like ink. God only knew how many sins Sky Armor God had committed to have this color. It does not matter if you are a true God or a fake God. I will judge your crimes today. Hansen sounded very cold. The white and black colors of his eyes exploded. Bzzzt. A black and white two-toned beam of light exploded from Hansen's eye. It shone on Sky Armor God. The beam of light looked like it was supposed to be there. Sky Armor God did not have any time to react. His entire body was covered by the black and white two-toned beam of light. The black beam of light became chains that entangled Sky Armor God's body. The white beam of light became a book. It was in front of Sky Armor God. Sky Armor God was shocked and angry. He tried his best to get rid of the black chains, but he noticed his entire body had been trapped by a weird power. He was unable to move. How is that possible? In the universe, there is a power that can restrict my power. What is this power? Sky Armor God was shocked. Catcha! Catcha! Sky Armor God was tangled up by the black chains, so he could not use his power. The bone slices around Hansen started to fall away. The purple bone slices turned into dust. Hansen was set free. Let me see what crimes Sky Armor God has committed. Hansen raised his hands. The white beam of light became an old book that landed on Hansen. Hansen flipped through the pages, but they were empty. There was no law inside them. There also were no scales or counterweights similar to when Hansen was being judged. The moment Hansen received the book, his brain had many images playing like a movie. They kept flickering in his head. They made Hansen understand something. Sky Armor God, you have committed serious crimes. You should die. Hansen raised his head and wrote down the word die in his book. The book suddenly flew up. The word die started to shine. It became an executioner's sword that slashed towards Sky Armor God. How dare you, a low-life creature, judge a god like me? Sky Armor God was furious. Beneath the black chains that bound him, Sky Armor God was unable to move his body. Catcha! The executioner's sword came down. It cut off Sky Armor God's head, resulting in blood immediately squirting out. The creatures in the universe were frozen. They could not believe what they were seeing. Sky Armor God, who was so powerful earlier, had been simply decapitated like that. In Sky Palace, the woman opened her mouth in shock. Am I hallucinating? Sky Armor God was killed just like that? That was like law power, but it was somewhat different. Sky Palace leader also looked confused. The Extreme King were very surprised. Bai was shocked. That power looked like the second leader of the Extreme King's overbearing eye, but it was still quite different. It is scarier. Can law power judge a god spirit? If we knew that, we should have let our children and grandchildren learn the second leader's Geno arts. Who is this dollar? He is too strange. Can he just kill a god spirit like that? The universe was shocked to its core. Ordinary creatures did not know how powerful god spirits were. Only the old antiques knew how scary god spirits were. Every one of them looked surprised. The execution ended. The black chains and old white book were gone. It did not make Hansen feel relaxed. He still stared at Sky Armor God's body. Hansen saw the body outside of the skeleton armor was melting. Sky Armor God's body looked like Deep Abyss Knight again. After Hansen slew Sky Armor God, the announcement he got was for killing a butterfly, Deep Abyss Knight. It was not for killing Sky Armor God. Hansen knew why this was happening. The crime Hansen saw did not belong to Sky Armor God. It belonged to the true owner of the body, who was Deep Abyss Knight. The law power could only judge Deep Abyss Knight's body. It was unable to kill Sky Armor God. It made Sky Armor God separate from Deep Abyss Knight. He had become a god spirit with nothing. He left Deep Abyss Knight's body. Ordinary creatures could only see a purple bone armor rise to the sky. They could not see the purple bone armor with the god spirit Sky Armor God. This is not over yet, Sky Armor God angrily said to Han Senator. He sent the god personality back to Sky Armor God's temple. After the god spirit and god personality combined with the creatures in the universe, they could not just separate again. He forced it to separate. Because of that, he was damaged. He could no longer fight. One could have said he was in a bad situation. It was worse than when Knife King stole his rib bone. Without a universe god body, he could not do anything to the creatures of the universe. Therefore, there was no point in him staying any longer. It is not over yet, Hansen coldly said. Only one of us will live. It will not happen to you, Sky Armor God coldly grunted. He ignored Han Senator. He just wanted to return to Sky Armor God Temple. He was no longer able to attack creatures in the universe, but creatures of the universe could not damage him. Thus, Sky Armor God was not worried Hansen could hurt him. I am going to make you unable to die or live. Sky Armor God was madly cursing him. He was forced to separate from his universe god body. The damage he incurred was worse than when Knife King stole his rib bone. Upon thinking of that, Sky Armor God menacingly looked at Han Senator. He was instantly shocked. Hansen's body had a giant, green god spirit. It was holding Sky Radish God Lance. It came before him. Skyvine Radish. No. Sky Armor God screamed, but he could only shout no. The big green god spirit clutched the Sky Radish God Lance to break his spirit body. The god personality fell. Hansen took it. God spirit hunted. Found god spirit gene. Other creatures were unable to see Sky Armor God and Skyvine Radish. After seeing Hansen judge Deep Abyss Knife, a purple bone armor rose from Deep Abyss Knight's body. It looked like Hansen threw the green lance and purple bone armor fell from the sky. Boom! Purple light shot into the sky. It became an empty skycrack in space. A silent, sad mind was all across the universe. It's a god sadness. That is a god sadness. Dollar killed. It is a real god spirit. In the universe, many spirits were looking at the god's sadness appear in space. They were all in shock. Ordinary creatures were doubting Sky God Armor's identity. When the god sadness showed up, they stopped doubting. Oh, my god. Dollar really did kill a god spirit. The human dollar. Can someone tell me what sort of race a human is? This is madness. Another god sadness. This era is madness. Is the chaos of the sacred era repeating? The elites who knew what Sky God Armor meant looked at the god's sadness weirdly. They even lost interest in talking. A butterfly xenogeniac had managed to kill a god spirit, and he was holding a god personality armament in his hands. They wanted to know who this dollar was. Many elites used all kinds of tricks to learn his identity, yet none of them were able to uncover who the elusive dollar was. God stared at Hansen and thought, why would he have Skyvine Radish's spirit? Why would it be controlled by him? Is there some sort of power restricting Skyvine Radish's spirit? After the fight was over, Dollar's name was known across the entire universe. This dollar is a little weird. If Little Mountain Leader encounters him, there might be some trouble, the green-haired beast said with a look of seriousness. He was very confident in Golden Growler's abilities. After watching Hansen defeat Sky Armor God, he was not so sure if Golden Growler was capable of achieving first place. The woman near him coldly said, he was able to defeat Sky Armor God not through his own power, but on a weird Geno art and the god personality armament. He is just a butterfly-class opponent. The god personality armament is strong. With his butterfly body's movement, he cannot beat Little Mountain Leader. That Geno art he has is a law power. It is similar to the second leader of the Extreme King's power. That power is useless against the Little Mountain Leader. You're entitled to say that, but this dollar guy is strange. It is like there are some problems with him, the green-haired beast said with a frown. He could not identify what the problem was. Hansen returned to the garden. God looked at him like he was smiling, but he was not smiling. Hansen knew that God would be suspicious about his ability to make use of the Skyvine Radish. He was not surprised. It did surprise Hansen that while God did look at him, he did not ask anything. Hansen looked at God with curiosity as he asked, "Do you not want to ask anything? If there is something you wanted to tell me, you would tell me without me asking," God coldly said. "If you did not want to say something, you would not answer me even if I asked you. Why would I bother asking? Aren't you good at talking deals? Maybe I will tell you if you talk about deals." Hansen laughed. God shook his head and smiled. He said, "I prefer to discover secrets myself. Things are more interesting that way." Hansen was shocked. He did not expect God would say such a thing. The plans he had made were useless now. He suddenly did not know what to say. Skyvine Radish's God Temple. Sky Armor God has one too, right? Can you take me there again? Hansen had two god personalities. If he did not go to the temple, the god personality seemed useless. Hansen had yet to find a way how to refine the god personalities he had. God shook his head. "No. You can go there, but you will have to go there by yourself." "How do I get there?" Hansen asked. "You will know when you enter the Geno Hall," God said with a smile. Hansen was speechless. He guessed the temples might have been inside the Geno Hall, but he did not think he could go to the Geno Hall just yet. He didn't say anything. Hansen kept watching the god fights, trying to observe the opponents he might later go up against. Because the opponent in the next round had yet to finish, Hansen did not know who he would be going up against. He knew none of his future opponents would be easy. The Geno god fights had been going on for a while. There were no more weaklings. They were all top deifieds now. In a palace in the Extreme King, Ancient Abyss Grandmaster bowed and said, "Mr. The skill dollar used was similar to our second leader of the Extreme King, Extreme King's overbearing eye. Holy Baby's body combined with the Extreme King's overbearing eye. He should be familiar with that Geno art. Do you think Holy Baby is dollar? By King put down his pen. He raised his head and looked at Ancient Abyss Grandmaster. They are both very similar, Ancient Abyss Grandmaster said. Although Holy Baby might not be dollar, if dollar can use a law skill to beat a god spirit, perhaps Mr. Holy Baby can too. Sure, I will deal with this, By King slowly said. Is there anything more? Ancient Abyss Grandmaster sighed and said, there is progress in the Big Baron systems. I have calculated the location of the entrance to the old sacred ruin, but we have run into some trouble. What trouble? By King asked, with a frown. Sky Palace's people were there, Ancient Abyss said. I am afraid they located the entrance too. We are asking for your advice. By King was silent a moment before saying, don't do anything yet. If Sky Palace wants to go in, let them go in first. We will follow. Sure. I understand. Ancient Abyss bowed and left the palace. After Ancient Abyss left, By King thought, Holy Baby. He reached his hand out to take something, but quickly pulled his hand back. He shook his head and said, whatever. Things are already in motion. There is no turning back. We have to keep going. Hansen thought it was By King who had come looking for him to ask about the Extreme King's overbearing eye. Surprisingly, By King did not go and find him. Does the power in my left eye that different from the Extreme King's overbearing eye that By King did not even suspect anything? Hansen wondered. God seemed to know what Hansen was thinking. He laughed and said, the Extreme King must have their suspicions on you, but By King is here. Even if they do, they cannot do anything to you. Is By King not suspicious? Hansen asked. Of course, he is not suspicious, God said with certainty. Why? Hansen did not understand why By King was not suspicious. Because he knows you are dollar. There is no need to be suspicious if he knows. God laughed. Huh? Why doesn't he ask anything? Hansen's suspicions were not minimized because of the answer. Because there is no need to ask, God said. It does not matter if you are dollar or not. To him, all that matters is that you keep living. Why does he want me to keep living? Hansen was even more confused. God laughed and did not answer. He said, after winning one more round, you will breach the top 100. Then, you will be able to leave your name on the Geno God list. Will you feel successful? Hansen thought he would have trouble getting into the top 100, but his opponent gave up. His enemy did not appear on the space battleground for their fight. Hansen realized that killing Sky Armor God had created an interesting effect. Before figuring out who he was, even top-class deified elites feared him. Just like this round, the opponent was the top class. It was a true god-class Xenogeneic that was very powerful. Even he did not dare go to the space battleground to fight. These people are overestimating my abilities. But that is good. It saves me a lot of trouble. Hansen departed the space battleground. After entering the top 100 rounds, the modes of fighting had changed. The matches were no longer simple deathmatches. The mode of the top 100 round fights made Hansen complain to God. Your ranking fights are too childish. How can you choose what rank you are? It was no wonder Hansen complained. The top 100 mode of fighting was strange. Every creature in the top 100 list could choose what rank they wanted to be. Each rank could only be chosen by one creature. It did not depend on who was stronger. It was all about speed. If one was fast enough, one could end up being in the top place. When Hansen looked at the matches, things seemed even more unreasonable. After picking a rank, every person chose the rank they wished to challenge. If one was on the 100 list and wanted first place, one could go straight to challenge the being in first place. That challenge could only be done once. If one failed, one could not challenge any other rank. No matter how strong one would still be in 100th place. Hansen looked at God and said, "If you do this, then whoever selects first place will accept the challenges of many other creatures. For the spots that no one wants, they would not even have to have a single fight." "You do not understand," God said with a smile. "That is why it is interesting. You should think about what rank you want to be. If you want to be first, just tell me. I can bend the rules for you and put you in first place." "Thanks, but no thanks. I do not want to get ranked." Hansen was considering which rank he should select. Now that he had thought about it, there were skills involved that depended on which rank he selected. Even the ones that could take first place would think about whether or not they should actually choose it. If they kept getting ganged up on, they could lose. The creatures that were just average and not top class had a better chance of getting a higher spot, which would not be outstanding. Hansen planned to choose a spot that was not too high so it would not be outstanding. Although Hansen's power was not bad, and he had a god personality armament, the ones that could get into the top 100 were all true god deified. None of them would be easy to beat. There were people like Very High Leader and Sky Palace Leader. Even if they did not have a god personality armament, they could wield true god weaponry. The chances of Hansen winning were slim. Hansen's target was to reach the top 100. Now, he had what he wanted. He did not plan on reaching first place. With the reward of the ranks, the top 10 must be the most popular. God only knows how many creatures actually want them. When the list is revealed, the top 10 will be bosses. It will only be me there, who is easy to bully. I bet people will want to challenge me. The top 10 is not good for me. Hansen watched for a while. He thought somewhere around 20 would be great. At around 20, true gods would not like that. They would not challenge those places, and the weaker sorts would not select that ranking. Hansen could probably select a ranking there. At around 20, he was able to sit back and watch the fireworks. He would even have a chance to challenge the higher ranks. If he lost, rank 20 would not be so bad. Hansen planned on choosing a rank somewhere around 20. The best spot was 22. If he was unable to choose it, he would choose one of the others inside the 20s. As he waited to choose his rank, Hansen had a screen in front of him. There were 100 squares labeled 1 to 100. The very top had a countdown. After the timer was up, they could start taking their spot and see who got which rank first. Hansen, this god is so boring. Even a fight needs you to take rank. When the countdown was up, Hansen clicked on the number 22 tile. When Hansen was going to select number 22, the number 22 tile became red. Someone had already taken it. Hansen quickly checked out which number in the 20s was still available. He could only hear cha-cha-cha, as all the 20s became red. From 11 to 40, all the positions had been taken. But there were still positions in the top 10 and lower that had yet to be taken. Higher or lower? Hansen hesitated a little. He heard cha-cha-cha. Most of the squares turned red. There were only 3 more numbers behind 95 left. Holy sh*t. This is too fast. Is this a Mother *King garage sale? Hansen felt depressed. There was no point in choosing after 95. The rewards were similar. No one would challenge that spot, so Hansen chose the highest one out of the last 3 numbers. He selected 98. Before he raised his hand, 98 and 99 were gone. There were only 100 left. I can challenge someone once. I will choose 100. Hansen selected the 100th square. After confirming his position, Hansen looked at the rankings. He noticed the one in the highest place was Golden Growler. Very High Leader was second. Lulai was third. Demon Alpha was fourth. A xenogeniac called Seeking Perfume Beast was fifth. Ancient Gods Ancient Sacrifice God was 6th. Extreme Kings by Wu Chang was 7th. A Xenogeneic called Empty Dragon King was 8th. A Xenogeneic was 9th. Han Sen discovered the top 100 were mostly Xenogeneics. The famous races of the universe were actually quite rare. Han Sen looked through it all the way to 81. He then saw the name Zhang Shandao. Sky Palace leader is very humble. He chose such a low rank. Han Sen was speechless. Thinking about Sky Palace leader's personality, it was not too strange that he had chosen that. Han Sen looked down. When he saw number 84, he was shocked. Burning lamp. He cannot be the burning lamp alpha from the Buddha, can he? How did he get into the top 100? Han Sen was a bit surprised. As far as he knew, burning lamp alpha was deified but just larva class. There was no way he had managed to get into the top 100. Buddha had issues with resources and gene talents. Only burning lamp was deified, but his lifespan was almost gone. His ability to level up was practically over. With a guy like that getting into the top 100, it made Han Sen wonder. It was a shame that Han Sen did not read the complete Geno God list fight. He only saw the fights that were about him. He did not notice Burning Lamp working his way into the top 100. God looked at Han Sen's rank and laughed. The top 100 is not bad. Although it is starting a little low, fighting upwards will be fun. Han Sen pointed at the number 84 that displayed the name Burning Lamp and asked, "Have you seen this guy's matches? How did he get into the top 100? As far as I know, he is just larva class." "He is not larva class. He is the same as you. He is butterfly." God paused and said, "This burning lamp was quite interesting. His power was okay, but his lifespan is almost gone. His body is like a lamp that has almost run out of oil. He has managed to rely on one treasure to get here. Getting into the top 100 was due to his complete reliance on that treasure." "What treasure?" Han Sen asked with curiosity. "It was a knife with cause power," God said. "It looked like a true God-class treasure, but it was a bit weird. It looked like a race weapon, but it was not a race weapon." "Buddha has a true God-class treasure?" Han Sen did not dare believe this. "If he fights later, you'll get a chance to watch and find out." God shrugged his shoulders. Han Sen did not say anything, but he had made his mind up. When the God list fights ended, he would go see Buddha. He was going to take back his knife blank, the true God-class knife, and the rewards Burning Lamp Alpha would receive. When a man takes revenge, he takes back triple what was taken. "He stole my knife blank." "Wait. Knife blank? The treasure knife Burning Lamp possesses might have something to do with my knife blank." Han Sen suddenly thought of that. The reason Han Sen did not think of that first was that he did not believe his knife blank could compose the base of a true God treasure. Now that he thought about it, it was too much of a coincidence. "No. I must take a look at Burning Lamp's knife and see if it is my knife blank." Han Sen wanted to see Burning Lamp's treasure knife, but Burning Lamp's rank was too low. No one dared to challenge him, so he would not get a chance to see it. What kind of crap rules did God decide on? That old man Burning Lamp is number 84. No way. Han Sen was not happy. If Han Sen was going to challenge Burning Lamp, 84 was too low. It was not worth doing it. There are 10 days left, anyway. Let's just wait. Han Sen sat next to God and watched the ranked fights. The first round of the ranked fights was for first place. Very High Leader challenged Golden Growler. It seemed as if he really wanted first place. Han Sen thought it must have been Very High Leader not stealing first place, which was why he was going to challenge it instead. Out of Very High Leader and Golden Growler, which do you think is stronger? Han Sen asked God. God said, "They are both deified elites. It is hard to tell. Anyone could win, but I'd put my money on Golden Growler." Why? Hearing God support Golden Growler, Hansen felt relieved. His blood is the best in the entire universe, God said. It is one of the strongest old bloods that has ever existed. Although Golden Growler's blood is not pure, the power of his genes is almost as good as the pure blood. The blood of the very high is not bad, but it is not as good. According to the theory of the advantages and disadvantages of innate genes, Golden Growler is better. But the advantages and disadvantages of one's innate genes cannot decide everything. It still depends on their practice and performance. They have both reached the top, so whoever reigns supreme will still be up for debate. While they were discussing that, Golden Growler and Very High Leader were already atop the space battleground. We are starting with Golden Growler and Very High Leader? That is so exciting. Who do you think is stronger? Very High Leader or Golden Growler? Of course, it will be Golden Growler. He swallowed Ancient Thunder God. He is absolutely invincible. I think it will be Very High Leader. After all, he is the leader of the top race in the universe. Ordinary creatures will not be able to compare to him. The creatures in the universe were discussing the upcoming battle. The green-haired beast looked nervous and said, "Little Mountain Leader is too cocky. He selected first place right away. He should have chosen something lower to fight his way up." The woman did not agree. She shook her head and said, "That will just prove he is weak. If he needed to fight, he would have to fight like an invincible champion. That is how race should be." On the space battleground, the Very High Leader's green clothes looked kind of fairy and bone-like. The expression on the man's face, however, was far too cold. It was like he existed outside the universe, independent of everything. His eyes displayed no emotion. He looked like an emotionless machine. Golden Growler looked like he always did. He came from space. His body was full of gold hair. It was like he was made from gold silk. "I have heard your race can swallow everything. You can eat gods and swallow phoenixes. From the old times, you are at the top of the food chain. It is very rare to find one still living." Very High Leader was not joking around. The more powerful the creature, the more likely they were to destroy themselves. Things had always been that way. The race was invincible in ancient times, so it was rare for them still to have a bloodline continuing. At that time, there were many great races wiped out from the annals of history. Even some of the weaker real dragons and phoenixes were hard to find in that day and age. Hubris could fell the mightiest of creatures. Winning too much could lead to failure. It was the natural balance of the universe. Golden Growler was not in the mood to talk about the rising and falling of civilizations. He opened his mouth like a lion that swallows the sky. He tried to swallow Very High Leader. Suddenly, the whole of space was covered by Golden Growler's big mouth. His mouth created a scary vortex that generated a very scary sucking power. Even true God-class beings could not repel the force of the suction. Ancient Thunder God was swallowed by Golden Growler this way. Right now, Golden Growler was doing the same trick. He was going to swallow Very High Leader too. Very High Leader's expression did not change. The power in his body did not change. It was like he had combined with the universe and space at large. He raised his hands like he was flipping the entire universe upside down. Golden Growler had his mouth wide open. He could swallow the sky, yet he somehow landed on Very High Leader's hands. It was not just Golden Growler either. Even the whole of space was landing in Very High Leader's hand. Golden Growler was just a part of it. Just using a hand to flip space and changing fate is very powerful. Hansen felt a chill while watching this. He was suspicious about this Very High Leader being the person he went back in time to see. The performance gave people different feelings. The Very High Sense practice sky and men combined together at an extreme level. It won't just flip space. It can even swap galaxies, change the sky, and swap the ground. It is not difficult, but no one of the very high has reached that level before. People can swap a little planet, but changing the universe's power is impossible. God paused and went on to say, for the very high to be able to practice to this level is something very rare to see in their history. Concentrating space into his hands, even God spirits like Sky Armor God could not do something similar. How do we break that power? Hansen asked. He had never seen power like this before, so he did not know what to do about it. In space, his hands will keep energy flowing, God casually said. There are only two ways to get free. One method has you use your fastest speed to travel faster than a galaxy and escape the danger space. The other method is to blow up that space, thus resulting in nothing tying you up. Just as God said that, a beast's roar shocked the sky and shook the universe. In the space that very high leader had clutched, Golden Growler was getting bigger. In the eyes of the audience, the space very high leader was holding was just the size of a fist. It was actually an area of space. Golden Growler's body was getting bigger. It was filling up that whole space. Then, there was a pang sound. A scary gold body blew up the space inside very high leader's hands. It broke out from the palm, becoming an extremely scary giant gold giant beast. The planets next to them were as small as a water drop. Roar! Golden Growler roared. The whole of the God Geno list was shaking. The audience's hearts were shocked. They felt the roar exhibit an aura of murder and rage. The creatures without any courage felt their legs go weak. They fell. The next second, Golden Growler opened its mouth at very high leader. Very high leader was so tiny next to Golden Growler. There was no way he was going to block the big, scary beast's attack. Very high leader's expression did not change. His hands came together and started spinning. Then, something unbelievable happened. It was like Golden Growler's lower body had a spinning wheel. Its body weirdly turned 180 degrees. The big mouth that was going to very high leader changed direction. Golden Growler turned around to bite him again, but very high leader spun his hands. Suddenly, the sky and the earth swapped. He and Golden Growler swapped positions in space, enabling Golden Growler's biting power to miss. Many creatures watching the fight were frozen, which included Han Senator. This method to swap the sky and change the ground had never been heard of before. It is no wonder the very high is the #1 race in the big universe. This method is like God. I would say this is stronger than God. Sky Armor God, who was killed by Dollar, was nothing much. He was not as powerful as very high leader. Not bad. Not bad. Very high leader is the strongest person in the universe. That Golden Growler only has invincible giant power. Is he going to be trapped by very high leader? Upon seeing this, Han Sen was very shocked. Very high leader's skills were similar to his Dongxian area, but very high leader's power far exceeded his strength. Han Sen was able to learn something from very high leader's skill. Very high leader being able to do this makes my control of the universal cogwheels more detailed. I should be able to do the same, but his method is obviously supported by a Geno art. I do not have a Geno art. If I am just going to have to explore this on my own, it will be kind of annoying. Hansen felt very conflicted about this. He hoped that very high leader would perform this a few more times so he could learn the techniques he needed to. He also wanted Golden Growler to find a way to break it. Otherwise, being played like that was useless, even if one did have a lot of power. To be able to practice very high sense to this extreme, very high leader is not too bad. God seemed to admire the spectacle, but that power clearly did not surprise him. Hansen's heart jumped. He looked at God and asked, "Why do I think very high leader is more powerful than Sky Armor God? Is it an illusion?" God laughed. It is not an illusion. Sky Armor God wanted his God personality back. He forced himself to combine with Deep Abyss Knight, who was only a butterfly. When Sky Armor God combined with him, he forced it to true God class. At the end of the day, Deep Abyss Knight's body was not enough. Also, Deep Abyss Knight's abilities were different from Sky Armor God's. It was hard for Sky Armor God to use all of his power. If he combined the true God class with a body of the same element, it would have been far more difficult for you to win. But talking about real power here, Very High Leader might not be weaker than Sky Armor God. To see which is greater, you would have to wait for Very High Leader to go to the Geno Hall. He will have to battle Sky Armor God to find out. After God said all that, Hansen felt nervous. Golden Growler's body and power looked very mighty. He was almost invincible. He was much stronger than Hansen and Hansen's body now. Now, he was unable to touch Very High Leader. It did not matter how strong he was. Golden Growler kept trying to consume Very High Leader, who kept using his skills to change the sky and swap the ground. Very High Leader did not move an inch, but Golden Growler was not even able to ruffle his clothing. Upon seeing this, Zhang Xiandao complimentarily said, "This old man is getting stronger." "After all, he is Very High Leader," the woman said. "It is not a surprise to learn he has this sort of power." "It looks like this will be his final fight," Zhang Xiandao said. "Successful or not, he will be going to the Geno Hall very soon." "The Very High have had many people enter the Geno Hall, but none ever come back," the woman said. "Do you think he will be able to return?" "If I knew that, I would not be just sitting here. I would have gone to the Geno Hall and start killing." Zhang Xiandao sighed and said, "It is a shame that the rules for the top 100 of the Geno God list are so weird. I thought I could fight him, but I can only challenge him once. I am afraid I am not going to find out." Golden Growler kept attacking uselessly, so he stopped jumping. He stood in space, looked at Very High Leader, and ceased moving. "You may possess the blood of the Growlers, but you cannot win," Very High Leader coldly said. "Why don't you concede and quit? Why are you waiting? Our little mountain leader never loses." The green-haired beast was angry. He suddenly thought of something and said, "This Very High Leader is, admittedly, quite good. The way he changes the sky and swaps the ground is rare to see in the universe." The woman nearby looked serious. She nodded and said, "The Very High was able to become a high race not just through sheer luck. It looks like Little Mountain Leader has to use that skill. I cannot believe he has to use it in his first fight." While Hansen was worried about Golden Growler suddenly opened his mouth. This time it did not bite in the direction of Very High Leader. Golden Growler's mouth exuded a gold light. Golden lights came out like a hose. Inside that golden light, something else appeared. Hansen saw the corner of the golden substance. It had some carvings that were both beautiful and weird. When that thing emerged, Hansen clearly saw it was a door coming out of Golden Growler's mouth. The door looked as if it was made of gold. It was hundreds of feet tall. The door had some weird and mysterious flower symbols. It made people feel scared and have a desire to obey with a magnitude that could not be described. Hansen did not understand what those flower symbols were like, but the beast head on the door was something Hansen recognized. It was Golden Growler's face. The golden door was surrounded by a golden halo. One could not see the door frame. The strangest thing about it was that no matter which angle one looked at it from, one only saw the front face of the door. It was like that golden door did not have a back, or its back was blended into the backdrop of space. It was like it was from a different world. Why did Golden Growler's belly have a golden door inside it? Hansen felt weird. He did not know what the golden door did. Very High Leader frowned as he looked at the golden door. He did not know what it was either. "What is this? Weird. The Growlers are always so violent. I have never heard of one using a treasure before, but Golden Growler is using a treasure. What does this golden door do?" Every creature was discussing its presence. No one had ever seen this golden door before. They were unable to come up with a suitable conclusion. Even the higher races, such as the Extreme King and Very High, could only stare at that door in wonder. They wanted to know what the door did. Dong. When Golden Growler growled, the door's ring was shaken open. It made a deep sound like a hammer. When the door ring was hit open, the golden door made a catch sound and opened up a little. Gold light spilled from the slightly ajar door. Everybody's eyes were opened wide. They stared at the ajar door, desperate to see what was inside. The golden door opened slowly. The gap was only enough for a fist. So far, people could only see golden light. Before they could figure it out or see what lay beyond, they suddenly heard Very High Leader make a weird sound. This is... Very High Leader stared at the golden door. His expression immediately changed. In the next moment, Very High Leader's body had some weird power that spread like the tide. Everybody thought Very High Leader was going to fight back, but Very High Leader moved his body. He ripped space and exited the space battleground. The whole universe was dead silent. No one believed Very High Leader was willing to concede and leave the Geno God list. Holy crap! What is this golden door? The door did not even open, and yet, Very High Leader was scared away. Yes. I want to know more about that golden door. That is so depressing. Very High Leader quit too fast. Even if he decided to leave, he should have waited until the door was opened to let us see what lay beyond it. Everyone was both shocked and depressed. After Very High Leader was gone, Golden Growler opened his mouth and put the golden door away. No one knew what was inside the golden door. Huh, that old man was smart, the green-haired beast said with a smile. He looked cocky. Little Mountain Leader is invincible. Hansen was confused. He did not see what was inside the golden door. What could have scared Very High Leader away? Interesting. God looked at Golden Growler with interest, and that was all. Hansen was disappointed to not hear his explanation. That fight made Golden Growler and the golden door's name explode across the universe. Just opening it ajar was enough to scare away Very High Leader was immensely terrifying. After this fight, Golden Growler was already the first rank in the Geno God list. No one was really able to dethrone him. In fact, no one dared to challenge Golden Growler. He had scared off Very High Leader, so that performance was too scary. As some people looked for Very High Leader to request an explanation on what happened, Very High Leader only answered, "Right now, the universe does not have a creature that can fight Golden Growler." After he said that, Golden Growler's title increased even more. It made other creatures even more scared of him. No one dared to challenge Golden Growler. The top rank was supposed to be very popular and competitive, but it was now cold. The rankings below it had become more popular. Hansen was shocked by the fact that Lu Lai was ranked 3rd. He challenged Demon Alpha, who was in 4th. This lower-level challenge made people drop their glasses. Everybody was excited about this fight. Lu Lai was a very mysterious character. He was the biggest black horse, aside from Dollar, in the Geno God list fights. Demon Alpha's killing of Dragon 1 shocked the whole universe. The two of them fighting made everyone concerned. Lu Lai must be in Blood Legion. Why is he challenging Demon Alpha? Are the people of Blood Legion suspicious about Demon Alpha and the Shura people? Are they trying to find out who Demon Alpha is? Hansen kept thinking. There was only one possibility. Otherwise, he would not have to lower his level. Hansen thought he could see something in this fight, but Demon Alpha did not even respond to the challenge. He merely gave up. The funnier thing was that after Demon Alpha gave up, his rank increased. She went from 4th to 3rd. The winner, Lu Lai, was made 4th. Your rules are so unscientific. Hansen was a bit speechless as he looked at God drinking his tea and chilling. God smiled and asked, "Isn't it interesting?" The challenges had been going on, but the rankings did not change much. That was especially true of the top 10. There were not many changes there. Han Sen was watching them for 6 days. One of the top 10 dropped out, but the other 9 remained in the top 10. Some of their positions changed. Han Sen waited many days, but no one seemed to challenge Burning Lamp. He was depressed, but then he saw the space battleground flicker with light. Burning Lamp and another name appeared. Someone is challenging Burning Lamp. Han Sen was delighted. He looked at the space battleground and saw Burning Lamp enter the space battleground. Han Sen did not see him wielding a knife. Another shape took form in the space battleground too. It was the one above Han Senator. It was number 99. It was a deified xenogeniac called Pluto Peacock. Pluto Peacock had many black feathers. Its neck and other places had blue feathers and green feathers. Its eyes had some feathers with 2 colors, from blue to green. It also had blue eyeballs and green pupils. From what Han Sen could tell, Pluto Peacock had reached butterfly class not too long ago. It had become true god class in a recent deathmatch. Its power was not solid yet. It was one of the weaker enemies of the deified fights, so it selected the enemy that was one higher than him. Aside from Pluto Peacock, there were still 2 people lower than it. That was the butterfly class Han Sen and Burning Lamp. Han Sen had killed a god spirit, which was really scary. Pluto Peacock did not dare do anything to him. It saw the butterfly Burning Lamp at number 84, so it fancied challenging him. Burning Lamp looked dim, but he was not afraid of his opponent. Getting into the top 100 was a mission that he accomplished well. It would have been great if he could win. Getting number 99 was not too bad for Burning Lamp. After all, reaching position 99 still guaranteed him a true god weapon. Getting a true god weapon for Buddha was the most thing he could do for Buddha in the waning twilight of his life. Burning Lamp was not planning on giving up now. Being at number 84 was better than number 99. Aside from a true god weapon at such a rank, he could obtain a true god material. So, Burning Lamp fancied giving it a go. Facing a true god class Pluto Peacock, Burning Lamp did not dare to be careless. He pulled out a knife hidden within his Buddha clothing. The knife looked a bit weird. It had the shape of a knife, but it did not have a blade. It was like it had not been pulled out. Although it had not been pulled out, there was some Buddha light on the body. It was like it was surrounded by a Buddha light. It looked kind of holy. It sort of looks like my knife blank, but it does not look like it. Han Sen could not tell whether it was his knife blank or not, but the Buddha light that came from the knife looked like sky demon power. It seemed as if it possessed some sort of cause power, but it was not so pure like sky demon power. It was mixed with another sort of power. Han Sen looked at God and asked, "Does Buddha have cause powers?" He was not entirely sure what sort of powers Buddha commanded. God laughed. The potential of the Buddha is not too good. It was difficult for them to become a higher race, so they learned a little bit out of every race and compiled it all into their own teachings. It is how they survived. That includes their filling skill. They learned that from one of the dragon's blood skills. There are many situations like this. The Buddha use all sorts of different skills, but none of them are pure. Do they have the cause power from the demons? Han Sen asked. Not exactly, God said. The cause power inside the knife exists independently. It is different from the demons, so that is why I think it is interesting. After all, you do not even know what that knife is, right? Han Sen finally understood. There are too many weird things in this universe. It is perfectly normal for me not to know. God laughed. While they were talking, Pluto Peacock suddenly screamed. The back of the peacock opened. The feathers that looked like eyes released some weird eye light. It made the whole of space turn into a weird green and blue color. It felt as if a scary movie was being filmed. Although Pluto Peacock is just a xenogeniac that does not have many geno arts like a high race, its Pluto powers are very special, God said. If he cannot break it, even a true god class would lose. I do not see anything special about it. You make it sound all spooky and powerful, but Burning Lamp is not hurt. Hansen saw Burning Lamp covered in a green and blue light. He was not hurt. He felt weird too. That is why Pluto powers are so scary, God said. In the universe, isn't there a saying that time is an invisible, pig-killing knife? Their underworld god area is from life to death. In the underworld, living creatures turn into dead spirits. Then, the underworld leader will consume them. Hansen was shocked. He used the Dongxian area to look at Pluto Peacock's underworld god area. He saw the weird green and blue light consuming Burning Lamp's body. His cells were turning green and blue. Burning Lamp swung the knife at Pluto Peacock, but Pluto Peacock was invincible. Burning Lamp's knife light was going to touch its body, but the knife went clean through it. He was unable to harm it. Burning Lamp was using many different Geno arts, but none of them could touch Pluto Peacock's body. Pluto Peacock was standing in the underworld with its rear peacock feathers shining in underworld light. After a long time of this, Burning Lamp's skin started to turn into a weird green and blue color. It looked rather transparent. One was able to see his skin and blood vessels on the inside. The longer this went on, the more underworld-like Burning Lamp was looking. He could not do anything to Pluto Peacock. It looks like the knife's cause power is worse than the demon, Hansen said. It cannot cut off cause power. Although they are cause powers, they are not of the same type, God said. It is like the same types of iron. Some irons are used to make knives, whereas some irons are made to create shields. They are different. What is the function of that knife? Hansen asked. You will find out if you keep watching, God said with a smile. He did not answer Hansen's question. Burning Lamp seemed to be suppressed before Pluto Peacock. No matter what Geno art he used, he could not hurt Pluto Peacock. His body gradually became more transparent. He was like a blue and green crystal. You could even see the organs inside him. Hansen felt a bit sad. In the past, he seemed to be so strong. Burning Lamp had even turned him into an ant. Now, he was just this. It looks like power really does determine everything, Hansen said with a sigh. Hansen did not believe Burning Lamp would concede so easily. Burning Lamp was a pious individual. If he did not think he could win, he would leave. He would not stay and risk his life. He was now in a terrible position, yet he showed no sign of wanting to give up. He clearly had a plan. Hansen could not figure out how Burning Lamp would triumph over his enemy. From the beginning, up until now, the knife in his hand was not affected by the underworld area. It was still shining with a Buddha light. It was not affected by the underworld lamp. Burning Lamp's body was becoming half empty. Pluto Peacock's eyes flashed. It opened its mouth and started sucking Burning Lamp. Burning Lamp was unable to control his body. He ended up flying toward Pluto Peacock's mouth and was instantly gone. Pluto Peacock swallowed Burning Lamp. It felt so happy that it screamed. It closed up its peacock feathers. The underworld area was gone. When all the audience believed the fight to be over, Pluto Peacock started screaming. Its chest and belly were suddenly cut open. God blood was pouring out. The knife Burning Lamp was holding had a Buddha light. It came out from the wound. Weird. How has his body recovered already? Hansen was looking at Pluto Peacock's wounds where Burning Lamp came out from. He was shocked by what he had seen. Burning Lamp was in the underworld. Now, his body had completely recovered. The blue-green transparent color was gone. According to the theory, Burning Lamp was unable to withstand the underworld god light power. He became part of the underworld. After he became part of the underworld, he was not a threat to Pluto Peacock. He was no longer unable to damage Pluto Peacock's body. Now, Burning Lamp had emerged safely. His body had returned to normal. It was like he had never been injured. If Burning Lamp had that power all along, He did not have to go through so much trouble and get swallowed by Pluto Peacock before fighting back. It looks like the problem is the knife. Hansen looked at the knife as he spoke to himself. God, who was near him, continued speaking. It looks like it has something to do with the power of the knife. Otherwise, burning lamp would be dead. This knife's power cannot be reversed can it? Hansen asking after thinking for a moment. I do not know, God said. More accurately, it might be a consequence of cause. Pluto Peacock used underworld god light to damage burning lamp and later consume him. Everything that was done to burning lamp was the cause. Then, that knife could absorb the cause power and turn it into his own power, which could be reversed upon the enemy that created it. If things are like that, then having that knife can make you invincible, Hansen said. No matter how strong the enemy is, the knife will absorb its power and cast it back. No matter how strong the enemy is, you can fight back. That is the theory, but first, you need a body that can withstand such damage. If your body cannot sustain the damage being dealt, you will be killed before the knife can absorb all the power and unleash it. It does not matter how strong the knife is. God laughed. You are right. It is no wonder burning lamp can reach the top 100. It all came down to the knife. Hansen stared at the knife with fire in his eyes. He was thinking, no matter if the knife is my blood knife blank or not, when I destroy the Buddha kingdom I am taking that knife. With my body's fitness and that knife, it might not fare well in the beginning, but I can certainly tackle true gods. Pluto Peacock was heavily injured. It was so angry that it cast underworld area again, but it was too injured. The power of the underworld god area was reduced, and the wounds could not be healed by the underworld. Burning lamp used his knife to attack the creature's wounds. It made Pluto Peacock very angry, but the wounds were becoming worse. It had no choice but to quit the battle. Burning lamp won the battle. Hansen thought about the fight that had just ended and sort of understood how the knife functioned now. Burning lamp really is a tricky man. That knife can attack any second. He waited until Pluto Peacock swallowed him before attacking. That is a sort of patience not everyone can have. The knife itself would not absorb burning lamp's wounds. It required activation from burning lamp for the power to be unleashed. That was when the knife absorbed the wounds he had incurred or the cause power. After all the cause was absorbed, burning lamp's body would return to normal again like he was never injured in the first place. The knife that absorbed the cause power could release an attack power that was equal to what had previously been dealt. The knife's power did seem to have its limitations. One could not just use it whenever. It required some time to separate it. Also, burning lamp's body was getting more and more wounds. The power the knife could release was able to become stronger. That was why burning lamp endured it all the way and enabled himself to be swallowed by Pluto Peacock. It gave back all the damage to Pluto Peacock that it was unable to recover from. Burning lamp then used the power of the knife. Because the power that had been absorbed was minimal, it did not deal much damage. Just like God had said, the more power the body could endure, the more power the knife was able to release. This is AF * King self-torturing knife. If you do not get hurt, it is not strong. The more you are hurt, the stronger it becomes. Where did burning lamp get this knife from? Hansen could not help but complain. Regardless, it was evident that burning lamp had won the match. He kept his rank of 84. The ranking of 84 was not really a rank that others wanted to fight for. Even though burning lamp had been swallowed by his enemy, he was able to come back out alive. It made the creatures of a lower rank not dare challenge him. After this fight, no creature dared challenge him anymore. Never mind, I will just let him be happy for a bit. Hansen did not want to challenge burning lamp either. Rank 84 was too low. Hansen did not have much chance to win by challenging the top 10. If he challenged those in the top 20 to 30, he might have stood a chance. He would have received many rewards. Thus, Han Sen did not risk wasting time by challenging Burning Lamp. Plus, Han Sen was planning a trip to visit the Buddha kingdom anyway. The more benefits Burning Lamp received now, the more benefits Han Sen would receive after his holiday. So, there was no need for him to disrupt Burning Lamp's ranking now. From Han Sen's perspective, Burning Lamp was now something like an employee of his. So, who should I challenge? Han Sen thought to himself. Although Han Sen really wanted to challenge Demon Alpha, he knew that even if he used all of his power, he might not be able to defeat Demon Alpha. He quickly gave up on the idea. Lu Lai was a member of Blood Legion. Blood Legion had helped Han Sen out in the universe, so he did not want to hurt them either. Regarding Very High Leader, unless Han Sen used Super God Spirit Mode, he did not have what it took to fight back. He also gave up on that idea. Han Sen again looked at the top 10. None of them were good to fight. Han Sen also made use of his Law Eye. Some of them had crime meters, but their crime meters were not high enough to see them dead. Using the Law Eye against them would not have been an effective tactic. Han Sen kept trying to choose. In the end, he looked at a Xenogeniac ranked 25. It was a Xenogeniac that looked like an elephant. Its name was Mahagod Elephant. Its power seemed to be strong, but its primary power was just a powerful holy light that could heal. Han Sen saw an extreme king wanting to challenge him. He used all sorts of Geno arts to attack the Mahagod Elephant, but the God Elephant merely stood where it was without moving. It kept spewing a holy light. Within that holy light, its body was healed faster than it was able to be hurt. In the end, the extreme king fighter was too tired. He ended up conceding. It was such a powerful defensive and healing power. Ordinary true gods could not do anything to it, but it was perfect for Han Senator. He had the Skyvine Radish God Lance. Its attack power was the best. There was a very high chance of it defeating the Mahagod Elephant. But Han Sen was not in a rush. There were a few more days to go before the challenges ended. Han Sen planned to just sit and watch. For now, the Geno God list lights were flickering. 2 ranks lit up. Han Sen glanced at them. One of them was Sky Palace leader's Zhang Xiandao. Finally moved. Han Sen quickly looked at the other name. He noticed Zhang Xiandao was challenging Ancient Sacrifice God, who was ranked 6th. Ancient Sacrifice God was one of the ancient gods, and he was the highest-ranked person within the ancient gods. Han Sen saw Ancient Sacrifice God fight before. He proved himself to be an incredibly strong true god. He had a mysterious sacrificial power that enabled him to easily defeat a true god deified Xenogeniac that challenged him. Han Sen believed that with Ancient Sacrifice God's power, his rank could be higher. Han Sen was surprised that Sky Palace leader was willing to challenge Ancient Sacrifice God. Han Sen thought he would go for a higher-ranked person, such as Seeking Perfume Beast. Sky Palace leader landed in space. He looked like holy winds and bones. People who did not know him would have thought he was like some kind of god fairy. Zhang Xiandao looked at Ancient Sacrifice God coldly and said, "Ancient Sacrifice God, it is time we finished this." Ancient Sacrifice God was like a green giant. A bronze tripod was in his hands. He coldly looked at Zhang Xiandao. Suddenly, the bronze tripod in his hands had a strange glow. All the stars in the sky were falling. A river of stars descended. It was all going toward the bronze tripod. It was like the whole universe was being sucked into the bronze tripod. Han Sen once watched Ancient Sacrifice God battle a true god Xenogeniac. It was sucked into the bronze tripod and was unable to fight back. Zhang Xiandao was in space. He let the stars fall and the suns break. He let them all go past his body while he did not move an inch. It was like the bronze tripod power did not exist. Ancient Sacrifice God, use all the powers you can. Do not leave any regrets. Zhang Xiandao was like a god standing between the sky and the ground. His power was like everything in the world was nothing. Ancient Sacrifice God was angry, so he roared. The bronze tripod was glowing with light. The markings on the tripod lit up. Some of the markings were like a bird, whereas others were like a beast. The suns, moons, stars, birds, beasts, fish, flowers, grass, trees, wood. All the substances were becoming abstract symbols on the tripod. As those symbols brightened, the entire universe seemed to have some sort of power that went toward the bronze tripod. It made the power of the bronze tripod stronger and stronger. It can use the power of the universe. Ancient sacrifice God is so scary. Hansen was so scared. God looked at ancient sacrifice God with keen interest. Ancient gods are born deifieds. Their talents are the highest out of the high races, but their growth is the least out of all races. In history, they are the oldest race. They are all born deified. Yet today, they are still like this. Nothing has improved much. They are already true God class, Hansen said. How many more breakthroughs do you think they can achieve? Getting into the Gene God Hall? God shook his head. He did not explain. He went on to say, you cannot blame the ancient gods. Other creatures have countless steps to climb, whereas they only have 2 or 3 steps. It is normal for them to ascend so slowly. The bronze tripod was buffed by everything in the universe. The power was becoming scarier. Ancient sacrifice God was roaring. He raised the tripod in his hands. The tripod made some roaring sounds like a dragon or a tiger. At the same time, it released a scary light. It became a beam of light firing into the sky. Inside the beam of light, Hansen saw a weird shadow flashing. It was like a god spirit grabbing Sky Palace leader in space. That shadow was very strong. It was the strongest Hansen had ever seen in a god fight before. Even when Dragon 1 used his dragon race weapon, the Blood Dragon Rulers, which was 7 true gods combined into one mode, it was not as scary as this beam of light in the shadow. The light shadow gave Hansen the feeling of a god spirit that could destroy the world. It had an incredible power that was terrifying. Even with Hansen's power and willpower, it made him feel very small. Many years have passed, yet you still only use this trick. Sky Palace leader looked at the light shadow with disdain. A finger moved. A light spell was cast. It latched onto the giant palm from the shadow. Roar. The light shadow touched the light spell. The palm went back. It made a silent roar as if something was electrified. It was not over yet. The light spell stuck to the light shadow's palm. The light grew brighter. It suppressed the light shadow and pillar of light. When the light spell power became stronger, the holy power suppressed the beam of light and light shadow. It forced them back into the bronze tripod. No matter how that light shadow roared, he still could not stop it. Very powerful sky spell, and very power sky leader. Hansen could not help but compliment him. Sky Palace's original gene-killing spell was something Hansen had seen before. How Sky Palace leader used it surprised him. Of course, the main part of it was the fact that Sky Palace leader was too strong. The power he commanded was as high as a true god could be. In the next second, the light spell landed on the tripod. No matter how much power ancient sacrifice god used, it was like the bronze tripod had been suppressed by a mountain. He could not release any power. As the light spell grew stronger, the bronze tripod became more suppressed. Ancient sacrifice god seemed incapable of moving the bronze tripod. His arms were starting to bend. Roar. Ancient sacrifice god madly roared, but he could not stop the tripod from failing. In the end, the bronze tripod fell out of his hands and flew into space. Zhang Xiandao waved his sleeves and put the bronze tripod in them. He coldly said, "Sacrifice god bronze can lend me this for 1,000 years as interest." Ancient sacrifice god was furious. His bronze body shone brightly, making him seem like a glowing sky giant. He ripped through space toward Zhang Xiandao. Zhang Xiandao waved his sleeves. Ancient sacrifice god's bronze body which looked like it could support the sky and ground, was hit into space. He fell into a rip in space and disappeared. 1,000 years later, you may come and collect your sacrifice bronze tripod from Sky Palace. After Sky Palace leader said that, he turned around. All the creatures were in immense shock. He is so powerful, Hansen thought. He had to admit that Sky Palace leader had what it took to be cool. His powers and method were similar to very high leader. Even God complimented him. Very good Sky Zhang Xiandao. The next challenge was boring because of Zhang Xuandao's match. All the creatures were still talking about the fight between Zhang Xiandao and ancient sacrifice god. People thought that if the challenges were not one-chance affairs, Zhang Xuandao's rank could have been higher. He might have even replaced very high leader to become second. More interesting fights occurred over the next few days, but none were as good as Zhang Xuandao's fight. They were nothing worth focusing on. Seeing that there was only one day of challenges left, Hansen finally used his challenge. His target was going to be Maha God Elephant. Hansen hastily appeared on the space battleground. He saw a red, giant elephant also appear across the distance of space between them. That giant elephant was all red. Its body had a burning red flame. If one went to feel it, one would notice that the blaze did not have a temperature. Roar! Maha God Elephant's trunk lifted. The crystal-looking, fiery, crystal stone elephant teeth were also lifted. Hansen reached out with his hand and had his Sky Vine Radish God Lance appear in his arms. In the next second, Hansen teleported directly before the Maha God Elephant. The Skyvine Radish God Lance was thrust into Maha God Elephant's flesh. The tip of the lance plunged into the elephant's tough skin. As Hansen pushed it in, he felt the muscles inside the elephant were like beef tendons. They were very tough. The Skyvine Radish God Lance only had its tip pierce into it. It was difficult trying to push it deeper in. That's a very tough body. No wonder it was able to reach the top 20 as a true god xenogeneic. Hansen was shocked. Before the elephant's trunk came at him, Hansen pulled the lance back and leaped away. Maha God Elephant had a massive amount of power. He was able to hit a true god body with a might other true gods would not even attempt to block. Hansen was only a butterfly, so he did not want to get hit. After the Skyvine Radish God Lance was pulled out, the wounds did not drip with god blood. A sapling was growing, but it did not grow fast. The god elephant's red lights were burning. The wound where the sapling had appeared quickly healed. The saplings were like little tufts of grass weaseling their way through a wall stone. They tried their best to squeeze through the gaps. It was so hard that it was like fighting the sky. They did not get squeezed to death, but it was hard for them to grow. If one hit won't work, then I will have to give it many more. Hansen's body flashed like a ghost. He kept appearing in front, at its back, and to the left and right of the god elephant. At the same time, the Skyvine Radish God Lance in his hands flashed like thunder. It kept striking the god elephant's flesh. Before the god elephant's elephant trunk got close, Hansen could easily flash and bolt over to another location. There was infinite power when using the Skyvine Radish God Lance. It left one hole and another hole on the god elephant. Every hole, creating saplings, growing from the wounds. Even though the god elephant's flesh was extremely sturdy, and it was running under the bounty of the powerful healing fires, its body had many saplings growing all over it like a layer of green hair. But the saplings were having great difficulty growing. They were squeezed by the god elephant's flesh, almost to the point of death. Hansen thought, any true god xenogeneic in the top 100 is hard to deal with. If I could become true god, I could use my own power to rip its body to shreds before it healed once. Now, I need the Skyvine Radish God Lance power. Even so, it is still really difficult. His hands did not stop. The lance's green lightning kept striking the god elephant's body. It left many saplings behind in its wake. It looked like he had the advantage, but it was still hard to damage the god elephant. Maha God Elephant's healing power is too effective. It is no wonder it is the xenogeneic that represents life. Even God personality armaments cannot kill it. It looks like Dollar is in trouble. He could pick anyone, yet he decided to challenge the Maha God Elephant. If he selected a higher rank xenogeneic, he would have killed it already. The audience was talking. Sky Palace leader was laughing and saying, "It looks like Dollar underestimated Maha God Elephant's defense and healing powers. This is the xenogeneic with the best life element. Although the God personality armament is a weapon, it is plant-based. Normal creatures might be able to be killed easily by it, but killing the Maha God Elephant with it will not be easy. It is a shame the Maha God Elephant is very grumpy and proud," the woman said with a sigh. "If we could tame it to protect the palace, we could have a true god join our forces. Although that guy is living in ancient god's holy place, it has been living in the sand lake," Sky Palace leader said with a laugh. "No one can do anything there. Even the ancient gods cannot do anything there. Fortunately, its healing power is strong and supremely powerful," the woman said. "It is very clumsy, though. It can easily be tricked by Geno arts. It is good enough to be a guard but not enough to be a warrior. Maybe not. With it here, it will be like a needle in the sea. It would be hard for it to die. It would be very useful for fighting in a xenogeneic space." Sky Palace leader sighed and said, "But it keeps guarding Sand River. It won't work for anyone." Hansen realized he had underestimated Maha God Elephant's power. Killing it with the Skyvine Radish God Lance was not easy. If Hansen had selected it, he was prepared. He retreated and stopped attacking Maha God Elephant. He is so strong. Even Dollar, who has a god personality armament, cannot do anything. Is he going to give up? I do not think so. Dollar still has that ice skill that judged Sky Armor God. You are right. It looks like we can see the scary judgment power again. Everyone wanted Hansen to use the Eye of Law. Hansen had seen that although the Maha God Elephant looked very red, in the Eye of the Law, it was white like a sheet of paper. It did not have any level of crime. Using the law eye would not work on it. Maha God Elephant saw Hansen leave, but it was not planning on chasing him. He provoked him by raising its trunk and screaming a lot of taunting noises. Its body was full of green saplings, but it did not care. It was like the saplings did not affect him. Hansen laughed. "You were cocky too soon." Hansen put the Skyvine Radish God Lance away. His thumb and middle finger on his right hand came together. A gold light was shining in between them. It created a gold coin. Hansen was holding a coin. He did not move. He watched the number on the coin keep jumping up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. As the number on the coins jumped, Hansen's presence became scarier. It was like he was a bomb brewing and about to explode. Maha God Elephant realized something might have been wrong. It roared and used its 4 legs to run at Hansen. At the same time, its elephant trunk was like a pillar that opened the sky. It created a scary red light that tried to break Hansen. Seeing Maha God Elephant in front of him, Hansen did not dare use his own body to block its attack. Maha God Elephant suddenly bounced the coin away. Bzzzt. The coin created some gold light in space. It hit Maha God Elephant's forehead. It gathered up all the way to 13 times the power. At that point, the coin was like a heavy hammer. It shook the Maha God Elephant, which was running away. Hansen thought, "It is a shame I am just butterfly. If I was true god, that would have been saving money times 13. It would turn his body into dust." Maha God Elephant madly roared. It wanted to run at Hansen again. It was too slow. It was like it was carrying a mountain. A coin was shining on Maha God Elephant's head. It was like Maha God Elephant was being suppressed by an entire mountain. It was not that fast before, but it was even slower now. Even with Han Sen's power magnified to 13, it still wasn't enough to suppress Maha God Elephant. The God Elephant's tusks were still raised. The beast was trying to skewer Han Sen. You still won't concede. Han Sen laughed. He cast a golden light, which landed on the God Elephant. It made the number on the coin on the Maha God Elephant's forehead increase a bit. It went from 13 to 14. The God Elephant's body became heavier. It was harder for it to walk. Let's see how many numbers it can endure. Han Sen moved his finger again. A gold light was fired out. It made Maha God Elephant's forehead increase again. Han Sen clicked his fingers 10 times. The numbers on the coin increased more and more. Maha God Elephant forced itself to run at Han Sen, but it could not take the pressure of the coins. Before it ran in front of Han Sen, it fell down. It fell from space. It fell onto a planet. It was like an asteroid. It blew a big circular hole in the planet. The land was crushed on that planet. A volcanic eruption started everywhere. Fire, light, and dust enveloped the planet. Maha God Elephant was suppressed on the planet. Its limbs tried using strength to fly. When one of its legs was lifted, the other 3 legs were still on the ground. The ground broke. The God Elephant could not stand. It fell on the floor. The God Elephant kept struggling, but the suppressive powers of the coin were too much for it to bear. No matter what it tried, it was unable to get up. The rocks beneath its feet kept cracking. Its body started to sink into the ground. Boom! The planet was blown up by the God Elephant. The God Elephant fell through and out of the planet, making its body continue falling through space. It was getting further and further from Han Sen. Roar! The God Elephant madly roared. It stared at Han Senator. In the end, it had no choice but to concede and leave space. That coin can keep gathering up power, and the power is still there. But this is different from the saving power skill. That is Dollar's true power. He did not need a God personality armament to suppress the true God class Maha God Elephant. What kind of Geno art is that? It was used by Dollar, who was Butterfly, yet the Maha God Elephant was unable to tackle it. Did you see it? Who said Dollar only depended on law powers or the God personality armament? He did not need those two to suppress a true God. Interesting Geno art. That was God's comment. Han Sen's victory did not generate much excitement. After all, people had seen crazier fights before. His fight was not that exciting. It was just a nice display of saving money that incited the curiosity of others. It was the last day of the ranked fights. The rankings were pretty much still. Everyone knew about the top 10. Ancient Sacrifice God dropped out of the top 10 due to Sky Palace leader, but he still had one opportunity for challenge. After the challenge, he ended up back in the top 10. At the top of the list, unmoved, was Golden Growler. Very High Leader was second. Demon Alpha was third. Lulai was fourth. The Xenogeniac called Seeking Perfume Beast was fifth. Sky Palace's Zhang Shandao was sixth. Extreme Kings by Wu Chang was seventh. A Xenogeniac called Empty Dragon King was eighth. Ancient Sacrifice God had made a comeback to claim ninth. Underworld Ghost was 10th. Underworld Ghost was quite strange. He was invisible. No one was able to tell what he looked like, and no one knew what Xenogeniac or race he belonged to. The Xenogeniacs that challenged him could never see him. Thus, they were beaten. As for Bai Wu Chang from the Extreme King, Han Sen heard from Bao Ying that he was actually at a level higher than Bai King. He was the generation's scariest elite from the Bai family. The ranked fights were almost done. There could not be any drastic changes. Han Sen was able to calmly wait for the fights to be over before claiming his rewards. Number 25 was able to claim a random True God weapon and get 4 random True God materials. In addition to that, there was a God Spirit stamp. As for what the God Spirit stamp meant or did, Hansen did not know. What does the God Spirit stamp do? Hansen asked God. You can use it to enter the Geno Hall's gate, God said. You can enter the Geno Hall safely one time. Can I go to Sky Armor God's Hall? Hansen asked. Of course, God said with a nod. Aside from Sky Armor God's God Temple, can I go anywhere else? Hansen asked. Hansen had evil Lotus God's son's God personality. If he had the chance, Hansen wanted to get another God personality armament. No. Each God Spirit stamp only gives you one chance. God laughed. He pointed at Golden Growler, who was number 1, and said, but you can go challenge him. If you beat him and earn the God Spirit seat, you can go anywhere in the Geno Hall. You will not be restricted. He managed to scare off Very High Leader, so why would I even bother trying? Hansen asked with a lift of his lips. Even if Hansen could beat him, he did not want to fight Golden Growler. God said it like a joke anyway. So, he did not say anything. Everyone thought the Geno God list fights were over. There should not have been any more changes, but the people still craved for more. After all, ordinary creatures would never see deified elites in this manner again. Even if they came across them in the wild, they would not dare look at them. They would be too scared to do so. During the Geno God list fights, the deified creatures were being killed like dogs. These battles had the kind of excitement ordinary fights never managed to generate. Plus, watching deified elites fight inspired ordinary creatures to grow and better themselves. Just feeling their emotions and the wills of the deified battlers made the lower-level creatures understand something. It is over. I wonder when the next Geno God list fight will start. I hope I can see it every year. Stop dreaming. Deified elites do not have the time to fight every day. We might not even have one every 100 years. There will probably be a gap that is even greater than the Geno being scroll. While everyone was talking, 2 names suddenly lit up on the Geno God list. There is a challenger. At this time, who are the challengers? Everyone was shocked and happy. They looked at the Geno God list and saw Golden Growler's name light up. Holy **T. Golden Growler is challenging. He is the first. Who is he challenging? Yeah, who is he challenging? Everyone was confused. They kept looking at the list trying to find out who Golden Growler sought to challenge. Dollar. Golden Growler wants to challenge Dollar. Oh my god. What is Golden Growler doing? Why does he want to challenge Dollar now? On Empty Mountain, the green-haired beast almost passed out in anger. He was stomping his feet. Little Mountain Leader. What is Little Mountain Leader doing? Why is he challenging him? If Dollar concedes, that means he just gave out first place. God was also surprised. He looked at Golden Growler and then at Han Senator. He looked confused. Hansen was also a little shocked. Does Little Gold recognize me? How much hatred is in there? Now, he has selected to challenge Dollar at this time. What is the grudge that must exist between Golden Growler and Dollar? Golden Growlers has first place, yet he still wants to challenge Dollar. If Dollar concedes in the match, he can achieve first place, right? Wouldn't an elite have the dignity not to do that? Dollar won't just give up before at least trying to fight. That is hard to tell. Didn't Demon Alpha concede directly to become third place? People were so excited. They were talking ravenously amongst each other. They were shocked that Golden Growler was doing this challenge. Golden Growler appeared on the space battleground. He stood atop a planet. It looked like he was quietly waiting for the fight to begin. People tried to guess and see if Dollar was willing to accept and join the fight or just concede and reach first place. Suddenly, a shadow entered the space battleground. It was Dollar. He has accepted the fight. He really accepted the fight. The challenge time is over. This will be the final fight. Although Dollar is strong and has that god personality armament, I think Golden Growler is stronger. I think so too. After all, Dollar is just butterfly class. Golden Growler easily managed to scare off Very High Leader. Even Very High Leader said no creature in the universe can defeat Golden Growler, and I think he is right. The Thousand Treasury was streaming this. They were saying similar things. Although what happened inside the Geno God list could not be streamed or recorded, ordinary creatures did not understand high-level deifieds. Sometimes they did not understand the fights between deified elites. This, the Thousand Treasury used words to describe things. There were 2,000 treasury deifieds explaining the fights and history of deified elite battlers. Of course, the Thousand Treasury capitalized on it all by establishing a gambling station. The two speakers would talk about who would win and who would lose. Golden Growler used his first-rank identity to challenge Dollar, a deified explained. That is surprising. Judging from what we have seen, Dollar might stand a lower chance against him. If Golden Growler wins this fight, he will lose his first place. It is hard to predict what the result might look like. Another deified explained things too. He said, Dollar accepted the fight. No matter who wins or who loses, this will be the most exciting match out of all the Geno God list fights. Yes. Let's not talk about their grudges. It is very hard to predict who will end up in first place. If you are interested, you can come put a bet down with the Thousand Treasuries gambling station. The window for putting down your bets will be closing any second now. So, do not miss this final call, people. With that being said, it all comes down to power. Golden Growler should be able to beat Dollar. With many races of the universe watching, Hansen landed on Golden Growler's planet. A man and a beast looked at each other on a grass field full of yellow sand. Very exciting, the commentator excitedly said. Two scary deifieds are staring at each other. They are going to launch the scariest attacks ever. Golden Growler is strong, but Dollar is not weak. He is mysterious. His amazing Geno arts and the Geno God armaments he wields are quite shocking. It will be hard to tell which one of them wins. The fight is going to begin. After the commentator's speech, Golden Growler and Hansen became two invincible elites. They were fighting each other with power. Whenever they moved their hands, it was time to determine the winner. Another commentator tried his hardest to explain the situation. People, please do not think they are only staring at each other. In fact, a silent will fight has begun. If one of their fates has a flaw, they will receive a deadly attack. The two commentators were deified, but they were only primitive. Their talents had been decided only through Geno fluids. Their power was fairly regular. Their main job was to earn money for the Thousand Treasury. Of course, even now, that was their ultimate goal. Golden Growler moved. He is running at Dollar. He is not going quickly, but every step of his had the power to step on stars. They are like the footsteps that not even the sky nor gods can stop. God, it looks like the whole of space is moving with him. How scary is this attack? The commentator was trying to hype it up. With all the creatures hearing the commentator, they could see Golden Growler running at Dollar. They grew nervous. They were not sure what sort of attack Golden Growler was going to unleash. It could be one hit that killed Dollar. Very fast. Even faster. Even faster again. It feels like I can see ripples in space. It is no wonder Golden Growler is an invincible elite that Very High Leader could not even go against. He gathers up power to the highest level that won't leak. He seems very light. When he strikes, the sky will break and the ground will crack. Everyone, please be prepared. Do not get shocked by Golden Growler's power later and have it affect your will. Ah. Golden Growler jumped. It seems normal, but the trail of his body is so good that you cannot imagine it. It has blocked every way Dollar can go. Dollar cannot fall back. Of course. Dollar is standing there not moving. With Golden Growler's perfect attack, he cannot retreat. Maybe the space around Dollar is sealed up. He cannot move. Will he be eaten by Golden Growler? We forgot a question. If Dollar is eaten by Golden Growler and will no longer exist, who will obtain first place? Would it still be Golden Growler? The commentator stood up with excitement. The other commentator started screaming, he moved. Dollar finally moved. He has put out his hands. They are so straight yet so crooked. One is up and one is down. It has the most mysterious knowledge of the universe that cannot be imagined. It has reached a level of return to origin. We underestimated Dollar. He is the top class in the universe. This attack is going to be the first. Everyone in the universe felt their eyes open wide. They were seeing the scariest xenogeneic and the most mysterious xenogeneic in the Geno God list get together. They were nervous. Every creature was guessing who would win when they met up. So close. So close. The strongest hit. The scariest hit. They finally. The commentator was excitedly shouted. His entire body was in an orgasmic mode. Every creature in the universe was excited by his speech. Suddenly, the very excited commentator stopped talking. The two commentators were petrified. It was like they were no longer able to speak. It was not just them. Every being in the universe watching this fight suddenly froze. They saw what happened on the space battleground, and it had made their mouths turn into an O shape. They saw Golden Growler touch Han Sen's body. His claws went on Dollar's shoulders, but he did not open his mouth to eat Dollar. He used his head to rub Dollar's cheek like a house cat. Dollar was holding Golden Growler. He stroked his head. He looked like he was playing with his own pet. The universe was dead silent. All of the creatures were watching Dollar stroke Golden Growler's head. They could not believe it was the same Golden Growler who had scared off Very High Leader. Little Mountain. Little Mountain Leader. What is it doing? The green-haired beast's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. After he realized what was going on, he madly stomped his feet and screamed, "How dare he touch Little Mountain Leader's head? I am going to destroy his dirty fingers." The woman nearby had only just realized what was going on. She looked at the green-haired beast seriously and said, "When you brought Little Mountain Leader back, it already had a lower race companion. Was that low race person Dollar?" "No, it was a crystallizer. He was of a different race to this xenogeneic. There is no way it was this guy who could level up so quickly." "But..." The green-haired beast hesitated. "But what?" the woman asked with a frown. "That crystallizer is now quite famous in the universe," the green-haired beast said. "It was Han Sen, who is in Space Garden now." "Han Sen?" the woman asked with shock. After a deep thought, she said, "It's him." Right now, the universe was all messed up. The two of them were not able to speak anymore. They had not expected things to take such a drastic turn. What is going on? Why does Golden Growler look like Dollar's pet? Dollar. Golden Growler. They must have some sort of connection. I should have thought about that. No way. The Geno God list's number 1 is Dollar's pet? It was not just ordinary creatures feeling this way. Even the old antiques, who had hidden away in the dark, and the higher races all had strange expressions. The woman in Sky Palace was also shocked. Who is this Dollar? Empty Mountain's Golden Growler is treating him like this. The Growlers were always very cruel and cold. They never got close to outsiders. Sky Palace leader thought, Dollar is very special. He has a god personality armament, law power, and a relationship with Golden Growler. I wonder what faction created such a person. In the Extreme King Garden, God watched Han Sen and Golden Growler with great interest. I did not expect you to be this interesting. You have surpassed my expectations. This was certainly not a wasted trip. Golden Growler's claws came off of Han Sen's shoulders. It opened its mouth and spat something into Hansen's hands. Hansen picked it up and had a look. It was a crystal body that had been generated by thunder. It looked like countless lightning bolts were boiling around inside it. It was like a mini thunder universe. Is this ancient thunder god's ancient god origin? Hansen recognized what he had been given. He already had ancient water god's origin. It looked very similar. It was just this new one was a thunder element whereas the other one was water-based. Roar! Little Gold growled at Hansen. Hansen and Little Gold had a special connection similar to Little Angel. They were Hansen's beast souls. Their bodies had been rebuilt to become genuine life forms that existed independently. Yet, they still had a connection to Hansen, who could understand their thoughts. Little Gold had recognized Hansen because of that connection. Little Gold was saying he wanted to give Hansen the ancient thunder god origin so he could pass it on to Little Silver. He said it would help Little Silver a lot. So, this was not for me, after all? Hansen felt a little touched. He had not expected Golden Growler to remember Little Silver. He reached out his hand and stroked its head. In the eyes of others, this scene had them seeing Golden Growler merrily swinging its tail like a hunting dog having captured prey to give to its master. Oh my god! Dollar can't actually be Golden Growler's master, can he? If things are really like that, then that is too scary. A pet has suppressed the whole universe and claimed the #1 spot on the Geno God list. It really does seem like things are that way. Empty Mountain's green-haired beast was as mad as a lunatic. He kept stomping around. He wanted to kill Dollar and 180 of his generations. You should go now. I will look for you in Empty Mountain. Hansen patted Golden Growler on the head and allowed it to exit the space battleground. In that way, Golden Growler was able to keep first place. Golden Growler shook its head and growled. Hansen knew what he meant. Golden Growler was going to give first place to Hansen. Hansen was going to reject it, but Golden Growler growled at him and lowered its body. It wanted Hansen to ride him. Dollar! How dare you! The green-haired beast yelled. It was like a volcano eruption. He slapped the floor, making Empty Mountain shake. Every other creature reacted by falling to the ground in fear. Everybody was watching Hansen ride Golden Growler's back. Suddenly, Golden Growler ripped space and exited the Geno God list. What is going on? Why did they leave the space battleground together? Who lost? All of the audience was in shock. They had no idea what was going on. Quick, look at the Geno God list. Dollar is on top. It looks like Dollar won. No. Dollar won. People started talking nonsense. Everybody turned to look at the Geno God list. The Geno God list's top place was now showing Dollar instead of Golden Growler, which had taken Hansen's previous position of number 25. Dollar. He is awesome. He let his pet get first place so he could be given it back. If you have what it takes, you can have a Golden Growler for a pet. I think only Dollar has what it takes to do that. In the universe, there is no other Golden Growler. While everyone was talking, Golden Growler took Hansen out of the Geno God list. They did not teleport back to where they were. They were nearby in space floating next to the Geno God list. Everyone was wondering why Golden Growler and Hansen had not teleported away. Suddenly, Golden Growler roared to the sky. Its body had a golden light that was like a flood. It went into the sky to tear up space. Under Golden Growler's power, space had a crack. An old, godly temple appeared. It was the Geno Hall. What is going on? I do not think the Geno God list fights are over yet. Are they giving out the prizes already? Prize your ass. Did you not see Golden Growler rip space and summon the Geno Hall? They are going to the Geno Hall. Holy sh*t. They are going to the Geno Hall? Can he do that? Ancient water god failed not too long ago. It gave dollar first place. It gave up the chance to become a god spirit. The only chance to become a god spirit is to enter the Geno Hall. That is expected. When the Geno Hall descended, the whole universe felt like it went dim. Only the Geno Hall was shining with holy light. It was slowly coming out from space. Han Sen was on the Geno god list. He understood what Golden Growler meant. Thus, he conceded and gained the Geno god list's first place position. Although he knew Golden Growler wanted him to go to the Geno Hall and become a god spirit, seeing the Geno Hall instantly made him a bit worried. The scene of ancient water god attacking the Geno Hall was still fresh in his mind. If Golden Growler failed, he would probably end up suffering a similar fate. Little Mountain Leader. He is going to the Geno Hall alone. The green-haired beast and the woman looked worried. The old mountain leader had never made it back from the Geno Hall. Although Golden Growler's power was stronger than the old mountain leader, they could not measure whether or not Golden Growler would make it back. Little Mountain Leader is rushing things a bit. How can he go to the Geno Hall now? It's that dollar's fault. If Little Mountain Leader did not lose first place, because of him, he would not have to go to the Geno Hall. The green-haired beast was furious. He was also very nervous because of his inability to do anything. If things are this way, we have no choice but to wait and hope for Little Mountain Leader's return, the woman said with a sigh. In space, the Geno Hall had already been revealed. The doors that provided access were still closed tight. They did not look like they were going to open. Roar! Golden Growler suddenly roared again. The gold light turned him into a gold, giant beast. It forcefully struck the gate of the Geno Hall. Boom! The doors were being attacked by the gold light and opened a little. It enabled gold light to seep out from inside the hall. The light was warm. It shone with a vibrant halo. Many scary feelings were coming out from the door. It made the many people and creatures of the universe terrified. Creatures with low wills were already on the ground, not daring to look at the Geno Hall's doors. It looks like Little Gold is stronger than ancient water god. It has just pushed the door open, but Han Sen was riding atop Golden Growler's back. He stared at the door that had opened a little with an expression of worry. Ancient water god had also pushed open the Geno Hall doors, but a scary hand had crushed him. Han Sen was scared of the master of that hand. Golden Growler was carrying Han Senator. He stepped toward the doors of the Geno Hall. The gold light kept spilling and firing into the sky. They kept hitting the doors of the Geno Hall. The more times the gold light hit, the wider the opening of doors of the Geno Hall became. They were opening wider. God light was shining inside. Aside from the god light, one was not able to see anything else. Boom! When Golden Growler went to the Geno Hall's doors, they completely opened. The god light inside shone across the whole universe. It was now daytime in the entire universe. Suddenly, Han Sen looked frozen. He saw a shadow appear behind the open doors. That shadow was burning white. It looked as if it was made of god light. The being's face looked like it belonged to the human, sky, or extreme king race, but the god light was too shiny. All Han Sen was able to see was its silhouette. Based on the shape of the silhouette, it appeared to be a woman. When ancient water god attacked the Geno Hall, he was suppressed by a woman's hand. If the hand belonged to the coming shadow, her hand was one that could kill ancient water god. With that threat on the approach, one could imagine how scary she was. The shadow stood near the open doors. It did not walk out. Although it was just a silhouette with its face obscured, Han Sen felt that the shadow was looking at him and Golden Growler. Golden Growler's eyes looked golden. It stared at the shadow and looked as if it was going to swallow someone. It walked closer to the shadow. Number 1 on the Geno God list, please level up to God Spirit and go to the hall. The light silhouette had a woman's voice. Her tone did not have a single ounce of emotion in it. Han Sen frowned. Before he said anything, Golden Growler quietly growled. He laid down as if he was signaling for Hansen to disembark. Hansen got off of Golden Growler's back. He was holding Golden Growler's back while he whispered in its ear, "Are you okay?" Roar. Golden Growler roared. It seemed to try and comfort Hansen and let him know that things were under control. Hansen stepped away and watched Golden Growler raise its head. He then went toward the Geno Hall's doors. The light shadow saw Golden Growler come before the door, which prompted her to raise her hands. Golden Growler's eyes looked very mad. It opened its mouth to summon the golden door and placed it across the Geno Hall's doors. No one had seen this before. A door appeared in front of the Geno Hall's doors. This had never happened before. Golden Growler quietly growled. The golden door slightly opened. Shiny gold light came out from within it. The light spilled across the god light coming out from the open Geno Hall doors. Huh? The Geno Hall's door shadows seemed surprised. The raised hand was placed down. She looked at the golden door and suddenly said, "You passed." After that, the light shadow entered the god light and vanished. Roar. Golden Growler looked at Hansen and roared before walking toward the Geno Hall's doors. Hansen understood what Golden Growler was saying. It was saying, "I will wait for you there." He watched Golden Growler walk beyond the Geno Hall's doors and slowly disappear with the Geno Hall. It faded from space, leaving Hansen with mixed emotions. The people in the universe did not know what to think. Golden Growler had entered the Geno Hall in a surprising way, and the person inside the Geno Hall did not do anything. It looked as if the golden door had stopped it. The ancient water god had attempted to fight it, but he was destroyed by a hand. Golden Growler used his golden door like a ticket to enter. The treatment was certainly different. It is easy to go in, but whether or not he comes out is the big question, Sky Palace leader said with a sigh. No matter what happens, entering means he stands a chance, the woman said. That is better than no chance at all. Little mountain leader. You must come back alive. The green-haired beast eyes were floating with light. Hansen watched the Geno Hall disappear. He turned away and wanted to leave. Suddenly, the Geno God list shone. All the names of the Geno God list were lighting up with a holy god light. At the same time, a video flashed on the Geno God list. It was playing back the best scenes of the top 100 fights inside the space battlegrounds. The first 100 Xenogeneics appeared. The fights of the first 100 warriors were being shown. Hansen appeared at the end. He was in first place, so the final image displayed him. It was a moment that was going to stand for all eternity. In the next second, the Geno God list released more holy light. It came down to grace Hansen's body. His body was showered in holy light. Something suddenly fell from the holy light of the Geno God list. It came flying toward Hansen. A white, jade crown slowly fell on Han's senator. It landed atop his head. Holy light was spinning from the white jade crown. As the presence came out, it was like a god spirit. A very strange god spirit power came out from the white jade crown. It fell onto Hansen and turned him into a being who looked like a god spirit. A message came out from the white jade crown. It was in Hansen's brain. It delivered him many messages. Sky God Crown, destroyed class God personality armament. Regarding how to use Sky God Crown, it also showed up in Hansen's head. He was instantly able to understand what power the Sky God Crown had. I see. It does not give me the God personality to become a God spirit. It uses Sky God Crown's power to give me the authority of coming in and out of the Geno Hall like a God spirit. Hansen understood how he was supposed to use the Sky God Crown. He now knew what was going on. After figuring it out, Hansen felt rather angry because every being in the top 100 had a true God weapon. A God personality armament was just like a true God class weapon. Hansen didn't feel as if there was much difference between the Skyvine Radish God Lance and the shield of the Medusa's gaze. They were practically the same level. He had earned first place, but he had only earned a God personality armament. Aside from enabling him to enter the Geno Hall, it did nothing. It did not seem particularly useful. While Hansen was still thinking, the Geno God list started to move. It teleported him back to the Extreme King Garden. Congratulations. I was not expecting you to be number 1, God said with a smile. You are being too cheap, Hansen complained. Why does the number 1 spot only earn a God personality armament? Second and third earned a God personality armament too, and the first received the same. That is not supposed to be the ultimate prize for number 1, right? God looked at him with disdain as he said, you have no idea of the luck you have now. They are destroyed class God personality armaments, just like your Skyvine Radish God Lance. This God personality armament is destroyed class as well, but it is not the same. Plus, the Sky God Crown grants you passage into the Geno Hall. Do you know how many elites have craved that power across all of time? What is the level of the God personality armaments level? Is the destroyed class stronger than the destroyed class? Hansen quickly asked. You will know once you enter the Geno Hall, God said with a smile. Your little doggy went there. Are you not going to go take a look? Cough. I am busy. I am not going yet. Hansen then asked, is it dangerous in the Geno Hall? With my current might, do you think I will end up in danger if I stay there for a while? I do not know. God was being tight-lipped about Hansen's fear. He ignored him and stopped answering his questions. Hansen wanted to go to the Geno Hall to take a look, especially since Little Gold was in there. He wanted to go. Yet, Hansen still wanted to wait to become a true god before attempting to enter. If he wasn't, he feared he would just become a burden for Little Gold. That would be depressing and possibly make Little Gold's situation worse. I wonder when Wana will wake up. Otherwise, if she keeps staying next to me, suppressing my super god spirit body, I cannot use my super god spirit mode for a long time. It stops me from doing what I want. Hansen looked at Destiny's tower, which was where Wana was. She was still fast asleep, but she looked much calmer than usual. Her life force was lively and much better than the last time he saw her. Dollar had been recognized as the top spot on the Geno God list, and Golden Growler had entered the Geno Hall. Plus, Dollar and Golden Growler had a strange encounter. It made the Geno God list fight the topic of many conversations. For a long time, the entire universe talked about them. Dollar and Golden Growler's name became famous across the universe. Many big races tried investigating where Dollar came from, which included Empty Mountain. No progress was made. No one was able to figure out where the elusive Dollar had come from. No one was able to figure out anything more about the strange title of human either. Some old antiques knew about the existence of humans, but Dollar exuded the presence of a xenogeneic. He was different from the blue-blooded humans. They were not of the same race. From what they had seen, the Geno God list did have a human fighter, but he was not like Dollar. That human was Lulai, and he was ranked 4th. How do I go to the Buddha without anyone noticing me? Hansen had been killing xenogeneics in the 9 Defense Palace to earn genes, but there were not many high-level xenogeneics in the palace. Hansen had to eat butterfly-class xenogeneics to increase his genes, so his level-up progress was slow. He wanted to go to the Buddha to get his knife back. He also wanted to get his revenge on Burning Lamp, who had turned him into an ant and harmed Isha. When he went back to the Buddha, he would use his Hansen identity. He was going to get proper revenge. With Dollar's name, even if he took the knife back, it would be pointless. Now that he had God next to him, if he was to become Hansen, he would be exposed. He did not want that to happen. Hansen kept thinking of a way to solve this, but he came up empty. God seemed fairly ordinary and more like an uncle. He seemed to know a lot of things most of the time, but he also seemed weaker than very high-level gods such as King Jun. Even so, the pressure Han Sen felt was greater than with King Jun. Han Sen was a bit worried, so he did not dare do too much. While Han Sen was thinking about how to get rid of God approached him and said, "I am leaving for a while." Han Sen almost thought it was because he had been able to read his mind, and that was why he said it. "That is a shame," Han Sen replied. "I would like to play more rounds of chess with you." "It is fine," God said with a laugh. "I am going back to do something. I will be back in a few days." "Why are you in so much of a rush? What can be more important than playing chess?" Han Sen feigned surprise. "The Geno Hall has a new member, so I am going to take a look," God casually said. "Are you visiting Golden Growler?" Han Sen's heart sank. He did not think getting watched by God was a good thing. "It is just an average, expected procedure," God said with a laugh. "Since I know you, if he is in any danger, I will make sure to inform you." "Thanks a lot." Although Han Sen said that, he thought there was something wrong. He thought, is he going to convince Little Gold to push me to enter the Geno Hall? After God said he was leaving, he left. Han Sen was a little worried. He thought Little Gold might get bullied because of his relationship with God. Han Sen knew there was no point in worrying. He just wanted to quickly level up, become true God, and enter the Geno Hall. He researched ways he might infiltrate the Buddha. He was trying to get the knife back and revenge on Burning Lamp. The knife's power would be a big boon to Han Senator. It was a weapon designed to help weaker beings wins. He thought it might prove useful inside the Geno Hall. From the data Han Sen had collected, the elites who had entered the Geno Hall throughout history all had a true God weapon. Plus, from Han Sen's experience battling God spirits, true God class power did affect the God spirits. Any power below true God class did not do any damage to the gods. They were almost entirely useless. That was why Han Sen wanted to become true God class first. It would enable him to enter the Geno Hall. One of the sheep heads on the 4-sheep cube leads to where horizontal evil was suppressed. One of them goes to God's farm, and another leads to a place where many scary xenogeniacs were gathered. I wonder where the last place goes. If I use the 4-sheep cube to teleport and travel with Han Sen's identity, I do not think even God could find me. After Han Sen thought of that, he decided to do it. In the past, he was a bit scared of where the 4-sheep cube sent him to. With his current level of power, he was no weaker than a true God class. Plus, he had space teleportation, so he did not have to worry too much. Han Sen had not wanted to use space teleportation before because he was afraid God had a way to track his space teleportation. For Sheep Cube's teleportation, however, was almost untraceable. Han Sen knew the way it teleported him was different from any other kind of teleportation power. It was difficult to break. Han Sen only needed the 4-sheep cube teleportation power to slip away. Afterward, he would be able to get rid of his xenogenic mode and look like Han Sen again. No one was going to think he was dollar. Then, he would use space teleportation to go wherever he wanted. Han Sen went to the 9 Defense Palace and selected a room that had no xenogenic in it. After he pressed the restrictions, he used his Dongxian aura to hide all of the spinning universal cogwheels. He then took out his 4-sheep cube and activated the final sheep head. The black and white goldfish spun fast. They brought Han Sen into the 4-sheep cube. When he crawled outside of the 4-sheep cube again, he was no longer in his xenogenic mode. He looked like Han Sen again. Han Sen was very alert. He looked around, but he did not see any scary xenogenics. All he saw was a void in space. Not far from it, he saw a palace that was bigger than a star. That palace was like a big black beast lurking in space. It was made of metal and looked horrendously cold. The palace also looked like it was in disarray. Much of it had crumbled. It looked a little old. It was like a junkyard for machines. Han Sen did not sense any creatures nearby, so he flew toward the palace. He wanted to see what sort of place it was. Even if he used galaxy teleportation, he needed to know in which direction to head. Right now, he had no idea where in the universe he was. Hansen quickly approached the metal palace. When he had a closer look at it, the place looked broken. Many giant cracks webbed around the metal construct. It was like the claws of some giant beast had ripped it. Luckily, the door of the metal palace was complete. Hansen saw 2 words written there, Metal Temple. Temple. Does that mean this place is somewhere inside the Geno Hall? Hansen was shocked. He had not expected it to be a temple. Hansen thought, no way. This is the universe. It is different from the space where Skyvine Radish Temple was. Perhaps I have thought too much. Perhaps this metal temple is not that kind of temple. He used the Dongxian aura to scan the metal temple. If this place was that sort of temple, there was sure to be a god spirit on the inside. Hansen felt instantly relieved. He used his Dongxian aura to scan the temple. He did not find any life forces there or see signs of any creature that resembled a god spirit. That is what I am talking about. It cannot be that kind of temple. Hansen pushed the door and walked into the metal temple. There was a lot of broken metal inside. The palace was bigger than a planet. He was not able to see a complete portion of the building. It was hard to imagine what kind of battle had taken place there to render a palace into that kind of state. Hansen kept flying and examining the place. Since the temple was so damaged, it was hard to tell what many of the things once were. The shape of the building was also very weird. It was different from the other kind of buildings Hansen had seen. Suddenly, Hansen saw something. It made his expression change. In the fallen metal ruins, Hansen saw a partially visible god altar. The altar looked similar to the ones he had seen in the Skyvine Radish Temple. It was the altar that was able to revive Skyvine Radish. Hansen waved his hands and moved all of the metal scraps away. The altar was now easier to see. It was the same as what Hansen had seen inside Skyvine Radish Temple. No matter the texture, the symbols, or stylings, it was the same. Is this place really a temple? How could a temple look so destroyed? Plus, it is in the universe. I thought the temples were only inside the Geno Hall. Hansen had a puzzled expression. He moved the stuff around in hopes of finding some useful leads. Hansen quickly noticed that the altar was not complete. Some sort of power had broken it. What is going on here? A temple was destroyed. Who had the power to bring a temple into the universe and then destroy it? While Hansen pondered this, he sensed some movement from afar. Hansen's heart jumped. He put away his presents and hid behind a broken metal wall. Not long later, Hansen sensed a creature approaching the metal temple. It was standing at the door where it said, Metal Temple. The creature was staring at those 2 words. Hansen used his Dongxian aura to watch. He discovered that it was a man with a lot of white hair, but he was very strange. Although he had white hair, he did not look old. He was a middle-aged man with a fair aura about him. The man stared at the metal temple for a while. He sighed, said, "It has been many years. I, Tai, am finally back." Hansen thought, Tai? Is that the white-haired Tai Bauer met, or is it the Tai from the scroll? Is it the one that killed a god? Tai turned his head. He walked into the metal temple and headed for the metal altar. Tai was looking at the altar as he coldly said, "Since you are here, why bother hiding?" Hansen was shocked. He did not expect to be discovered so soon. Suddenly, someone flashed. He saw another shadow appear next to the altar. King Jun? When Hansen saw the person's shape, he was given a fright. He did not expect to see Sky God King Jun there. Is this metal temple King Jun's temple? No way. King Jun is a fire element god spirit. He does not really associate himself with metal. Plus, the altar is broken. I do not think anything good happened to the god spirit that once resided here. Han Sen was thinking about many things. Tai, I never thought you would make it back alive, King Jun coldly said. Tai looked at King Jun and replied, I do not care if I live or if I die, but you. You care for your life so much, yet you risk entry into the universe. Are you not afraid of being able to return to your own temple? King Jun looked at him with disdain and asked, do you think you are still in the sacred era? The people in the universe are lucky to keep themselves alive. Why would they come and seek trouble from me? At this time, no matter how bad things become, there are still God's sadnesses, right? Tai asked with a laugh. King Jun's expression was cold. He grunted. Tai, Nine-Night God was murdered inside a temple, and that thing was stolen. Was it you? I was just taking back what belonged to me, Tai icily replied. Did you not know that thing was so important to me? King Jun angrily asked. I know it is. Tai nodded. Why would you take it if you knew? King Jun harshly asked. Tai calmly looked at King Jun said, it does not matter to me if it is important to you. Fine. 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 Tai, are you really going to make yourself my enemy? It looked as if King Jun's face was turning green. He was so angry that he laughed. When you become Sky God King Jun, you and I will not be friends. There will be no favors owed between us, so there will be no breaking up. Tai looked like he did not care. Fine. 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 If you ever find yourself in trouble, I will sit back and watch. King Jun was furious. He waved his sleeves and left. He instantly disappeared. Tai remained in front of the altar, but he did not speak. After a while, he said, it must be uncomfortable hiding there. You should come on out. Han Sen thought there must have been another creature about. He looked around, but no one else appeared. I am talking about you. Who are you looking for? Tai's expression looked a bit weird. He looked at the wall Han Sen was hiding behind. Han Sen knew Tai must have discovered his location. He coughed and stepped out from the broken wall. He said, I just did not want to disturb you and Sky God King Jun's discussion. I did not mean to eavesdrop. You were here before me, Tai said with a nod. I know you weren't eavesdropping. Han Sen was shocked. He was surprised Tai had discovered him already. The skill to hide his presence did not work. Crystallizer? Tai looked at Han Sen with interest. Yes. Han Sen nodded. After checking him out, Tai said, no. You are not a crystallizer. You are a human. Han Sen was shocked. Even God believed he was a crystallizer, yet Tai believed he was human. Something had to be going on. What do you mean? Han Sen asked with a frown. Tai laughed. I did not expect humans to come crawling out of the sanctuary after my brief nap. It seems that it was worth the sacred leader's effort way back then. What do humans have to do with sacred leader? Han Sen was stunned. He remembered humans were a part of the crystallizer, but he did not think they had a connection to sacred leader. If they were related, crystallizers would have taken over sacred leader's shelters. Tai knew about the sanctuaries, so he knew humans came from the sanctuaries. It also did not seem as if he was lying. Tai laughed but did not answer. He turned around and looked at the broken altar. Can you help me? I am so weak. I cannot help you. Tai looked weird. Han Sen did not want to make promises, but he wanted to learn secrets about the humans from Tai. He did not really want to refuse outright. It is nothing too difficult, Tai said. I want to fix this altar. The materials needed are here already, but we need some pure water to fix it. Can you use a water geno art? I can use a water geno art or two, but why are you fixing the altar? Han Sen was confused. He did not understand Tai. Hearing him talk with King Jun, Tai did not seem to be on good terms with Sky God King Jun, but he also knew about Sacred Leader and the sanctuaries. Now, he wanted to fix the altar. Han Sen could not tell which side he might ultimately be serving. King Jun had said he entered a temple and killed a god spirit. Han Sen was pretty convinced that Tai was the godslayer Tai from the scroll. Tai did not answer Han Senator. He removed many materials from the broken altar. He flicked his fingers. A white fire descended onto the altar. The white fire burned the entire altar. Flames enveloped the altar. Han Sen stood next to the altar, but he could not feel the fire's heat. The altar's materials turned into juice, which filled up the cracks inside the altar. The altar was burning like hot, red steel. It was half-transparent. The melted juice flowed into the altar. The cracks inside the altar filled up and slowly vanished. Not long after, it looked like a perfect altar but was crystallized. It was like a crystal. "Help me out with the water," Tai coldly said. Han Sen's heart jumped. He followed Tai's instructions and used a water geno art. He generated a lot of water to spray the altar. The water was poured on the altar. Before it touched the altar, the water was vaporized. "We need more to cool the whole altar down," Tai said. Han Sen increased his power. He got more water to hit the altar. Han Sen tried his hardest, but the water was unable to douse the altar. Despite being like the tide, the water was vaporized in the air. Very powerful Tai. Now, Han Sen had a better understanding of how scary Tai's fire power was. Since Han Sen had already committed, he was not going to give up. He clutched his ancient water god origin and simulated ancient water god's presence. He then fired water at the altar. Chi! The water hit the altar. White smoke rose from the altar. The burning, crystal-looking altar was stone again. The altar was broken, but it no longer had any cracks. It had recovered and looked like new. There was still no godlight or god spirit spawning on the altar. "Thank you so much, little brother. This is your reward. I trust we will meet again." Tai threw something to Han Sen as he walked to the altar. Han Sen watched the altar shine with a bright light. The light was spreading everywhere. Wherever the godlight touched, the broken metal buildings appeared to rewind. All the broken pieces rose up and flew backward. The palace was repairing itself. Suddenly, the entire temple had a bunch of metal pieces flying everywhere. All of the buildings, statues, and tools were recovering as if they were rewinding. Due to the power of the altar, the entire temple started to tear space. It was heading into space. Han Sen did not dare follow the temple into space. He exited the temple and watched it recover from outside. When the temple was 70% to 80% recovered, Han Sen was able to see that the structure of the temple was in the image of a large, metal bird. The big metal bird coldly looked across the universe. It gave people the feeling it would shake its wings and fly for 9 nights. The metal giant bird kind of looked like the sun gold bird Han Sen had killed before, but it was a little bit different. The temple was becoming more and more complete, and it was going into space. It suddenly disappeared. Han Sen realized that he had not asked Tai any of the questions he wanted to ask. He lowered his head and looked into his hands. The thing Tai had thrown him was like an egg. It was the size of an egg too. It looked rather heavy and had a metallic sheen to it. "What the hell? He gave me an egg. Am I supposed to cook it?" Han Sen felt depressed. He did not know the egg's purpose. Han Sen used the Dongxian aura to look. He did not see a life force in the egg. It looked like a small art piece that was built from metal. I have no idea what the hell Tai is up to. He is so mysterious. He can open the temple, so there is a 90% chance he is the god spirit of this temple. After looking at his face, he did not seem to look like a god spirit. This is so weird. Hansen did not understand, so he stopped trying to think about it. He put the metal egg away, looked around. He still did not understand which direction to head, so he randomly used galaxy teleportation. He hoped he would be lucky enough to find a place with people in it. At least, they might be able to confirm his location. Because he was unable to locate his position, galaxy teleportation was dangerous. If Hansen randomly teleported into a place, he might end up in the giant mouth of some random beast. He might have even ended up inside a hot pot. The worst thing would have been him teleporting into a knife, which would stick in him and cause injuries. Fortunately, Hansen's body was strong. Although it would likely not hurt him, Hansen was still going to be careful. After teleporting, Hansen realized that his body was in water. The water was very clean but also very shallow. He saw some jade stairs. He was able to tell that he was in a spring or swimming pool. Hansen stood up. His chest was above the water. He looked around. He was in a big fountain in the center of a plaza. Hansen was standing in the fountain. A group of boys and girls looked at him with shock. He looked very strange. Feather? Hansen noticed the wings on the backs of the boys and girls. It was a clear indicator that they belonged to the feather. After Kong Fei made the feather a lower race, Hansen cared little for their existence. He had not expected galaxy teleportation to take him to a territory that belonged to the feather. This place cannot be holy heaven, can it? Hansen looked around. He noticed he was not in a xenogenic space. He was just on a normal planet. Because Hansen did not care, he did not even know if holy heaven belonged to the feather. After all, they had become a lower race. If the feather wanted to keep holy heaven, which was a large xenogenic space, it would be difficult. Hansen emerged from the fountain and smiled at a young feather woman. "Excuse me. What is this place?" "This is Songfeather Planet," the feather girl replied with shock. "Who are you? Why are you in the fountain?" Hansen had never heard of Songfeather Planet before, but there was evidence of advanced technology there. Hansen got out his phone and connected to the internet. He quickly located his position. He learned that he was on a small planet that was not too far from the Big Barren systems. Hansen was in the Big Barren systems. The last sheep head of the 4-sheep cube was pointing at the Big Barren systems. Hansen felt weird. It seemed to be a different Big Barren system. It should have been further. I thought it was someone so brave daring to enter my Songfeather Planet. Hansen suddenly heard someone laughing from far away. He looked in that direction and was instantly happy. He said, "Brother Fei." The man smiled evilly. He approached Hansen. It was Kong Fei, who Hansen had not seen for a very long time. He did not expect to see him on the border of a planet. "Time is weird," Kong Fei said with a sigh. "When I first met you, you were so weak that you could not even talk. I was afraid I could kill you so easily. Now, you are a deified elite. Brother Fei, why are you here?" Hansen was very curious. Kong Fei had the biggest grudge with the feather. Everyone knew that. Yet, this place had many feathers, and Kong Fei was still living there. That was surprising. "Come. We do not have xenogenics in the universe, but we have drinks." Kong Fei did not answer. He led the way forward. Many feathers greeted and smiled at him. They always referred to him as Brother Fei. Hansen quickly noticed the feather there were all young, and many of them weren't pure feathers. There were many tall trees. There were houses nestled atop the trees. Kong Fei lived inside one such treehouse. He casually sat on the wooden floor and tossed Hansen a drink. He held the bottle and had a swig. The feather became a lower race, and they could not keep holy heaven. "These are the orphans I collected after the battle." Hansen did not know how to answer him. Kong Fei fought for the rights of himself and his family. He had only managed to knock the feather down from their perch as one of the higher races. He did not kill them all. That was very kind of him. Yet, he still hadn't been able to avoid innocent lives being taken. It was hard to say who was in the wrong or right. He could only say that in that big era one could not control fate. It was all in the era's waves. I am finally back. Home is good. Hansen returned home. He took a deep breath and accepted the heartwarming fragrance of home. Dad. Upon seeing Hansen, Linger ran over to him in search of a hug. Linger. Good Linger. Let Dad kiss you. Hansen picked up Linger and kissed her on the head. He rubbed her face and commented on how spongy her cheeks felt. You remembered to come back. If you were not yet back, Linger was going to forget what you looked like. Ji Yanran rolled her eyes at Hansen. Hansen picked up Linger. He used his nose to rub hers as he said, Linger would not forget Dad. Isn't that right? Linger's eyes were wide open as she replied, Linger would never forget Dad, and Dad would never forget Linger. Right? Hansen held Linger and said, of course not. Linger is Daddy's baby. Daddy can forget everyone except for Linger. Linger was holding Hansen's neck. With a squeaky voice, she asked, Linger and Daddy will be together forever, right? Of course. Hansen nodded. Kindergarten is on a break. Mother said Linger can go play. Linger blinked and asked, can you take me to the big universe to play? What? Hansen was surprised. It was now revealed that she was being so nice solely for the reason of Hansen taking her out. Hansen sighed. If this was before, he would have hesitated and outright refused to take Linger to the big universe. It was too dangerous. Now, Hansen had the power to protect himself, so he had the option to consider it. If there is no danger, you should take her, said Ji Yanran, who was nearby. The teacher gave her a lot of homework that requires the assistance of a parent. You never spend time with her. Take this as a trip to finish the homework. Why not? Out there, I have a place to stay. Bauer and Little Red Bird are there. I bet they miss Linger a lot. Hansen nodded. He looked at Ji Yanran and asked, are you coming with us? I am not going, Ji Yanran said. Recently, I have been researching Xianmen skills. I have discovered something interesting. I want to achieve something with the Xianmen skills first, then I will take Linger to the universe. I will be living there from now on. Hansen was surprised. Xianmen skills were a bit complicated and more than a bit boring. It was difficult for ordinary people to learn, and the results were never obvious. It was a skill that took a long time to learn. He was surprised to hear that Ji Yanran was interested in learning a Xianmen skill. The next morning, Hansen took Linger with him on his teleportation back to the universe. He said goodbye to Kong Fei and used galaxy teleportation to return to Space Garden. Linger was very good at adjusting. The universe's powerful pressure did not affect her. She was able to adjust to its environment pretty quickly. It was surprising. How powerful is Linger's body? When I just leveled up and came here, it took me a while to adjust to the pressure of this universe. Hansen looked at Linger with a strange expression. She was merrily jumping around. Her two pigtails were swinging. Hansen was feeling cocky and said, I cannot blame her. After all, her daddy is the one and only Han Sr. The holy baby was released by Hansen again. With a look of depression, he waddled over to sit next to him. There were not many changes in Space Garden, but there were many changes in the people there. Bauer, Little Red Bird, Little Angel, Zero, Huang Fujing, Qin Xian, Tang Zhenliu, and Wang Yuhang were all there. Most importantly, many people had already used the resources of Space Garden to become deified class. Aside from the few that showed up on the Geno God list, Moment Queen and Little Star Star were deified too. This is all because of Little Red Bird, Wang Yuhang excitedly said. If it was not for him, we would not be able to start hunting plant xenogeneics so fast. We would not have as much geno fluid to use. By the way, this is such a great place. Deified xenogeneic plants are all over the place. Bauer pulled Linger away to play elsewhere. Little Red Bird shook its butt and followed from behind. After following them for a bit, it went back. It flapped its wings and flew around Han Senator. It circled him a few times. It kept looking at him. It seemed as if he was searching for something. Are you looking for this? Han Sen's heart jumped. He brought out the metal egg that Tai had given to him. Little Red Bird was excited and screamed. It flew over to Han Sen and opened its mouth, obviously wanting to eat the metal egg. I cannot give this to you yet. Han Sen smiled and put the egg back. Little Red Bird was disappointed. He was not going to allow Little Red Bird to gobble it up before he figured out what the little metal egg did. Space Garden was not very big, right? They were mostly human creatures and spirits there. Their powers were not bad. Han Sen thought, it looks like we can bring more interesting guys here. Space Garden has so many resources now. I can bring a few hundred more people and we'll still be fine. The next place Han Sen planned on going to was the realm of the Buddha. He was still hesitant about choosing whether or not to challenge the Buddha and knock them down from being one of the higher races or just going to their lands and stealing the knife back. Taking down the Buddha was the best choice, but Han Sen did not want to do it as a human. If he used his crystallizer's name, he did not know if humans would benefit from the act. Ordinarily, after a race's lantern was lit, the creatures of the same race would receive a buff via the lantern. The genes in their bodies increased. Han Sen and the others were not pure crystallizers. If he used the name of the crystallizers to light up a lantern, he did not know what the outcome might be. So far, the name of the crystallizers to light up the lantern might yield better results, Wang Yuheng said. Things about humans should not be too obvious. Plus, the ranking of the Buddha is low. It is not worth risking humans to take. Everyone thought using the name of the crystallizers to fight the Buddha was better. After seeing the Geno God list, they knew their powers were much weaker than others in the universe. It was not enough for them to keep a grip on their throne. All right. Han Sen nodded. He planned on using Dollar's identity for humans to light up a lantern. To do that, he was not going to select a low-tier race to target. He was going to make sure that when the humans were ready to make themselves known to the universe, they would immediately get into the top 5. Shi Qing King, Qin Xian, and Han Sen were talking about the details. They confirmed that they would take down the Buddha as crystallizers and replace the lantern. Bauer, you take good care of Linger. Dad has some things to do. Han Sen gave Linger to Bauer. He used galaxy teleportation to go where the Buddha were. Upon seeing Han Sen leave, Holy Baby looked very happy and had a murderous expression. He walked over to Bauer and Linger, who were playing together. In the Buddha Kingdom, Burning Lamp seemed to be in a fairly fine mood. Previously, he was just larva class. With his age and energy, he was not able to level up more. No one knew that through the process of making the knife blank, he had a few surprises. When the knife was forged, he felt the power of the knife. It let him level up to butterfly class. Afterward, things got even better. The Geno God list randomly opened. He was able to rely on that knife and reach the top 100. He ended up in the 80th position. He received a true god weapon and the material of a true god. After all that happened, he felt incredibly lucky. Burning Lamp himself found it difficult to believe. My luck is not bad. I got a random true god weapon like this. With this god doll, that means the Buddha have another true god elite. When the oil of my lamp runs dry, I will not have to worry too much about leaving the Buddha without anyone to continue the legacy. Burning Lamp was looking at a black doll, which was as tall as him. He looked excited. The black doll had many weird and mysterious markings. It was just standing there. It gave people the feeling that it possessed powerful magic. That god doll was the true god weapon Burning Lamp had received. He just needed to activate the god doll for it to follow his commands in combat. The power of it was like the power of a true god elite. But Burning Lamp was only butterfly class. He did not have enough power, so he could not keep using the god doll to fight. The power of a true god, even if it was used for only a short amount of time, was still able to deal damage that could not be imagined. That satisfied Burning Lamp. As long as there was a deified around, they could make use of the god doll. The duration it could be used for was all based on how much power could be put in. Although the time limit was short, even if Burning Lamp died, someone in the Buddha could still make use of the god doll. The Buddha could still maintain their power. With this god doll and the cause karma knife, unless a top-class elite wants to fight the Buddha, we'll be fine. We still have the backing of the Extreme King. There won't be many changes. If we successfully refine this material. Burning Lamp was looking at a 3-foot-long red bone. He looked excited. That bone was the true god material he had earned. The bone was called the Break Soul Bone. It was the arm bone of a true god xenogeneic called Break Soul Beast. Burning Lamp thought, it is a shame to refine the causal karma knife. The Buddha have used almost all the savings of this generation. We will not be able to afford another true god weapon. We will have to put his bone into the Buddha light pool. If we let it get rinsed by the Buddha light, it will become pure in around 1,000 to 10,000 years. Perhaps then the Buddha might become very famous, and we might have the resources to create another true god weapon. He was going to put the Break Soul Bone into the Buddha light pool, but his expression suddenly changed. The Buddha's light pool was shaking. It was not just the Buddha's light pool, but the whole Buddha kingdom was shaking. It was like an earthquake was happening. Everyone in the Buddha kingdom felt the earthquake. The sky and ground suddenly changed color. The Buddha light that covered the Buddha kingdom was like a candle in the wind. What is going on? Everyone in the Buddha kingdom looked to the sky in confusion. They shockingly realized that a man was floating above Buddha kingdom. That man was just standing in space. One of his hands was touching the Buddha light that protected the Buddha kingdom. For centuries, the Buddha light had not been moved. Now, the man was touching it and swinging it. It was like a bubble that popped. Many Buddha elites flew into space and madly shouted at the man. How dare you? How dare you destroy the Buddha kingdom's Buddha light? Do you have any idea where you are? They knew that the man was powerful and a deified elite. He was not someone they could fight. They did not dare to fight him, but they were not going to cower and act weak. They were not going to be scared because their opponent was deified. They even looked proud. The Buddha kingdom's elites were doing this because Burning Lamp was 80 on the Geno God list. Their alpha was an elite in the Geno God list, which gave them confidence. Their confidence and pride had been greatly increased. Hansen thought it was funny. If they were saying this was Buddha kingdom and asking him if he knew where he was, the Buddha king was very interesting. Oh, I really didn't know where I was. Where is this place? Please educate me. Hansen looked like he was smiling at the Buddha king, but he wasn't smiling. Humph. This is the Buddha kingdom. It is where the Geno God list's elite Burning Lamp alpha rules. The Buddha elite lifted his eyebrows. That means I have come to the right place, Hansen coldly said. The Buddha king wished to say something, but the other Buddha kings had just arrived. When he saw Hansen, Pure Sea King was shocked. He screamed and shouted, Hansen. He is Han Senator, he is God's daddy Hansen. The other Buddha kings were in shock. Hansen had not joined the Geno God list fight this time, but his reputation was no weaker than those that did. It was perhaps even greater. Space Garden had many deified elites join. Although they did not get good results, many deifieds thought it was Hansen who had created them. Thus, Hansen's reputation was even brighter. Pure Sea King, you still remember me, Hansen coldly said. What are you doing with the Buddha? Pure Sea King forced a smile. Back when Burning Lamp stole Han Sen's knife blank and turned him into an ant, Pure Sea King had been nearby. He knew Han Sen really hated the Buddha, so he knew this was not a polite visit. Yet, Pure Sea King was not scared. Han Sen was famous, but his power was not that great. Burning Lamp Alpha had just been number 80 on the Geno God list, and he had beaten Pluto Peacock, which was true God class. That made Pure Sea King very proud. Plus, the Buddha belonged to the Extreme King. If Han Sen wanted trouble from the Buddha, he had to worry about the Extreme King. I am here to make you pay, Han Sen said. We Buddha do not owe anything to anyone, Pure Sea King said with a dim look. Han Sen coldly laughed. Ha. Ha. You don't owe anything? If you say that, then I will say something else. I do not want you to owe me anything. By that I mean I will make your race extinct. How dare you? Is the Buddha a place where you can talk like a crazy man? Many Buddha elites were so angry and started shouting. Han Sen menacingly laughed. His fingers had strength. The protecting Buddha light, which had protected the Buddha kingdom for 1,000 years, broke like a bubble in his hands. The entire Buddha kingdom was left exposed in space. All the Buddha looked shocked. They fell back. Without the Buddha's light for protection, their security was reduced by 50%. They would not dare fight Han Sen. Ba. The Buddha's catchphrase was up. Burning Lamp was wearing Buddha clothing. He was on his way, and he was quick to arrive before Han Sen did anything else. Mr. Alpha. As they watched Burning Lamp Alpha descend, all the Buddhas felt considerably safer. Burning Lamp waved his hand, signaling for them to no longer talk. He looked at Han Sen and coldly said, Mr. Han has come to the Buddha kingdom and broke our protective Buddha light. Why? To make your race extinct, Han Sen coldly said. Burning Lamp's expression changed. He seemed to restrain his simmering anger as he frowned and asked, Mr. Han, are you here because of what happened? We Buddha can be reasonable. After that, Burning Lamp laid out some items. Among the items was a teeth knife. The beast from which the teeth came was unknown. He said, I know you are angry about what happened, but the knife blank was destroyed while refining it. This knife is a tiger teeth knife. It came from a deified xenogeniac from the west called Space Tiger. Its teeth were used to make the knife. It is not a bad deified weapon. It matches with the teeth knife you use. This is a gift from the Buddha to you. I hope this can let bygones be bygones. Burning Lamp, the causal karma knife you used comes from my knife blank. Han Sen looked like he was smiling at Burning Lamp, but he was not smiling. Burning Lamp's face did not change. He coldly said, You think too much. Mr. Han, it was just a knife blank. How else could we make a true God weapon? That was a holy item the Buddha spent a lot of effort making. It is our race weapon. Burning Lamp, do not say I haven't given you a chance, Han Sen said. In addition to the true God material, give me the causal karma knife and true God weapon you received from the Geno God list. Only then can we let bygones be bygones. Do not be ridiculous. Who do you think you are? Very high leader or golden growler? Mr. Alpha, there is no need to talk to a prick like this, who does not know his place. He destroyed our protective Buddha light. We should kill him. All the Buddha kingdom's kings were incredibly mad. They thought Han Sen's demands were too much. Burning Lamp's expression turned cold. He looked at Han Sen and said, in respect to Knife Queen and Sky Palace, if you go now, I will pretend you were never here. If you are really going to be this ridiculous, then do not take it out on us for being cruel. Han Sen knew this was going to happen, so he icily said, Burning Lamp, I have just given you and the Buddha a chance, but you are too greedy and have not cherished it. Burning Lamp wished to say something, but he suddenly saw Han Sen wielding light. It was like a volcano erupting into the sky. It was quickly dyeing the whole of space a weird color. All the stars went dark. I, by the name of Han Sen, who is a crystallizer, am going to light up the race lantern. Han Sen's voice boomed across the universe. It was like the whole universe was sending his voice out to echo across the dark corners of the cosmos. Amid the echoing, the Geno Hall slowly appeared. Holy sh*T. The Geno Hall has appeared again. What is going on? It used to be once every century. Now, it has happened a few times. What is going on in the world? Han Sen is lighting up a lantern for the crystallizers, but every lantern in the Geno Hall has been lit up. Which race is he going to challenge? Interesting. The crystallizers failed to light up a lantern and were almost entirely wiped out. Now, Han Sen, that might offer them a chance of lighting up a lantern. Which race is he going to challenge? Is it still going to be like what the crystallizers originally did? Is he going to challenge one of the bigger races? Godfather Han is lighting up a lantern. This is interesting. With Space Garden's power, taking down a low-rank high race should not be difficult. In Sky Palace, Aisha was playing chess with Sky Palace leader. They suddenly heard the echo. They were both shocked. This kid is coming out to stir up issues again, Sky Palace leader said with a smile. Which race is he going to challenge? Aisha looked worried. It does not matter which race. The problem is that the Very High have been looking for him. If he shows himself now, the Very High might find him. I am afraid that with his anger, he will probably challenge the Buddha. You know what burning lamp is like now. That kid is not dumb, Sky Palace leader said with a laugh. If he dared to show up, he must have a plan. There is no need to worry. Inside a building on the other side of Sky Palace, Yun Sui's pretty eyes looked strange. Han Sen is lighting up a lantern for the crystallizers. Which race is he going to challenge? In the Extreme King, Queen Bai Wei saw Han Sen in space. She looked conflicted. In an abyss, the leader looked at Han Sen in space and said, "Crystallizers. They are making a comeback. Lighting a lantern for the crystallizers." Blood Legion leader said with a smile. Han Sen is interesting. Across the universe, many creatures were tuning in to watch the fight. At the same time, in the Very High, Exquisite looked worried and said, "When did he come out? He is also showing himself in public and wants to light up a lantern. He is just asking for my people to catch him. Do not worry, big sister. He must have a plan if he is going to do this." Li Kier tried to offer her comfort. Exquisite practiced Very High sense, but she could not help but worry. I am not worried about whether or not he can light up the lantern. Even if he does, with the involvement of our people, he won't succeed. He really shouldn't have shown himself now. Every race looked into the sky. They saw Han Sen standing in front of the Geno Hall. They were curious to learn which race he was going to challenge. The faces of Burning Lamp and the Buddha turned pale. They knew which race Han Sen was going to challenge, but they did not dare believe it. No matter how famous Han Sen was, this was just because of his blessing skill. With his real power, he was nothing compared to Burning Lamp, who was ranked 80th on the Geno God list. It was hard to believe Han Sen would dare challenge the Buddha. The Geno Hall was completely visible. Han Sen pointed his finger. His finger had a drop of blood on it. The blood was going to the Geno Hall's gate. When the blood got close to the Geno Hall's gate, the gate doors opened up. The doors were wide open. All the lanterns of all the races were shining in the Geno Hall. They shone across the whole universe like it was daytime. Everyone in the universe stared at Han Sen and the open Geno Hall doors. The lanterns were shining inside. This proved the Geno Hall had approved Han Sen's challenge. Now, it all depended on which race he sought to challenge. Han Sen looked at all the lanterns, which were burning brightly. They were like beasts staring at him with hungry eyes. Han Sen's face did not change. He moved his lips and said one word, "Buddha." When Han Sen spoke that sole word, the other lanterns seemed to dim. Only one lantern blazed fiercely, and its light became brighter. It flew out of the hall with a murderous aura. The starlight was shining. The symbols on the foreheads of all the Buddha in the universe started to shine. Even in the faraway reaches of the universe, the stamp could be used to pull themselves to the Geno Hall, to protect their lantern. Angry roaring sounds echoed across the universe as infinite numbers of Buddha traveled through space. Even the most casual Buddha, who didn't have the power to fly, was able to use their race's stamp to fight. Countless Buddha gathered before the lantern. Their bodies burned with Buddha light. Everyone was giving their power to the lantern, which made the Buddha lantern's flame blaze even brighter. It was like a northern light shining across every creature in the universe. It released an unimaginably scary power. Hansen. Are you really going to fight the Buddha to your death? Burning Lamp looked calm, but his eyes could not hide his seething desire for murder. I am only destroying the Buddha, Hansen coldly said. It can't be that difficult. After hearing Hansen say that, everyone in the universe had a strange expression. Buddha power was not great in terms of a higher race, but Burning Lamp, the Buddha Alpha, was an exception. He had surprisingly reached butterfly class. During the Geno Godlist fights, he had managed to beat a Pluto peacock. He destroyed a powerful true god Xenogeneic to achieve the 80th rank. Even people from higher races or ranks would have thought twice about challenging the Buddha. Plus, the Buddha had the support of the Extreme King. The Extreme King would not sit idly by and watch the Buddha get attacked. If they did, no one would place their trust and faith in the Extreme King anymore. Godfather Han is too arrogant. Although there are many deifieds in Space Garden, they are all just primitive. How can he compare to Burning Lamp, who was in the top 100 on the Geno God list? Godfather Han is challenging the Buddha alone. Everyone was talking. Isha looked weird and said, of course, he challenged the Buddha and did it alone. Sky Palace leader laughed and said, I see Hansen's level is not too low. He might succeed, but... But what? Isha asked. The crystallizers failed their challenge back then. It was because an outsider joined the race fight. The high race that appeared back then might show up once more to stop the crystallizers again. Even if they do not show up, the very high might not be willing to let Hansen go. This will still be very difficult. Sky Palace leader shook his head. Back then, who interfered and prevented the crystallizers from becoming a higher race? Isha asked with a frown. It is hard to say. It has been a long time. Whatever creatures witnessed that fight are most likely all dead. Even the old antiques that are still alive won't talk about it anymore. Sky Palace leader laughed and said, regardless, the people that stopped the crystallizers have already become historical cosmic dust. They might not appear again. What Hansen needs to do now is deal with Burning Lamp and the Very High. While they were talking, the Buddha were furious after hearing what Hansen said. Mr. Alpha, this guy should be killed. We have to rip him apart and have him atone for his crimes. Mr. Alpha, please give us the order. I swear I am going to kill this man. Burning Lamp continued to look calm, but the murderous fires in his eyes became wilder. He coldly said the Buddha's catchphrase, Ba. If you really are going to do this, then you cannot blame the Buddha for being mean to Sky Palace. That sentence was obviously not meant for Han Senator, he was saying it to Sky Palace leader and Isha. After saying that, Burning Lamp's Buddha blazed with Buddha light. He waved his hand and cast a weird Buddha light. It was a transformation skill that turned Hansen into an ant. Now, Burning Lamp was butterfly class. He was stronger than he was before. This transformation light, as a result, was stronger than before. Under his palms, it was like he could claim the whole of space. The Buddha saw Hansen had no reaction. When he was hit by the shape-shifting Buddha light, he looked happy. When the shape-shifting Buddha light struck Hansen, it was like a breeze across his face. It did not change the shape of Hansen's jeans. It was not even able to ruffle his hair. Han Sen remained coldly standing in space. Not even his sleeves had moved. Along with Burning Lamp, the expressions of many Buddha elites changed. When Burning Lamp began the Geno-Godlist fight, he used this shape-shifting Buddha light to turn a primitive deified into a toad. Han Sen just stood there. He did not do anything against the shape-shifting Buddha light, yet he was unaffected. His body was incredibly resilient. He was more than a primitive deified. Han Sen's jade skin skills had already become butterfly. It was hard to imagine how much stronger his body had become. It was not easy to change his appearance and genes. It wasn't just Burning Lamp's shape-shifting skills that would not work. Even if very high leader came, using a skill to change the sky and ground would not move Han Sen's gene base. That is a very powerful non-leaking body, Sky Palace leader complimentarily said. It looks like this kid has become butterfly class. Isha's eyes were closed. She was glad Han Sen had become butterfly so fast, but the way forward was now more dangerous. Being a butterfly may not have been enough for him to deal with the can of worms he had opened. Han Sen stood in space, coldly looking at Burning Lamp. He said, "You should just give me the causal karma knife and true god weapon. Using your dirty little tricks will only make people laugh." The Buddha students were livid, but they were not as cocky as they were earlier. Han Sen took Burning Lamp's hit and did not get hurt, which worried them. Ba. Burning Lamp spoke the Buddha catchphrase, but said nothing else. He brought out the causal karma knife. The knife was in his hands. Burning Lamp's entire body seemed to change. It was as if some god spirit had slipped into his skin to operate his bones. The Buddha light was incredibly bright. A scary power came toward Han Senator. It was like a scary wave. No matter how Burning Lamp's power increased, Han Sen saw it as nothing. He only saw Burning Lamp's hands with the causal karma knife. It just made him laugh. Burning Lamp. Burning Lamp. You are all right as a person. You did this really well. You turned my knife blank into a splendid weapon. In fact, I should thank you. Burning Lamp shouted, "This knife is my race weapon. Don't you talk crap." He was not going to allow Han Sen to speak. He slashed toward Han Senator. The Buddha light on the knife arrived in front of Han Sen. Han Sen did not flash or dodge. He turned his hands into a knife and used teeth knife for an eye-to-eye fight. The purple knife light came out of his hands. It went across Burning Lamp's Buddha shadow knife light. The Buddha light looked strong, but Han Sen was able to crack it with just one slash. The purple knife light was powerful. It appeared in front of Burning Lamp. He was shocked by this, so he tried to dodge it. He was too late. His Buddha clothing was cut a little. The universe was shocked. Burning Lamp was in the top 100 of the Geno God list. His power was not great, but he was still a butterfly. He also had a true god weapon, yet he could still not defeat Han Sen. Holy **T. When did Han Sen become this strong? Godfather Han is exploding. He has suppressed Burning Lamp in a single strike. What has this guy been up to all this time? How could he level up so fast? It is a shame Han Sen did not join the Geno God list fights. If he had taken part, they would have been even more exhilarating. It is no wonder why he has chosen to challenge the Buddha. He really is quite strong. I know who Han Sen is. He is God's daddy. How could he do something that he was not confident with? Every Buddha looked nervous and strange. In the past, no one would have believed that Han Sen could suppress Burning Lamp, who was in the top 100 of the Geno God list. The Buddha had a lot of faith in Burning Lamp, but Han Sen's knife had suddenly lobbed their pride and confidence into the abyss. Han Sen's face did not move. He used his hand like a knife. He used all of the skills from teeth knife. The knife air soared through the sky like fangs of a generation beast. It was like it could crush everything. This had been hyped as a showcase for Burning Lamp's might. It turned out that Burning Lamp was going to get massacred. He was at a total disadvantage. Burning Lamp could not repel Han Sen's knife air. He kept dodging. When he could no longer do so, he used his causal karma knife to block Han Sen's knife air. The knife air hit the causal karma knife. Burning Lamp and his knife flew away like an asteroid through space. His face turned white. His organs had been rattled quite a bit. They are both butterfly class, but Han Sen's power far exceeds that of Burning Lamp. How did that guy do this? Extreme King's fourth uncle complimented him. Second uncle Bai laughed and said, Han Sen should not celebrate too soon. He is strong, but he is not stronger than the Pluto Peacock. Burning Lamp used the knife to defeat Pluto Peacock. It will be hard for Han Sen to win. He needs to deal with that knife. Han Sen said that knife was the knife Burning Lamp stole from him. Meng Lai asked with curiosity, is that true? Who knows? The Buddha loved to take the powers of others for their own use. All the Geno arts the Buddha have mostly stemmed from other races. In fact, something like the return of origin. Haha. It is hard to tell. Bai laughed and stopped talking. Now, it depends on whether or not Han Sen can break the knife's causal power. If he cannot break it, then it does not matter how he tries to suppress Burning Lamp. If that knife power is triggered, Burning Lamp can make a massive comeback from his situation of losing. Meng Lai looked at Han Sen, whose eyes were on fire. Han Sen's knife hit the sky. The teeth air from the teeth knife was strong. It suppressed Burning Lamp and made him suffocate. It made it harder for him to block Han Sen's attack. Chi. Burning Lamp's chest was delivered a knife-borne lesion wherever the knife air went past. Blood came squirting out of it. Catcha! In the next moment, Han Sen's knife pierced Burning Lamp's left rib bones. It seemed to break his bones. Han Sen was like a scary demon. He kept slashing on Burning Lamp, whose body had more and more wounds. Those wounds burned with purple fire. They kept tearing Burning Lamp's wounds and made them hurt more and more. Before this, no one would have thought that Han Sen would take advantage this much, while Burning Lamp was forced to lose so terribly. Burning Lamp could not fight back at all. The Buddha were all gnashing their teeth. Their hearts grew more nervous. A Buddha king shouted, Mr. Alpha still has the causal karma knife. Han Sen cannot beat Mr. Alpha. As soon as the causal karma knife kicks in, Han Sen will lose. Another Buddha king joined in. Not bad. Even Pluto Peacock could not block the causal karma knife. Han Sen won't be able to do anything. Sky Palace leader heard what the Buddha were saying and shook his head. The Buddha are putting all their hopes and dreams on one little treasure. Even if they manage to get rid of Han Sen, it is unlikely they can remain a higher race for much longer. Burning Lamp is old. Isha looked at Han Sen and did not speak. Han Sen's teeth knife was not much weaker than hers, but his was a pure teeth knife. It was not like Isha's teeth knife, which had combined with something. It just had a ripping element. Even Isha was not sure if she could just use teeth knife in a battle with Han Sen. Time goes by fast, Isha said with a sigh. Without even noticing it, he has grown up so much. Back then, I never thought he would become deified. Sky Palace leader laughed and said, it is not just you. Back then, Kong Fei gave him a deified feather. Many elites of the races did not spare him a second look. No one wanted to recruit him or thought he could become deified. Fortunately, you were smart. You recruited him, and you raised him. Now, Han Sen has achieved so much. I am afraid all the others are regretting it now. A wry smile appeared on Isha's face. She did not accept Han Sen because of his power. It was because she was making a bet with an old fortune teller. She felt ashamed to receive such compliments from Sky Palace leader. Isha was still very happy that Han Sen had achieved the lot he had. She had provided him a lot, so it was good to see that it had not been in vain. He had exceeded her wildest expectations. How far can he go? Isha wanted to know what Han Sen's limit was. She was excited to see. Buddha blood fell. The knife air was like flames. With Han Sen's teeth knife, Burning Lamp was heavily injured. Yet he still looked at his nemesis with eyes on fire. He was not afraid and did not panic. Burning Lamp knew he had plenty of trump cards. He still had a chance of winning. Catcha! Han Sen slashed Burning Lamp's legs. He almost cut his legs off. Burning Lamp endured the pain. His eyes became brighter. Come on. Hit me more. Make me hurt more. Every injury I sustain will be a poison reverted to you. Burning Lamp was bleeding, but his faith in victory remained. If this keeps going, Han Sen is not going to win, Li Qier, who was in the very high, said. Exquisite looked worried. The causal karma knife can absorb power and use it. Unless Han Sen can kill Burning Lamp with one hit, when he slashes on Burning Lamp next, Burning Lamp will have the strongest weapon to fight back with. When all that reserved power is unleashed, there is no way Han Sen can block it. At this time, Burning Lamp felt his body reach its max. He could not endure any more knife wounds. He suddenly roared like a male lion waking up. Buddha light exploded. The causal karma knife's Buddha light exploded. Scary power was unleashed from the knife. In the next second, Burning Lamp's wounds turned into water. It all came out to feed the causal karma knife. It merged with the knife. Burning Lamp's body was weird as it returned to normal. He no longer had any wounds. Burning Lamp suddenly reverted to having a full, clean bill of health. It was like the fight hadn't even taken place. It was like he had not been hurt. In his hands, the causal karma knife was shining brightly. Although the knife's power made people feel chilled, it was not cold. When feeling the power in that knife, even a deified elite would have felt a chill. You insulted my Buddha. You will die. Burning Lamp's body carried the presence of the causal karma knife. It was oscillating at an extreme level. He was like an ancient god claiming the sky with a god sound that was like a judgment sound. The causal karma knife was coming down. The power was strong. It could split the universe and space in half. The scariest thing was that the knife light from the knife had the ripping qualities of a teeth knife. This slash was stronger than any attack wielded by Han Senator. It was unknown how many times stronger it was. All the Buddha were happy. This knife shocked them, but the shock also made them feel awesome and happy. Die. You dared to challenge my Buddha. You insulted my Alpha. You should be ripped apart. Many of the Buddha had lots of hatred in their hearts. They wanted to see Han Sen get torn apart in a single strike. Seeing knife lights come like the end of the world, Han Sen complimented it. Like turning expectations on their head, that is a very powerful causal karma knife. This knife made him feel as if he could not dodge it. It was so powerful that he was afraid not even a true god Xenogeniac would be able to run. It is merely a shame that your opponent was me. Han Sen's eyes froze. The power in his body changed. He used one arm like a knife and slashed toward the incoming knife light. Is he directly fighting him? Meng Lai looked surprised. Anyone was able to tell that Burning Lamp's knife had generated the strength of Han Sen's relentless attacks earlier for his own use. One knife was able to kill a true god. Han Sen used one hit to go against countless of his own strikes. It was not wise. Bai Bai shook his head. It is not like he does not want to dodge. He cannot dodge. Although the causal karma knife did not have Demon Alpha's Sky Demon power, it carries the same causal power. The causal karma knife has absorbed all the damage dealt to Burning Lamp by Han Sen earlier, but the attack must land on Han Senator even if Han Sen used space teleportation to somewhere a few systems away. The karma is something he has to accept. But a hit like that? How can Han Sen go against it? Meng Lai had a wry smile. Just as Meng Lai believed, Exquisite, Li Qier, Han Yen, Yun Sui, Tang Jinliu, and anyone else that had a connection to Hansen were all worried about him. Hansen slashed, but his arm did not unleash knife air. It was like he was slashing in space. He had no power. Everyone was shocked, wondering what was up with Senator. Such a powerful knife had not unleashed knife air. Have you given up? All the Buddha looked happy. Seeing burning lamp's scary knife light about to reach him, Hansen did not have the time to combat it. In the next second, everyone froze. The scary knife light stopped in front of Senator. It was like it had stopped in space. The scary knife light was shaking as if it was afraid. Boom! While everyone was shocked, the scary knife light shattered before Senator. It became purple knife silk. It was like a purple flood that returned to burning lamp. Yun Sui was so surprised that she screamed, under the sky knife skill. How was he able to break the causal power knife like that? Yun Susang was shocked. With Under the Sky, everything is a chess piece. Hansen has mastered Under the Sky. Sky Palace leader was impressed. Burning Lamp's expression immediately changed. The faces of the Buddha were gray like ash. The knife they had placed all their hopes and dreams on had suddenly been reversed. Its power was now Hansen's power. No one could believe that. Impossible. The causal power cannot be controlled. That is impossible. Burning Lamp's state of unbelief was magnified 1,000 times. At the end of the day, he had no choice but to believe it. Seeing that scary knife stream come, Burning Lamp realized he was unable to block it. He gnashed his teeth and released the god doll. The god doll suddenly grew bigger. It turned into a black wood god doll. Mysterious flower symbols flashed across it. It was punching at the scary knife stream. Boom! A mysterious black punch was striking the purple knife stream. The knife stream was broken. The power of the god doll was shaken away. Sky Palace leader looked at the god doll in shock as he said, a true god-class xenogenic. No, that is not a xenogenic. It seems like a treasure. Hansen knew it wasn't a xenogenic as well. It was a treasure. He looked at the god doll and laughed. Is that the true god reward you received from the god fights? It is an interesting true god weapon, since it can fight on its own. It can also explode with true god power. It is much better than your master. Buddha brothers, listen. Activate the race lantern and kill this thief. Burning Lamp roared and controlled the god doll. He commanded it to kill Hansen. All the Buddha heeded Burning Lamp's order. They ceased all hesitation and exploded the power inside their bodies. No matter how strong or weak they were, they infused their power with the race lantern. The race lantern was shining brightly. It was like a volcano erupting. In space, the gold lantern's flame had become a giant and gold old Buddha. His eyes flashed with a god light. It was like a spotlight aiming down at Senator. The gold flames generated incredible power through suppression. It was the Buddha generating their entire race's power to form a race spirit. Its power was no worse than a deified elite. It attacked Hansen with the god doll and Burning Lamp Alpha. Being surrounded by 3 scary creatures, Hansen did not move. His body was like a shadow. His hand turned into a knife and slashed casually. With Hansen slashing, the broken knife stream appeared again. A sky full of knife light turned into a flood that fought 3 separate enemies. It was not losing. The god's doll was affected the most. It kept breaking the knife stream, but the knife stream kept respawning. As time went by, the knife stream grew bigger. The universe's creatures were shocked by what was on display. Hansen was fighting a god doll, Burning Lamp, and the race spirit all alone. It looked like they had the advantage, but it was Burning Lamp and the others that were actually being suppressed. Although their power shocked the sky, they could not break Hansen's streams of knife lights. Under the sky, everyone is a chess piece. Hansen stood in space. He sounded like a god. His arm was like a knife slashing. Instantly, 10,000 knife lights went toward his arm. It became a sky god knife. Under that knife, the whole of space was covered with knife lights. There was nowhere to dodge. The god doll was being slashed. It flew back a few dozen miles. The knife lights were still coming down. They could not be blocked. They were slashing toward the shocked burning lamp and Buddha race spirit. The scary knife light was going to hit burning lamp, who had a look of fear on his face. Suddenly, a blurry light was in front of burning lamp. The knife light hit the blurry light. It was like it had got mixed up with it. They both disappeared. Within that blurriness, a creature with 3 heads and 6 arms started to appear. As he revealed himself, he looked like a demon god. The 3-headed creature's 6 eyes coldly stared at Han Senator. They were like stares from the darkest abyss. Destroyed Leader. Hansen recognized him and frowned. Destroyed Leader was a true god-class elite. His power was very great. He was number 13 on the Geno god list. Hansen knew the Very High might send someone to trouble him, but he thought it would be someone from the Very High. Instead, it was Destroyed Leader who had been sent. Destroyed Leader slowly walked forward. His blurry light was brighter and brighter. The Destroyed Leader had 3 heads. One represented light, and one represented darkness. The other one represented the soul. The 3 powers combined into one called Big Destroyed God Light. Destroyed Leader's Big Destroyed God Light had already reached the max level. It had become Big Destroyed Blurry God Light. It was one of the Geno arts that made the most destructive powers. It was almost indestructible. Destroyed Leader's head that represented light looked kindly as he said, "Hansen, the Buddha should not be destroyed yet. You should go back while you still can. If you do not leave now, you will die." The eyes of the head that represented darkness looked murderous. They wanted blood. "It is time to leave now," the head that represented the soul said. The 3 heads spoke in a different tone of voice. Destroyed Leader's blurry god light expanded. It was headed for Han Senator. If Hansen did not leave, he would probably be attacked. All the Buddha were happy. They had not expected things to take such a wild turn. The Buddha did not have a good relationship with the destroyed, yet they were actually helping them. "Today, I am going to erase the Buddha from the list of higher races. It does not matter who gets in my way." Hansen was in space. Countless streams of knives spun and surrounded him. It was like the galaxy was protecting his body. He stared at Destroyed Leader. He did not look as if he was going to retreat. "Then, go and die." Destroyed Leader's 3 heads used a different tone of voice to say the same thing. The Big Destroyed Blurry God Light was shooting toward Han Senator. It was too fast. There was no time to dodge. Pang! The blurry god light hit Hansen's evil-looking, purple metal shield. The eyes of the evil-looking pretty lady engraving on the shield started to open. The blurry god light was frozen by her vision. It was like a great galaxy had frozen in space. "Today, the crystallizers must become a higher race. No one can stop me." Hansen raised his shield and walked toward the Buddha's race lantern. Big Destroyed Leader's Big Destroyed Blurry God Light was strong, but it could not shatter the shield of the Medusa's gaze. All of the Big Destroyed Blurry God Lights froze in space. They did not deal any damage to Hansen. Burning Lamp and the Buddha were falling back. They were close to the race lantern, but they looked terrified. Destroyed Leader, who achieved 13th place on the Geno God list, was already there, but he was unable to stop Hansen's advance. They could not believe it. Seeing Hansen almost come before the Buddha's race lantern, a scarier presence ripped space and appeared. It was powerful. The Geno God lists number 17, Kill Ghost. Geno God lists number 21, a true god from the Tribulation race. The Geno God lists number 39, Northern Light Alpha. Many scary existences went into space. They all arrived within a single second. A dozen scary elites had come. Some of them were on the god list, whereas others were not on it. Regardless, the powers each of them had already reached true god class. Burning Lamp was as much shocked as he was happy. He bowed before the elites and said, Ba. You are all here to help the Buddha survive this. The entire race of the Buddha appreciates this. We will never forget your kindness. The Buddha are friendly to us, so it is only right that we help, Northern Light Alpha coldly said. The other scary elites did not say anything. They all just stared at Hansen. Burning Lamp was shocked. He did not remember the Buddha being on good terms with Northern Light Alpha, but he did not care about that now. He spoke the Buddha catchphrase and said, Ba. Please help me kill this thief. I did not expect the Buddha had that many strong ties. During this crisis, many elites are coming to help. Don't you guys think it is a bit weird? So many elites are showing up to help the Buddha, but not the Extreme King. Now that you mention it, it is pretty weird. The Buddha have always seemed to rely on the Extreme King, so there should be no reason for the Extreme King to just sit back and watch. There are so many elites helping out the Buddha, but none are Extreme King. No matter what the case may be, Hansen has no chance of defeating the Buddha and lighting up the crystallizer's lantern with the aid of those scary elites. What a shame. Hansen is so powerful. He could have brought the crystallizers up to crack the top 10. It would not have been difficult. Unfortunately, he picked the Buddha, who are not a high rank, and caused so much trouble. Everyone was talking about the situation. Northern Light Alpha looked at Hansen and said, Hansen, do the Northern Lights a favor and back off now. What if I don't back off? Hansen coldly looked at all the true god elites. He remembered them all. If you don't back off, you will die. Kill Ghost looked like a shadow. He used an extremely sharp voice to shriek his sentence. Many elites surrounded him. Many scary presences were in space. It seemed Hansen was surrounded by a lot of beasts. He was in danger. Everyone sensed that the scary elites wished to kill Hansen. If Hansen took one more step forward, he would likely be killed. Against a dozen true god-class scary existences, Hansen only had his shield of the Medusa's gaze. No matter how strong it was, it could not fend off a dozen true god elites attacking him together. Why is this happening? Exquisite was shocked. The very high had yet to reach there, but many elites were already troubling Hansen. Li Kier had an odd expression as she said, "This seems so weird. Let's not talk about other races, but the tribulations themselves are known to have a grudge against the Buddha. They were supposedly enemies. Why have they gone there to help the Buddha?" Sky Palace leader was confused too, but he quickly realized why. He slightly contorted his face and said, "It looks like these scary people do not want the crystallizers to become a higher race. Otherwise, with the energy of the Buddha, why would so many true gods help out?" Isha did not say a word. Her eyes were filled with worry. Now, it was not about Hansen being able to defeat the Buddha. She did not know if he could even retreat. Who was behind all of these guys? Who does not want the crystallizers to become a higher race and has invested so much in ensuring that is not to be? It looks like it was not just an accident that caused the ancient crystallizers to fail so long ago. Hansen's vision was like a tapestry of flickering stars. The entire universe had many races in it. Only the higher races had deified elites. Even if some from the lower races had a deified elite, they were just exceptions. They were not common. There were only 10,000 higher races. Only 20 out of those higher races could have true god elites. Now, many higher race true gods were appearing. Whoever was behind this must have been a very scary foe. One thing Hansen was happy about was the fact he hadn't seen any from the top 3 higher races. If the person behind all this could control the 3 higher races, it would be pretty scary. "Hansen, are you going to turn back now?" Destroyed Leader's 3 heads scolded Hansen at the same time. The big destroyed blurry god light became stronger. It shocked the whole galaxy. All of the Buddha were excited. Pure Sea King shouted, "Please help our people and kill this thief. This person is so rude to everyone. We should kill him. Yes, we should kill him." The true gods were telling Hansen to go back. The sky looked like it was filled with demon gods that were surrounding Han Senator. They did not want to let him leave. Obviously, they would not let him leave with ease. They scolded Hansen to try and get him to give up fighting the Buddha. "Today, I, Hansen, am lighting up a lantern for the crystallizers. Whoever gets in my way will die." Hansen raised his eyebrows. He did not care about all the true god elites showing up, or their scary force of suppression. The knife light outside his body was spinning. It was like a galaxy going toward the race lantern. All the races in the universe were shocked. They did not expect Hansen would still want to destroy the Buddha's race lantern in the presence of all those true gods. On a planet that belonged to the Thousand Treasury, Stay Up Late's eyes were bright. He clenched his fists so tight that his nails dug into his flesh. The blood dribbled out of his fists. It did not seem as if he could feel anything. Can the crystallizers really become a higher race? Stay Up Late had been in the universe for a long time. He knew a lot about the universe. He knew how hard Hansen's upcoming fight was going to be. He still hoped it was possible for him to succeed. When the crystallizers lost, a small number of people retreated into the sanctuaries. No one thought they would return to the universe. They did not even think about being a higher race again. The crystallizers were now just one step away from being a higher race, but this next step seemed mammoth in size. The true gods were everywhere like mountains one could not cross. Why? Why us? Why must the crystallizers endure so much to become a higher race? Why do all these true gods want to make it so difficult for us? In the universe, all the leftover crystallizer children wept. Their eyes were red like Stay Up Late's. They were so angry that they roared. A dozen true god elite bodies wielded a god light. Destroyed Leader, who blocked Hansen, was exploding a big destroyed blurry god light ahead. The light was going toward Han Senator. It seemed like it was breaking the sky. Hansen did not want to retreat. The shield in his hands unleashed a weird light. Medusa's eyes were slightly open. The weird light froze the big destroyed blurry god light in the air. At the same time, Hansen cast a god light. This god light was not the knife light Hansen had been using. This was an amazing light. The moment the light landed on Destroyed Leader, his body exploded with blurry god light. He was going to fight against that god light. The god light was not affected by the blurry god light. After it landed on Destroyed Leader, he underwent magnificent changes. The changes made Destroyed Leader's face change. The true god elites surrounding Hansen were shocked. They all stopped trying to kill and looked like they were in shock. They fell back uncontrollably. God light had shone down on Destroyed Leader, who was true god class. His body devolved quickly. Instead of true god, he turned into a butterfly class. The flood of knife lights suddenly traveled by and ravaged Destroyed Leader's body. Destroyed Leader was now butterfly class. He could not hope to block an attack by Hansen now that he was at the same level as him. His body was ripped apart. He was reduced to dust. Northern Light Alpha and the others were all shocked. They were terrified, so they all fell back. Destroyed Leader was powerful, but Hansen had reduced him from true god to butterfly class right before annihilating him. Destroyed Leader did not even have a chance to fall back. If Hansen had not just killed Destroyed Leader in front of them, they would not have believed it. But they had watched Destroyed Leader go from true god to butterfly class by Han Senator. That scariness was more shocking than Hansen killing Destroyed Leader. What was that? Destroyed Leader was deified. He was true god class, but he became butterfly class because of Han Sr. What was that power? He turned a true god into a butterfly. God's daddy really is God's daddy. He can let you level up, and he can let you level down. This is so king sick. That is way too much power. Who can fight against such power? Even a true god elite was downgraded. If Hansen joined the Geno Godlist fight, he would have likely ended up in first place. It wouldn't be Golden Growler giving his position to Dollar. Your daddy is still your daddy. God's daddy really is God's daddy. So what if you are a true god? Huh. Huh. You are still a son. Hansen killed destroyed leader. He coldly looked at Northern Alpha and the other true gods. It made them feel a chill and want to fall back. They had all seen what had happened. They were scary elites who had been through a lot. Even if they met an enemy that was much stronger than them, they would not have felt this way. But destroyed leader had been turned into a butterfly-class fighter. That was too shocking. This was beyond what they knew how to deal with. That was why they felt so scared. It was extremely difficult to become true god. They understood how difficult it was. They had suddenly discovered that Hansen could destroy all of that progress in a few seconds. How could they still remain calm? Hansen proudly stood in space. He stared out at the universe and coldly asked, "Who is going to stop me from lighting up a lantern for the crystallizers?" Northern Light Alpha and the others did not say a word. No one dared block Hansen now. While Hansen was walking toward the Buddha, the true gods in front of him slowly moved away in retreat. The whole universe was quiet. No one dared to answer. The expressions on the faces of Burning Lamp and the Buddha looked terrible. They could not believe that even with the aid of so many true god elites, Hansen was not stopped from destroying the Buddha's lantern. Seeing Hansen coming forward with a galaxy-looking stream of knives, he looked like a god. Every Buddha looked hopeless, gray, and devastated. They did not look so cocky and murderous now, like when the true gods were trying to help them earlier. Burning Lamp's face looked pale. He was holding the causal karma knife and god doll while he said in a trembling voice, "Mr. Han, it was my mistake. It was me being greedy. This knife was indeed created by your knife blank. I will return it to you now. As for this god doll, this is the gift from the Geno Godlist fights. It was a true god treasure reward. I am giving it to you. These gifts are our way of saying sorry. Please let the Buddha live. The Buddha's ranking is not worthy of the identity of your race. I gave you and the Buddha a chance, but now it is too late." Hansen waved his hand. Tens of thousands of knives descended on the Buddha's race spirit. Boom! The race spirit was shattered. The flame on the race lantern was extinguished too. The faces of the Buddha looked pale. The marks on their foreheads disappeared. It made their bodies violently shake like they had been hurt. Their bodies were in pain as they shook. Their life forces decreased. Blurg! Burning Lamp Alpha spat out some blood. He went from butterfly to larva class. All of the Buddha's levels were decreased by one as well. The boons provided to them by the buffs that came from being one of the higher races were gone. The race lantern, which had no light, was flying into the drop Hansen's drop of blood. The blood went into the lantern. It turned into a fire that relit the race lantern. The fire grew brighter. The lantern was crystal clear like icy jade. People were unable to feel the heat from it. It actually made them feel cold. When the race lantern lit up again, the lantern shone brightly. The Buddha sign on the lantern disintegrated into dust. The race lantern was in front of Han. Senator Hansen moved his finger. He used the blood to write crystallizer on the lantern and said, "The crystallizers are now a high race. From now on, no matter your association with the crystallizer bloodline, pure or not, and no matter how much blood you carry, you are a crystallizer. You are a part of us, and you will be protected." When Hansen's voice boomed, the race lantern's words were shining like a sun. It shone on the entire universe. In that light that shone so bright, Stay Up Late and the other crystallizers had a race mark appear on their foreheads. The shape was like the letters that composed crystallizer, which was the word Han Sen had just written. Boom. Stay up late had already reached king class. He was at the max level. When the crystallizer mark formed, his body quickly changed. He was suddenly made into a deified. In every corner of the universe, the leftover crystallizer bloodline that had been exiled were all changing. They all leveled up once. By being one of the high races now, their talents also increased. Their genes were modified by a weird power. They were all enhanced. In Space Garden, Tang Jinliu, Wang Yuhang, Huang Fujing, and the other humans had a mark appear on their foreheads. Even the foreheads of Bauer, Linger, and Hang Menger had the mark appear. Catcha. Huang Fujing's body changed. She became a transmutation class. Other people ended up the same way. All of them started to evolve thanks to the race mark. Only Xieqing King, Moment Queen, Little Silver, Little Star, Xenogeneics, and Spirits did not get the crystallizer race marks. Clearly, their bloodline did not have a connection to the genes of the crystallizers. In a hidden space in a red dwarf, God's Retribution and the other Blood Legion members' foreheads had a mark appear. Clearly, their blood had a crystallizer gene. There wasn't much, but it was there. Whichever creature in the whole universe had genes of the crystallizers in them, no matter how pure or not, or how much or little they had, as long they had some, they would have the buff that was now applied to the crystallizer race. One shameful thing about it, though, was that the Buddha rank was quite far behind. The effects of their buff were nothing exceptional. Their genes did not improve by much or very fast. If they were able to get to the top 10, the gene modification level would be increased. It would make the talent of the whole race increase by a lot. Han Sen's lantern was different from Kong Fei's because Kong Fei was a feather and had been abandoned by the feather. He was exacting revenge on the feather, so he chose to be a separate race. He refused the lantern's power that would provide him a buff. Han Sen chose to buff his entire bloodline. No matter how much crystallizer blood one had, even if it was only just a little, one could get the crystallizer bloodline's buff. Even if that person had another high race's blood, as long as the body had some crystallizer genes, they could get the crystallizer bloodline's buff. They could also have the buff that applied to another bloodline. That was what most high races did. Han Sen chose this because the blood of humans was not pure. If he only selected a pure blood buff, he did not think there would be many humans that could enjoy the crystallizer race lantern's buffs. The crystallizer race lantern was shining brightly. The Geno Hall's lantern was bright. It was like celebrating the birth of a high race. It looked like it was fighting to be the brightest. It shone across the whole universe. After the crystallizer lantern flew into the Geno Hall, the gates of the Geno Hall closed. The universe returned to normal. The new marking on the many crystallizer creatures started to fade. It was not blatantly visible anymore. The buffs that modified their bodies remained. Us, crystallizers. We finally become a high race. Stay up late, who was always quiet, roared to the sky. He looked as if he was going to unleash all the sadness and anger he used to have. Crystallizers. We are a high race. Many of the crystallizers were shaking. They looked at their bodies. They could not believe that this was true. All the races in the universe looked at Han Sen, who was in space, with a conflicted feeling. Han Sen went over to look at Burning Lamp and the rest of the Buddha. They felt Han Sen's vision. Burning Lamp was shaking. He looked terrible. He thought having the causal karma knife would make it the ideal time for the Buddha to shine, but this was how things had ended up. This really is because of karma. If I had not stolen this knife blank, the Buddha would not have ended up like this. Burning Lamp felt lifeless. He put the causal karma knife, God doll, and break soul bone in front of Han Senator. He bowed and said, "This was all my fault. It is not the fault of the Buddha at large. The Buddha are not worthy of these items. I can give them to you, and you can also take my life. But please try and be nice for God. Let the Buddha live." Even if I go to hell, I would be grateful. Hansen waved his hand. He placed the causal karma knife, god doll, and break soul bone in his hands. He looked at Burning Lamp and said, I will not kill you, nor will I destroy the Buddha. You stole my knife blank and turned me into an ant. I am here giving you what you deserve. After that, Hansen waved his hands. The weird god light on Burning Lamp flickered. Burning Lamp's body devolved. He suddenly went from deified class to king class. From king class, he was reduced to a duke. Suddenly, the Geno God list elite became an average creature of the universe that was not even a baron. Burning Lamp, who once looked so powerful in the god fights, now looked like a completely old man. He looked like dried wood. No more power was emitted from his body. His life force was almost gone. It allowed many of the elites to feel a chill, especially Northern Light Alpha and the others who were watching the fight at a close distance. Their heads felt numb. They did not push their luck. They didn't dare stay, so they swiftly abandoned the area. Seeing Northern Light Alpha and the other true gods depart, Hansen squinted his eyes. He immediately turned around and left. Burning Lamp, with a very weak life force, spoke the Buddha catchphrase. Ba. Thank you for not destroying the whole of the Buddha. Hansen ignored Burning Lamp. He turned around and planned to leave. Burning Lamp's life was running out of oil. Even if Hansen did not kill him, he was not going to live much longer. Hansen was merely too lazy to take his life. Regarding killing off an entire race, Hansen could not do that. In fact, he was just like Kong Fei. He did not want to kill people. Kong Fei hated the feather a lot, but he did not want to destroy every feather in existence. He had even taken in many feather orphans. Hansen could not do what Kong Fei did. He would not take care of the Buddha, but he did not want to slay them all. The fight to light up a lantern was over, but what Hansen had stirred up wasn't. This fight had a major effect that influenced the entire shape of the universe. The Buddha had become a low race. Burning Lamp was now a commoner. The Buddha were no longer able to achieve much. They did not even know if they could maintain their hold on to the Buddha kingdom. After that lantern fight, the Buddha weren't the only race harmed. The Destroyed had suffered a grievous loss. Destroyed leader had been killed during another race's fight. They were not even connected to those events, but they were heavily damaged. The Destroyed were the fifth high race. There were many true gods in the Destroyed, but Destroyed leader was the leader of them all. He still had the highest power and was the most revered. To the three high races, the death of a true god did not greatly affect their power. The Destroyed were different. The loss of a true god meant they were half dead. Some factions that wanted to attack the Destroyed were now on the move. It made the Destroyed's race descend into chaos. Godfather Hansen's name was like a sun in the sky of the universe. Previously, Godfather Han's name was a little bit playful. Now, whenever a creature mentioned Godfather Han, it was less of a joke and more of a name of terror. Making a true god a butterfly class and turning a deified Burning Lamp into an ordinary creature was wild. Other creatures were always scared of deified elites, but they were like kids in front of Han Senator. The power he wielded was enough to scare the entire universe. Godfather Han became a new term in the universe. What kind of power was that? A very high elder frowned in thought. He was given the task of capturing Hansen and returning him to the very high. Because of Destroyed leader's involvement, he did not go and take action. He waited until Hansen turned Destroyed leader into butterfly class and Burning Lamp into a commoner. Even the very high elder was shocked. He did not dare approach Hansen. In fact, it was not only the very high feeling that way. Many elites were shocked by Hansen's Shin Yellow Sutra. No one dared to do anything. Plus, they were not sure that Hansen was butterfly class because the Shin Yellow Sutra was not enough to turn a true god into a commoner. He could make them drop a level for a temporary amount of time. If Northern Light Alpha and the others had attacked Hansen together, there was nothing Hansen could not. They would have had to retreat far away. They were shocked by what Hansen could do already. Hansen turning Burning Lamp into a commoner was too scary. They did not understand how powerful Hansen was. No one dared to come and stop Hansen from lighting up the crystallizer's lantern. Hansen would have liked to get rid of Northern Light Alpha and the others, but he was not powerful enough to do that yet. It was already difficult for him to light up the race lantern. Who did the crystallizers offend before? Why would any elite want to try and stop the crystallizers from ascending their status? Hansen did not understand. Back in the sanctuaries, Hansen noticed the humans of the sanctuaries were not affected by the crystallizer's race lantern. He felt a bit relieved. Hansen understood that the sanctuaries and the universe had different rules. The two places were not connected, but he was still worried. He brought a human elite to the universe, and the human immediately generated an armament. He was made a baron, and the crystallizer's race mark appeared on his forehead. After becoming a baron, the race mark started to fade. Of course, after entering the big universe, you will be affected by the Geno Hall's rules, Hansen thought. With Space Garden as a base, Hansen's power in the universe was already quite good. Hansen did not need to worry about too much anymore. He brought as many xenogeneics, creatures, and humans to Space Garden as he could. They all used Space Garden's resources to quickly develop. Making a race powerful was not something that could be done solely by one person. If he wanted humans to be powerful in the universe, he needed everyone to become stronger. It was just Space Garden though. No matter how many resources there were, they could not become a top high race through them alone. Hansen needed 100 or 1,000 xenogeneic spaces that were similar to Space Garden to compete to make humans and the others that supported Hansen able to attack the high race. Hansen was taking his first step forward, but it was the hardest step. After that, Hansen no longer remained in Space Garden. Although it had many resources, they were just primitive xenogeneic plants. It was not enough to support the growth of butterfly elites such as Hansen. It was not just Han Senator, even Huang Fujing, who was larva class, needed to find more resources to keep leveling up. Hansen was hesitant, but he decided to use Holy Baby's identity to return to the Extreme King. He needed to be there so he could become a true god faster. The real Holy Baby was stuck in Space Garden. Holy Baby was being very honest. He spent some time with the six-ear macaque. He had been following Bauer a lot. He kept calling Bauer Sister Bauer to make her feel good. Hansen did not know what went on while he was away, but he knew Holy Baby was suppressed by Bauer. Han Linger's forehead had the crystallizer mark on it, but she was the same as Bauer. She had not leveled up. Hansen, who lit up the lantern, was very much the same. He had not leveled up either. He only received a few benefits via his genes. Hansen again used the Force Sheep Cube as a springboard. He successfully used the Holy Baby's identity to infiltrate 9 Defense Palace. He was planning to go and see Time Ghost at Palace number 0002. Time Ghost was a deified class xenogeneic. If he was able to kill it, it would help fill up Hansen's deified genes. It would make it easier for him to become true god. Hansen was thinking about how to become true god. He used the Sky God crown to look inside the Geno Hall and see if there was any difference. He went to the palace that held Time Ghost inside, who was still sitting. It was retrained by the traps, but it did not look as if it wanted to move or even look at Hansen. Hansen knew the xenogeneics there had their spirits removed. Although their spirits could be reborn, they were trapped there for a long time. Their new spirits seemed to be weak. Their intelligence was very low. Hansen drew his Skyvine Radish God Lance and thrust it at Time Ghost. Time Ghost seemed to feel the power inside the Skyvine Radish God Lance, so it opened its eyes and looked at the lance heading straight for him. A power was emerging from Time Ghost. One could not even see how it spread. The tip of the Skyvine Radish God Lance was going to pierce Time Ghost's chest, but that small distance suddenly seemed enormous. Han Sen was striking for a long time, but the tip had yet to reach Time Ghost's chest. Time power? Han Sen was shocked. In the binding of the restraints, Time Ghost was still able to make use of powerful time powers. It was no wonder it was considered a top-class time element, xenogeneic. Han Sen thrust forward a few times. He cycled through a few different Geno arts. No matter which one he used, it felt as if there was no end. Reaching Time Ghost seemed impossible. He couldn't touch him. God laughed as he approached Han Sr. Unless you are able to break through that time limit, no matter which Geno art you use, you will be unable to do anything to it. Its absolute time Geno art can make time have no end. Some actions that only take a second to be performed can be delayed indefinitely. Han Sen knew what was wrong with it. He wanted to break Time Ghost's absolute time. To do that, he had to break the time power area or unleash a speed that could blister through the delaying of time. After all, Time Ghost's absolute time did not stop time. Time still went by, but it was at a much slower pace. If the speed was faster than the delay, Han Sen could hurt it. Han Sen's speed was not at that level yet. He could try it once he reached True God class. For now, he had to find another way to break through the absolute time. How is Golden Growler in the Geno Hall? Han Sen directly asked. Since God already knew about the connection between him and Golden Growler, there was no need to hide things. If God wanted to deal with Little Gold, Han Sen was prepared for it. Not bad, God coldly said. After all, he has the blood of the Growlers in him. Destroyed class spirits are unable to harm it, but it is hard to tell if it has a higher level God spirit. Let's see what it can do. This answer surprised Han Senator. He thought God would use Little Gold to lure him to the Geno Hall, but it seemed as if that wasn't the case. After pausing, God smiled at Han Sen and said, "Did you watch the fight involving the crystallizers lighting their lantern?" "Yeah," Han Sen replied. "What's the problem?" Han Sen's fitness level is not as good as yours, but his Geno arts are very weird, God said. It can reverse the bloodline of something. It can force creatures into devolving. That power is different from something like time and space. If it had an element tied to it, it would be a life element. Are you interested in him? Han Sen asked. I am quite interested, God honestly admitted. You should go look for him, Han Sen said with a laugh. God shrugged his shoulders and asked, "Did I not tell you God spirits can only travel with the body of a creature in the universe? Besides, a universe's God body restricts God spirit power. That is why I am using this body to travel around the universe despite the danger. I cannot go anywhere. Plus, a place like Space Garden. Without the Master's approval, not even I can go in." After pausing, God said, "Plus, I have no time." Can't gods live forever? Han Sen asked with shock. God has a duty. We gods have work. God laughed. He looked at Han Sen and said, "This time, I came back to tell you that something has happened. I will not be coming back to the universe. After 6 months, I will give you water back. Of course, that is unless you want to go to the Geno Hall sooner." Before becoming True God class, I will not go to the Geno Hall, Han Sen said. There is nothing absolute in this world. If you miss me, perhaps you will enter the Geno Hall sooner. You will not just die immediately. God waved his hands and stepped away. The sky suddenly presented a set of stone stairs. After God stepped on them, he quickly disappeared with the stone stairs. After God left, Han Sen felt relieved. He was worried God might notice Han Sen and Dollar were the same person, but he believed God hadn't noticed anything. That was expected. The ordinary Han Sen and Han Sen in xenogeneic mode were two completely different species. Unless the person knew there was a connection between the two, they would have to inspect their genes to come to a conclusion. Otherwise, there was no way to tell it was the same creature. What happened in the Geno Hall that made God return? Han Sen wanted to use Sky God Crown to enter the Geno Hall and have a peep, but he resisted. He held back his curiosity. If Little Gold was not yet in danger, Han Sen planned to become true god before going to see Little Gold. Han Sen looked at Time Ghost. Normally, he could not kill Time Ghost. Now, Time Ghost was locked down there. There was likely a way. Han Sen opened his Danshan Sutra. He used one hand to go to the Time Ghost. Just like before, when Han Sen's hand was about to touch the Time Ghost, it felt like his hand was slowed. It felt like he would never be able to touch Time Ghost. Han Sen's eyes flashed. His hand started to swirl. Since time was going to stop, Han Sen ripped a crack in it. Boom. Super spank. Han Sen's hand broke the absolute time area's substance chains. It broke layers in the absolute time. Even though it was being restrained, the power of the Time Ghost was still extremely strong. Super Spank was only able to break a few layers of the absolute time. He could not break it entirely. If it did not work this time, let's give it another go. Han Sen put his hand forward and made a move. It made the area have some swirls. Han Sen attacked and attacked. He broke the absolute time. His power proceeded to punch the Time Ghost. It made the Time Ghost's body shake. It was unable to break its armor. True God Xenogeneics really are something else. Han Sen was holding the Skyvine Radish God Lance. The moment he ripped absolute time, he waved his lance at the Time Ghost. If Time Ghost had not already been trapped, its spirit hadn't been taken, and the newborn spirit was not yet grown, Han Sen did not think he could deal with it. But Han Sen put in a lot of effort. In the end, he was able to kill the Time Ghost. Xenogeneic deified hunted. Time Ghost, deified xenogeneic gene found. Obtained Time Ghost deified beast soul. Han Sen was happy. There was a time when he did not get deified beast souls, but the Time Ghost power was special. Perhaps the beast soul contained its special time element. Han Sen could not wait to check it out in his sea of soul. He saw the Time Ghost beast soul in front of him. Deified beast soul Time Ghost, area type, perfect. Han Sen was excited. A beast area soul was very rare, but Han Sen was also glad to see the perfect status. It was the same as the cold light sword. It meant the Time Ghost beast soul was very strong. It could be used to battle a true god deified opponent. Han Sen remained in 9 Defense Palace. He did not leave. Consuming Time Ghost took a lot longer than it did for a butterfly xenogeneic. True God class xenogeneics gave Han Sen many rewards. After consuming Time Ghost, Han Sen gained 14 deified genes. If he were to consume butterfly xenogeneics, he would only gain 2 or 3 at the very most. It was a shame Han Sen did not find any other true god xenogeneics inside 9 Defense Palace. He could not do this again. After exiting 9 Defense Palace, Han Sen noticed Baoing had been waiting for him outside the place. "Why are you here?" Han Sen asked while looking at Baoing. "The king wants to see you on your way out," Baoing said. "By king wants to see me? Is he going to reveal things to me?" Han Sen tried guessing the reason. He followed Baoing to the top floor of the Extreme King Tower where Bai King was. Extreme King Tower was a practice room for all the Extreme King's kings to use. Aside from the king, no one could make use of it. Not even their closest allies, wives, or children were permitted access. Yet, Bai King had been willing to meet him in that place. If that was true, something was definitely going to happen. Han Sen knew that it was unlikely for him to be capable of defeating Bai King as he was, but he was confident that he had the chops to escape. He carefully entered the Extreme King Tower. Baoing did not follow because she did not have permission to set foot inside Extreme King Tower. Extreme King Tower's furnishings were fairly simple. The inner area was made of stone. It looked like yellow jade. It gave people a warm and relaxed feeling. It was a totally different architectural style to the rest of the Extreme King's places. There were no exotic xenogeneics around. Nor were there any powerful treasures lying about. One could not even see xenogeneic materials there. The furnishing were all very simple. Hansen walked to the Extreme King Tower's top floor, but he did not see anything special along the way. Holy baby is here. Come in. Bai King's voice boomed from the top floor. The closed stone gate opened. Hansen saw Bai King sitting upon a yellow jade stone. He was wearing casual clothing. If his presence hadn't been so special, would not have been able to tell that the person before them was the leader of the Extreme King. Sit down. Bai King pointed at the stone chair next to him. Hansen did not mind this, so he sat down as he asked, "My king, why have you asked to see me?" Bai King smiled at Han Sr. "Today, I have come looking for you, because there is something I need your help with." "I am very weak, so how can I help?" Hansen asked. "You should know that I have many sons and daughters. Although they are not all talented, they are not bad. So, there is something that has really annoyed me about this. If you were me, which son or daughter would you give the throne to?" Bai King seemed to be very troubled. He was holding his jaw. Hansen was shocked. This is a big matter that concerns the whole of the Extreme King. I am just an outsider. I should be holding my tongue. Hansen did not expect Bai King to ask him about that. "You are my only student, so you are not an outsider," Bai King casually said. "There is no need to worry. Just tell me how you feel." After thinking for a moment, Hansen said, "I do not really know much about your sons and daughters, but I have heard the most talented one is by Wu Cheng, whereas the smartest one is by Wanjie." When Hansen said that, an evil thought crossed his mind. They were two biological brothers that had the same mother and same father. If Bai King was really going to choose one of them, there was every chance they would end up fighting for the throne. Bai King seemed to see through what Hansen was thinking. He squinted his eyes, looked at Hansen, and said, "I am not allowing you to decide, so you can ask me a harder question. You just need to tell me who you would choose if you had to pick." "If it was me, I would select Bai Wanjie." Hansen knew being evil and manipulative with Bai King would not work. So, he just answered him straight. "Why?" Bai King looked at Hansen with interest. "Bai Wanjie is already a crown prince," Hansen said. "If you select another crown prince, there is bound to be trouble. Plus, Bai Wanjie is very successful already." "I thought you said Bai Wu Cheng is more talented," Bai King said. "Why not pick him?" "It does not matter how talented someone is as a fighter. He might be strong, but that does not mean he can manage an entire nation. Compared to Bai Wanjie, I would say Bai Wanjie is a better manager." In fact, that was how Hansen really felt. He was not a qualified manager either, so his own affairs were messy. Fortunately, Zero, Little Angel, Huang Fujing, Qin Xian, and the others were helping him. Without their help, it would be hard for him to maintain order whether he was in Planet Eclipse or Space Garden. A lot of problems would easily arise without them. Bai King nodded and stopped talking about it. He paused and said, "Right now, Wanjie and Wu Cheng and a few other sons and daughters are deified. I am planning to open the Starter King's Land for them to practice inside, but Starter King's Land is very dangerous. Even by leveling up to deified, venturing there does not mean they are guaranteed to return. So, I need people to protect them. When their lives are threatened, you must ensure they live. There are countless Extreme King elites. Aren't there many true God elites too? Just send any." Hansen knew Bai King wanted him to babysit them, but he did not want to go babysitting. "I can find a way to protect them, but that would ensure they depend on their bodyguards," Bai King said with a laugh. "It will hamper their practice, so it must be you. I definitely cannot do this. With the little power I have, I can barely protect myself. How am I supposed to protect them?" Hansen shook his head. In the time he had, he would prefer to kill a few more xenogeneics to fill up his deified gene tally. You can, and that is because you are dollar, Bai King said with a smile. With a wry smile, Hansen thought, you were able to tell I was dollar. He did not admit it, but he did not deny it. Why are you giving such an important task to an outsider like me? He asked. Aren't you worried about me protecting them but failing in some capacity? Then all your sons and daughters would end up dead. That won't happen, Bai King said with certainty. I know you wouldn't do something like that. Hansen did not know what to say. He did not know why Bai King was this confident and being so nice. Bai King paused, smiled, and said, even if they all end up dead, I can make a few more babies. I am not that old yet. Hansen was speechless. He could not refuse this task, so he accepted it. After all, he had taken so many goodies from Bai King, so it was hard to refuse the offer. Aside from protecting the sons and daughters, Bai King told Hansen that he could also practice in Starter King's land. This would help Hansen level up. Hansen was confused about that, so he just nodded. Hansen received the list of people who were bound for Starter King's land. He found Bai Wei's name on the list. Hansen looked at the list. Aside from Bai Wei, there were a few princes and princesses he knew about. They included Bai Wanjie, Bai Wuchang, Bai Lingsheng, Bai Qingxia, Bai Konglang, and Bai Jianqing. There were around 20 princes and princesses on the list. Hansen thought, there are so many princes and princesses that are deified now. How many resources has this cost them? Have the resources of the Extreme King all been depleted now? After reading it all, he made a mental record of all the princes and princesses he would be accompanying. Bai King made it sound like it was supposed to be a casual affair. If the princes and princesses ended up dead, there was no doubt Bai King would be very angry. It was not likely that Hansen's time in the Extreme King would be as joyful as it had been. Hansen did not want to leave the Extreme King just yet, so he planned on finishing this task. Plus, he was a bit interested in learning more about the Starter King's land. Bai King had only told him where the place was, but he never said what sort of place it was. He had not described what it looked like. When Hansen returned to the garden, Bowing was waiting for him. Hansen told her he was going to the Starter King's land. That way, she would not have to go to the garden again. Hearing that Hansen was going to the Starter King's land, Bowing appeared to be in a state of disbelief. Is there a problem with going to Starter King's land? Hansen wondered. He looked at Bowing. Bowing shook her head. The king must really love you a lot. In the past, only princes and princesses could enter Starter King's land. I would never have expected the king to give you permission. Do you know what kind of place Starter King's land is? Hansen wanted to find out more about Starter King's land. Bowing shook her head. Only princes and princesses can enter. Whatever happens in Starter King's land is never spoken upon when they return. I do not know much. I only know that Starter King's land is a secret place left by the Alpha King. That place was for testing the mettle of the princes and princesses. It was for choosing the one who would rightfully ascend the throne. Normally, the better they performed in Starter King's land, the higher the chance they could get the throne. But you are not of the king's bloodline. I suppose, no matter how well you perform, you won't get anything out of it. Bowing seemed to be trying to remind Hansen not to offend the princes and princesses. This will be interesting. Hansen stroked his jaw and thought, why would Bai King let me go to a place like this? Is there some conspiracy at play? Is something going on behind the scenes? No matter what the case might have been, Hansen still had to go there. He was definitely more curious about Starter King's land. The Extreme King's Alpha King was Sacred Leader's servant. What he left behind might have been something truly special. It was time for the rendezvous. When Hansen was at the entrance of the Starter King's land, the princes and princesses were already gathered. They saw Hansen arrive. When they did, they looked confused. Good. Everybody is here, Bai said. The Starter King's land is about to open. You guys must remember that Starter King's land is very dangerous. Every time a group ventures in, princes and princesses tend to die. Starter King's land only opens once in a while and with a very short window. It will close very soon. You will have to wait a month before you can access it again. In that time, not even a true god elite can enter. So, you guys must be very careful and help each other. If you do not cooperate, it is unlikely anyone else can save you. Prince Swordstar coldly looked at Han Sen and said, "Second uncle, holy baby is not from father's bloodline. Why is he allowed permission to enter Starter King's land?" Every prince and princess turned to look at Han Senator. They were like Prince Swordstar. They thought letting an outsider, xenogeneic student into Starter King's land was a ludicrous prospect. "This is a decree by the king," Bai coldly said. "If you have any questions, you can go and take them up with the king." Upon hearing what was said, Prince Swordstar did not speak again. He just angrily stared at Han Sen. Han Sen shrugged his shoulders and did not say anything. He was only in charge of keeping the sons and daughters alive. Han Sen would not care if they got injured. If they were stupid enough to fight him, he did not mind that either. As long as he battered them around and did not kill them, all would be fine. Of course, Han Sen was still in charge of recording their performance in Starter King's land. Although he did not plan on doing anything on the record, if they were really going to be mean, he did not mind describing how dumb and pathetic they were. It could heavily affect Bai King's ultimate decision. Most princes and princesses were similar to Prince Swordstar, but they were even eviler. They did not show their distaste for Han Sen's company like Prince Swordstar did though. "Your time is up. Please, everyone. Please go to the Starter King's land now," Bai said. He walked in front of the palace and opened the palace's door. The princes and princesses looked inside the palace. They had only heard about Starter King's land before, but they had never entered it. They were curious. Inside the palace, Han Sen many familiar pieces of equipment. They cannot be crystallizer machinery. Han Sen was shocked. He stared into the palace and saw countless machines built from crystal. They were all shining and strangely glistening. It looked like the crystallizer control room Han Sen once visited. Bai brought the group of prince and princesses into the palace. He pointed at a glass container that looked like a machine and said, "You guys stand in there." A bunch of prince and princesses walked into the crystal container. That crystal container was 60 feet long, so 20 prince and princesses were able to stand inside without feeling too cramped. Han Sen had been looking at the machines that looked like crystallizer machinery. He thought, are these crystallizer items the Extreme King Alpha used to have? Did these machines belong to Sacred? While Han Sen was thinking, Bai stood before a crystal wall that looked like a control room. His finger moved quickly across the crystal wall. Each time he touched the crystal well, there was a flash on it. As Bai pointed at it, Han Sen noticed the crystal container was starting to spin. The bottom was spinning in a different direction to the crystal ball. This kind of program made Han Sen think about the teleportation machines featured in the Alliance. The Alliance's teleportation machines were not pure crystallizer tech. There were a lot of restrictions, and they certainly couldn't teleport that many people at once. What is this thing? Han Sen was very curious. He wanted to know what the place called Starter King's land was. Boom! Han Sen felt a surge of magic go through his eyes. It was the same feeling he had when using the teleporters in the Alliance. When his vision stopped spinning, he noticed he was not inside the crystal container anymore. When they entered, what princes and princesses saw surprised them. They were in a giant xenogeneic's mouth. After it was confirmed, they discovered it was the mouth of a dead xenogeneic skeleton. They were inside the skull's mouth. The giant xenogeneic skeleton looked like the bones of dinosaurs. There were wings on its back, but only the bones of its former appearance remained. On the ground below the xenogeneic's bones, everything appeared petrified. The surface was very rough. There were many carvings on the bones. There were symbols and lines. There were weird crystals on the symbols and lines. "This is the true space demon dragon," Bai Kongling said while staring at the bones. "This must be the skeleton of a true god-class, true space demon dragon," Bai Wanjie said. "The legends say the true space demon dragon had teleportation powers. Mr. Alpha used the true space demon dragon's bones to complete a space teleporter. It was very expensive." All the princes and princesses complimented the Extreme King Alpha's method, but Han Sen did not think that place had been made by the Extreme King Alpha. As they walked out of the true space demon dragon's skeleton, they saw an island. There was a blue sea around it, but the seawater was extremely dark. It was like ink. There were no waves. On the left side of the sea, Han Sen saw a wooden bridge. The wooden bridge was straight. It was a path to get across the sea. Although the sea had many clouds around, they could still see the other end of the wooden bridge. It was another island. Because the sea's clouds were so thick, the light gray mist severely hampered their vision. They could only see a blurry shadow lurking on the island. Most of the prince and princesses tried to use Geno arts to look at the island. They immediately discovered that no matter if they used their vision or senses, they both became greatly worse in the gray mist. If they tried any further, the entire effectiveness would be gone. Prince Swordstar said, "It looks like the island is our destination. Let's go to the island first." He instantly started flying toward the island. He had flown about 6 to 9 feet when a sudden scream sounded. Prince Swordstar was sucked down to the ground. It was like a magnet had claimed him. Because he wasn't prepared, Prince Swordstar did not react. He fell to the ground and felt a lot of pain. It seemed as if he had fallen poorly. "Air restricted area," Bai Wanjie said with a frown. Just that height was enough to make Prince Swordstar fall like that, meaning it was obvious that it was an air-restricted area. "It is no wonder why there is a wooden bridge," Bai Lingsheng said, looking at the wooden bridge. Seeing what happened to Prince Swordstar, no one dared to recklessly do anything else. They watched for a while and decided that the bridge was the only way to proceed. The prince and princesses stepped across the bridge and walked to the island ahead of them. "What is this sea? The water is dark like ink. I cannot see what lurks beneath the waves. There is no wind. There aren't any waves either. There is not a single movement." Prince Swordstar kept watching the sea as he walked. He seemed to be annoyed. This annoying feeling stemmed from nervousness. When Han Sen looked at the Black Sea, he felt the same way. He could not blame Prince Swordstar for feeling the way he did. The other prince and princesses felt the same way as well. They just did not behave like Prince Swordstar did and show it on their sleeves. The Extreme King would not actually put their princes and princesses in danger, right? Han Sen looked at all the prestigious princes and princesses, but his gaze lingered on Bai Wei. Bai Wei looked more mature than she did before. She appeared beautiful and young, but the atmosphere around her did not go well with her age. "It looks like Bai Wei has grown up a lot." Han Sen sighed. He looked away to prevent staring at her too much. Otherwise, she might have noticed something. The bridge was 30 to 40 miles long. The entire journey made them nervous, but nothing eventful or dangerous transpired. From far away, they could see the island looked like a volcanic island. It was very low around the very high center. It looked like a volcano. There was a red, metallic palace on top of the volcano. Han Sen looked at the palace. The title of the palace was written in the generic written language of the universe, Red Temple. It was just those 2 words. Han Sen looked at the palace. He was shocked. The word temple was not very common in the universe. The temples Han Sen knew about were the ones occupied by god spirits. This metal palace was named Red Temple. Han Sen thought it was quite strange. This should not be the god temple with the god spirit inside. Otherwise, there would not be the word temple. Han Sen thought about it, which made him more curious. He wondered what might be inside the red temple. Seeing all of the princes and princesses leaving the wooden bridge, Bai Wanjie suddenly stopped everybody. Wait a second. Everyone turned to look at Bai Wanjie. They did not know what he meant. What has the crown prince learned? Prince Qingxia asked. Bai Wanjie pointed at the wooden bridge. He pointed at a wooden said. It said, thousands of armies on the wooden bridge. Red temple only keeps the undead. Earlier, everyone was lured in by the red temple, by its peak. They had not observed the bridge. Now, Bai Wanjie pulled their attention to the sign. Bai Lingshang did not understand what it meant, so he looked at Bai Wanjie and asked, Crown Prince, do you know what it means? Bai Wanjie shook his head. I do not know. Prince Qingxia said, thousands of armies crossing the bridge is not difficult to understand. It means out of many, many people that cross, only one goes through. This has a similar meaning to the 1,000 dry bones that are now famous. If it says only one of us can go across this bridge, it makes little sense. It also says that the Red Temple is home to the undead. That cannot be understood. The undead means us or the people in the Red Temple. Nobody knows. Since we are already here, there is no point in turning back, Bai Kongling said. Let's go to the Red Temple first. He walked forward and stepped off the bridge. Seeing Bai Kongling be so brave, Hansen smiled. He could guess what Bai Kongling meant. Thousands of armies crossing the bridge one at a time likely meant something. Perhaps the first that crossed would be the recipient of something good, which is why Bai Kongling said that. It was not that he was born brave. Plus, the more he walked, the more careful he was. The princes and princesses saw Bai Kongling exit the bridge without danger. They quickly decided to follow. Seeing all the prince and princesses safely arrive, Bai Kongling looked a bit disappointed. They walked up the Red Temple's stone stairs. They noted how the entire structure of the temple was built from metal. From afar, it looked like a bead of fire. Pang! Everyone was checking out the Red Temple when they heard a loud noise. The Red Temple's door opened by itself. The princess and princesses instantly retreated. They all gathered up their powers. No one dared to play with their lives. Hansen gathered up power too. He looked toward the Red Temple, which was opening, but he did not see a temple. That made Hansen feel relieved. Hansen saw a metal box that looked rather like a coffin. It was just there, silently inside the Red Temple. The box looked like it had been made of red metal. One side was a little big, whereas the other side was a little small. It was 3 feet tall and 6 feet long. It looked like an extra-large coffin. Aside from that, the Red Temple was empty. There was nothing else to be found. Before going there, no one told the prince and princesses what was inside the starter king's land. They were very confused. No one dared make a daft move. Catcha! The Red Temple made a crunching sound. The metal coffin box moved a bit. It was like it had some kind of switch inside a cog gear. The metal box's lid opened up. It was like a lift opening from both sides. Before Hansen and the princes and princesses could see what was inside the metal box, a shadow came out of the metal box. Hansen saw that the thing coming out of the metal box was actually a person, but the body was not composed of flesh. It was a semi-transparent, soft crystal that formed the shape. The crystal itself had no color. There were countless red blood vessels and organs inside the crystal. They were glowing with red light, which made the entire body glow red. What is this thing? Bai Lingshang asked with a frown. Before the princes and princesses answered, the weird creature opened its eyes. It jumped out from the metal box. Its fist had red light like a laser, and it was headed for Bai Kongling, who was up front. Bai Kongling coldly grunted. He pulled out a knife and slashed towards the incoming creature. His knife was like the waves in the sea. In a short period of time, it was unknown how many times he unleashed his strikes. All of the slashing powers combined to make a 1/power reach transmutation class. Pang! The knife lights hit the red light. The red light broke. Bai Kongling was shocked. His body was following the tide. It was very dangerous, yet he managed to evade the punch. The prince and princesses stopped to combine their powers. Bai Lingsheng cast a cold light. He wanted to freeze that creature, but the red light was on his body spinning. It made Bai Lingsheng's cold light melt. It did not affect anything else. The prince and princesses each had different moves. To fight the creature, everyone had to fight it together. Despite their combined efforts, the beast was not dying. Its body flashed with a red light. It looked as if it might be able to destroy all sorts of power. One punch restricted many of the princes and princesses. Not even Bai Wanjia was able to deflect it well. Why is the punching skill it uses so similar to the Extreme King's shocking sky punch? Bai Wei asked. Everyone was able to tell that the creature's punching skill was reminiscent of their Extreme King's shocking sky punch. When it was used by their foe, it was strange. It was different from how overbearing the Extreme King's shocking sky punch was. It looked significantly more evil. It looks like this is the test Mr. Alpha gave us. The place is so small. It won't open up. Let's back up now. Bai Wanjia spoke and quickly departed the palace. Everyone else left the palace too. The weird creature chased them outside. Its body looked like that of an average Extreme King. It was similar to a human, but its body was made of crystal. The creature was also bald. It looked like a bald, crystal statue. Han Sen had yet to unleash a strike. He had been watching them. This creature's power was just primitive, albeit at the top level. Bai Wanjia and the others should have been able to deal with it. Brother and sisters, please fall back, Prince Qingxia said. Allow me to challenge this monster. He was punching toward the monster. Prince Qingxia had the title of the most pretty prince. He had battled Han Sen before using his hatred times 10. But back then, Prince Qingxia's hatred times 10 had yet to be finalized. Now that he was a primitive deified, he frequently practiced that overbearing Geno art as much as possible. Of course, when Prince Qingxia's head had green substance chains coming out of it, he carried an overbearing air toward the creature with a red light. That was hatred times 10. Pang! With that hit, green and red lights collided. One was not able to see which one won. They both broke. Prince Qingxia shouted and came forward. He fought the monster. He used his incredible, unbearable hatred times 10 to heartily fight the creature. Hatred times 10 is so overbearing, said Bai Wanjia, who was watching. I bet that creature is only the top level of a primitive deified. Brother Qingxia has only just become primitive, but he can already fight the creature at odds. That is so rare. Brother Qianxia had a soft body, but he learned such an overbearing Geno art, Bai Lingsheng said. It is so rare. In the beginning, they were shocked by the monster. The hall was so small that it made them panic. Seeing that the creature was just a primitive at a top level, and it seemed to only use the Geno art that was similar to Extreme King's shocking sky punch, they stopped panicking and started admiring. Han Sen was nearby checking the creature out. The creature gave Han Sen a weird feeling. It did not look like a xenogeniac. In fact, it looked quite familiar. Han Sen knew for sure he had never seen a creature like this before. Weird. Where is this familiar feeling coming from? Han Sen touched his jaw. He was checking the weird creature out. He looked left and right. He could not think of why it looked so familiar. Pang! Although the creature was strong, it looked remarkably dumb. It could only cast the Geno art Extreme King's shocking sky punch. Prince Qingxia, meanwhile, kept changing his deployed Geno arts. He hit the foe with hatred times 10. The overbearing substance chains ripped the transparent body of the creature apart. that broken body suddenly shattered and fizzled away. It was vaporized like water, suddenly becoming clean. Hang on. That feeling. Is that? Hansen oddly looked at the disappeared creature. His head felt as if it had been struck by lightning. His heart jumped. Hansen ran to the doors of the Red Temple. He wanted to take a look beyond the door to confirm his guess. Before he could reach the door, a voice boomed from within the Red Temple. There was no emotion. It sounded like electricity. Killed beginner undead. After hearing the voice, Hansen sensed a strong vibration. A bridge arose from the sea behind the Red Temple. It was headed into the horizon. Bai Wanjia and the others were not surprised. They would have felt far more uncomfortable if their trek through the starter King's Land was one devoid of any true metal testing trials. So this was not entirely unexpected. If we have made it through the first stage, let's go to the second stage. Bai Wanjia raised his feet and walked toward the bridge that had arisen from the sea. All the princes and princesses followed, but Hansen did not. He walked into the Red Temple and went into the building via the doors. Catcha! The closed metal box opened again. Quickly, Hansen saw a transparent monster manifest from out of the box. This is it. This creature looks like a spirit, but it is not quite the same. Hansen looked at the transparent monster and had many thoughts. When the creature appeared, it threw a punch at Senator Hansen looked at it with a complicated expression. He did not want to fight back. He wanted to accept its punch and feel its power. With Hansen's power, even if he were to be the recipient of a no-holds-barred punch, he would not be hurt. He might as well have been tickled. The undead fist and red light did not land on Senator. Another hand, which was like crystal and jade, punched toward the incoming fist. It punched the red light and struck the creature. It made the creature fall backward. Hansen turned around. He saw it was Bai Wei who was stumbling back after claiming the hit, which was initially primed to strike Hansen. It is dangerous here, Bai Wei said. You should fall back. She waved her fists. Without waiting around, she was madly going for the creature again. She was eager for a good fight. It was an Extreme King Shocking Sky Punch versus an Extreme King Shocking Sky Punch. Bai Wei and the creature were having a hard fight. Bai Wei's Extreme King Shocking Sky Punch was very big and powerful, and the creature was very weird and sneaky. It was hard to determine who would win. Bai Wei's Extreme King Shocking Sky Punch kept changing throughout the fight. She slowly started to cast it like the creature's own use of Extreme King Shocking Sky Punch. Hansen could tell Bai Wei was using the undead to practice the Extreme King Shocking Sky Punch. She had learned the undead's Extreme King Shocking Sky Punch movement. Her talent was very good. Not long later, she was already very good with the undead's Extreme King Shocking Sky Punch. The way she used it was just like the undead. Pang! The undead was punched. It broke apart and vanished like water. Killed beginner undead. The Red Temple played that same electric voice again. The metal box immediately closed. Bai Lingsheng smiled and walked forward. He looked at Bai Wei as he said, Bai Wei, your punching skills have vastly improved. Thanks, Sister 10. It was just a basic thing of the Extreme King, Bai Wei coldly answered. While they were talking, the metal box opened again. The exact same undead came out of it. Pang! The undead had only just emerged when Bai Lingsheng waved her hand. An ice light froze the undead's body and made it become some icy dust. After becoming familiar with the pattern of attack of this undead and its movements, the prince and princesses, who had king bodies, could eliminate the foe with ease. Bai Lingsheng said, let's leave the Red Temple. Otherwise, the undead here will keep on coming. She immediately departed the Red Temple. Hansen and Bai Wei left the Red Temple too. After leaving the Red Temple, Hansen went back to have a look at it. The metal box was shut. Nothing jumped out again. That undead really does look like a spirit. The resemblance is truly uncanny. That is especially true of the aura it carries. Very strange. Very strange, indeed. Hansen frowned and thought, the xenogeneics inside the 9 Defense Palace lost their spirits. Is it related to the undead over here? Hansen felt as if he had discovered something, but it was still quite messy. The thoughts he was having about it all weren't exactly in focus yet. He knew he would have to put his mind to it a little harder. Figuring out the exact connection between these factoids was quite the head-scratcher. After all, answers were never handed over to him on a silver platter. Mr. Holy Baby, is there a reason Father sent you here? Bai Lingshang walked in front of Han Senator. She lowered her body and smiled at Han Sen. What am I supposed to do for him? Han Sen asked. Perhaps recording the performances of the prince and princesses? Bai Lingshang put her lips next to Han Sen and spoke quietly so only they would hear it. After that, Bai Lingshang stood up and smiled. Let's go. They are already on the other island. If we delay any longer, we might miss out on the good stuff. After that, Bai Lingshang walked to the bridge behind the Red Temple. Hansen thought, these princes and princesses. None of them are lanterns that have saved oil. Bai Lingshang guessed some of it right, but she will never think that aside from watching them, I need to keep them safe. I have to say, Bai King is very thoughtful. If he allowed a different elite to come, the princes and princesses would be more suspicious. He walked with Bai Wei to the bridge. Most of the princes had already started crossing the bridge. Only a few prince and princesses stayed to watch Bai Wei fight the undead, so they were a bit slow. Han Sen, Bai Lingshang, and Bai Wei were the last ones to go. Once they got closer to the second island, they noticed the island was very similar to the first one. There was a metal temple on its peak, but this time the metal temple was yellow. It looked like it was made from gold. The sign atop the door simply said, Yellow Temple. The door of the Yellow Temple opened. From far away, they saw a transparent undead with blood vessels that looked like gold fighting Bai Kong Lang. That undead's power was stronger than the last. The foe still made use of Extreme King Shocking Sky Punch, but it was suppressing Bai Kong Lang. Bai Kong Lang was in trouble. Hansen arrived on the island and watched the fight just as the others did. He noticed the yellow undead was different from the red undead. The yellow undead seemed stronger than the red undead, but not by much. The body of the yellow undead was a bit different. It had long hair, and the body was not so transparent. One was able to see its gold blood vessels, but not the organs. It looked more alive, unlike the red undead that looked like a machine. This yellow undead was more agile than the red one. Its intelligence in the fight was greater too. Bai Kong Lang was already using his king body, but he was still being suppressed. He could not claim an advantage, so he was getting beat. It seemed likely he would soon lose. This familiar feeling is stronger. Hansen looked at the yellow undead and frowned. He did not know if it was just a placebo, but he felt like the undead had a connection to spirits. Catcha! Bai Kong Lang's knife was broken by the undead. He looked frazzled as he stumbled in retreat. Let me fight it. Bai Wanjia's eyes looked bright. He stepped forward and ran toward the yellow undead. Crown Prince Bai Wanjia always kept a low profile. He was not like his brother, Bai Wuchang, who was so talented, but he had a very good base. He knew all sorts of Geno arts and could use them really well. When Bai Wanjia moved, all of those Geno arts that looked very common were suddenly made to compose an advantage. His method of Geno art usage was common, so it did not look special. It looked like the other princes and princesses could use them too. When Bai Wanjia used them, all the Geno arts combined like a glove. He was able to block the undead's attacks and start to establish a much-needed advantage. Hansen thought, Bai Wanjia's talent is not as great as Bai Wuchang's, but his mind and his skills are better than. So many Geno art combinations are being executed perfectly. You would have to practice a lot to get to this level. After fighting for an hour, Bai Wanjia was finally able to slay the yellow undead. It was different from the red undead. The yellow undead melted and disappeared. Suddenly, there was an electric voice that came from the yellow temple. Without emotion, it said, "Killed medium-class undead." Boom! A bridge appeared from the sea. It was leading to a third island. This time, the prince and princesses did not quickly head across it. Many princes and princesses remained where they were. They each wanted to enter the temple and battle the yellow undead for themselves to test their own mettle. On the last island, they had all the confidence needed to beat the red undead. It was not a foe they found too formidable, so they were happy enough to proceed and head to the next island. They did not feel as confident when they came to the yellow undead. It was not something they could easily defeat, if at all. It was natural for them to assume they would only encounter harder trials and stronger undead enemies the further they went. If they could not beat the current task, it would only put them in harsher danger by going forward. They could have chosen to proceed, but they preferred to stay and practice with the yellow undead. When they were able to beat the yellow undead, they would keep on going. After all, Starter King's Land was a place for training. They weren't rats in the maze searching for an exit. There was no rush, so a bit of practice was in order. Many of the princes and princesses thought that way. They entered the yellow temple. More yellow undead appeared from the metal box. They fought the yellow undead to increase their battle power. Only Bai Wanjia, Bai Wuchang, Bai Qingxian, Bai Lingsheng, and Bai Wei went ahead on the next bridge. They merrily went along to the next island. Hansen followed. There were so many prince and princesses there, so they should have been safe. Bai Wanjia and the others might encounter danger, so Hansen was keen to see what the next undead looked like. Upon seeing him, Prince Qingxian said, "Holy baby, you should stay here. If you are in danger, no one here can protect you. I can protect myself." Hansen laughed. Prince Qingxian said nothing further. Bai Wanjia, who was up ahead, had almost reached the third island. Bai Lingsheng and Bai Wuchang followed with haste. Of course, Hansen noticed the island had a temple of its own, as expected. This time, however, the temple was blue. When everyone went before the blue temple, the door opened on its own. It revealed the interior, which had a blue metal box inside it. Bai Wanjia and the others swapped stares with one another. In the end, Bai Wuchang stepped into the blue temple first. Cha-cha-cha. The blue metal box opened up. An undead came out from it. This undead looked like an extreme king or human. Its body was not as transparent. It looked like it had been built from porcelain. Although there was a layer of crystal, one could not see the structure inside the body. Plus, its body had some color, including black hair and black pupils. It looked very alive. It looked like a living thing. Although it was still primitive class, the moment the undead lashed out, everyone felt that it was different from the other two undead. The last two undead were strong, but they were just strong. There was something about this undead that could not be described with words. If the two undead were robots, this undead was a living thing. It still used the Extreme King Shocking Sky Punch, but its Extreme King Shocking Sky Punch was not just strong. It had a special level. Bai Wuchang used knife skills to fight the undead. He blocked 3 punches, but he was quickly suppressed. His ghost body was able to avoid all the attacks, but the undead's Extreme King Shocking Sky Punch crushed space and broke it. Bai Wuchang could not walk between the real world and the underworld. "Wuchang, let me help you." Bai Wanjia could see Bai Wuchang getting beat. He shouted and joined the fight. "Allow me to chip in too." Bai Lingsheng's body looked like ice. She was like an ice goddess as she joined the fight. "How could you leave me behind?" Prince Qingxia cast hatred times 10 and joined the fight. Bai Wei did not say anything. She cast her own Extreme King Shocking Sky Punch to join the fight. The undead was getting attacked by 5 princes and princesses. Although they were all primitive class, it was still able to repel the 5 and not be beaten. It was difficult to tell who the victor would end up being. Hansen watched from the sidelines. He thought the undead looked just like a spirit. If Starter King's land is something the Extreme King Alpha brought from Sacred, these undead should be Sacred Leader's research subjects. Fox Queen used to say Sacred Leader, in the sanctuaries, researched immortal spirits. The holy spirits should be these spirits now. Are these undead the spirits Sacred Leader tried to make? If so, how did he create them? After thinking about that, Hansen's expression changed. Hang on, Extreme King took out the spirit, but the spirits themselves are the immortal beings. Does this mean the undead are made from the spirits of the Xenogeneics? Although this was just Hansen guessing, he thought it was possible. If that is the theory, that means the spirits are a spirit body. God spirits are one such form. Wait a minute. Spirits and God spirits survive in familiar ways. They are immortal. They can be reborn, Hansen's thought was chilling. There was something in the middle that could not be explained. Spirits were only exclusive to the sanctuaries. They did not need the body of another creature, yet they could still fight. God required another creature's body to fight in the universe. This was like the undead spirits, but the undead were not as perfect as a spirit. It seemed as if there were many flaws. Hansen's heart jumped. He thought of something else that was possible. I have heard Fox Queen say Sacred Leader researched immortal holy spirits in the sanctuaries. I thought the spirits existed in the sanctuaries before Sacred Leader, so he went there to research them. What if it was all the other way around? If the truth was the other way around, Sacred Leader came first. The spirits came after. If that is the truth, it would also be easier to understand. Hansen was happy. It was like he had found light in the darkness. If spirits were invented by Sacred Leader, it would be easier to sort out this theory. Sacred Leader wanted to kill God, but he found out God was a spirit body. He was immortal and could reborn, which meant there was no real way to kill them. Sacred Leader researched this a lot and found a way to take a spirit out of a Xenogeneic. He then used the spirits to make creatures that were similar to God spirits. They were the spirits. As for these undead, I wonder if they were failures of Sacred Leader's research. Perhaps they are the products Extreme King tried to copy. Hansen thought this was possible. Hansen thought there was too much that could not be explained. If the spirits were composed of the God spirits Sacred Leader tried to replicate, why did the spirits have a true body that could not be exterminated? There were some other muddy details that Hansen couldn't quite fit into the jigsaw puzzle. Now, Hansen was having a hard time trying to think. It is a shame Extreme King Alpha is dead. If he wasn't, I could grab him and ask him about the undead. Perhaps only then I would learn the truth, Hansen sighed. Hansen looked at the fighters battling the undead with a conflicted expression. Although Bai Wei was not particularly outstanding, every hit she made was beneficial. Hansen could tell Bai Wei was keeping her power in check too. She wasn't showing all she had yet. It looks like going to the very high to become a silkworm aided Bai Wei a great deal. I am afraid with all these royals, Bai Wuchang could not even beat Bai Wei. Hansen sighed. He thought since the very high were so strong, it had not taken much time for Bai Wei to grow so much. If this kept going, Bai Wei could certainly become a true god. It was a shame that Extreme King would not give whoever became a silkworm the throne. If that was not true, the Extreme King might have ended up with their first queen. The undead was powerful. Bai Wanjia and the others fought it alone, but they were unable to defeat it. Now, with the 5 of them fighting it together, they were able to slay the undead. Killed high-level undead. The electric voice boomed through the temple. After killing their enemy this time, no bridge arose from the sea. Have we made it through Starter King's land? Hansen looked out across the misty sea. He did not see any other islands around. Bai Wanjia and the 5 people fighting the undead stayed inside the blue temple. they were practicing their Geno arts and combat skills. In the beginning, it took 3 people to defeat 1 undead. As time went by, they learned more about the undead and improved themselves. After 2 days, Bai Wucheng could defeat the undead alone. Boom! 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 Another bridge appeared across the sea. Hansen quickly understood what it meant. It looks like an undead must be defeated solo to trigger the bridge that leads to another island. Bai Wucheng did not hesitate. He walked across the bridge. Bai Lingshang and Bai Wanjie looked at each other and followed. Bai Wei was going to step on the bridge when Prince Qingxia suddenly said, "My power is not enough to solo the Blue Temple's undead. I am not going to keep going. You guys should be careful." "Thank you, brother." Bai Wei bowed and walked across the bridge. Hansen followed her across the bridge. Bai Wei turned around. She looked at Hansen and said, "The next temple must be very dangerous. I suggest you do not proceed. Don't you worry. I can protect myself." Hansen laughed. Bai Wei wished to say something, but Bai Wanjie, who was in front of her, said, "Sister, you do not need to stop him. If he does not come with us, he will probably be unable to report to father." Bai Wei was surprised. She understood something but did not say anything. She kept going. Hansen shrugged his shoulders. He continued to follow them. Bai Wanjie knew that Bai King had sent him there. Otherwise, he would have just been an outsider, xenogenic student. There was no other way to explain why he was allowed to go to the starter king's land. The few of them kept going forward. It was not long before they reached an island. This one was surprising. The island did not possess a temple. It only had an empty volcano. Weird. Why is there no temple? Does the practice in Starter King's Land only cover high-level enemies? Bai Wucheng frowned. If things were like that, there is no way so many princes and princesses would have died through the years, Bai Wanjie said as he began ascending the stairs. Everyone followed him. They walked toward the peak. They discovered it was a circular mountain that looked like a volcano. The peak was a giant, cylindrical hole. What is this? Bai Wucheng stood at the edge of the mountain. He looked down with surprise. Hansen and the others looked down too. Inside the big hole were all sorts of crystal tools. It made the hole inside of the mountain look like a giant laboratory. There was an entrance in the center of the mountain. An egg-shaped crystal was dangling by it. It looked like some giant creature egg. It was at least 3 feet wide. There was a girl curled up inside the crystal egg. Wanner, when Hansen saw the girl inside the crystal egg, his face changed. The girl had blonde hair and was wearing white pajamas. She looked like she was sleeping. She looked like a blonde Wanner. Hansen's heart waved like a mad sea. His thoughts were a mess. He did not understand what was going on. Why did Wanner reside in the Extreme King Starter King's Land? What is going on here? Hansen subconsciously looked at Wanner inside Destiny's tower. He then glanced at the lady inside the crystal. They were the same. There was nothing that was not the same. They looked like a copy and paste entity. What is inside this black egg that is below? Bai Wucheng asked as he stared at the crystal egg. It cannot be another high-level undead. When Hansen heard him, he was shocked. He looked at Bai Wucheng and thought, is this guy colorblind? There's no way he is that blind and cannot tell the difference between black and white. I don't know, Bai Lingshang said. Maybe we can try to break this big black egg to see if there is an undead inside. Hansen was shocked and thought, what is going on? Do they all see a big, black egg and not a giant crystal?